Hey, what's up, guys? How's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're having a great week and great day thus far. Just figured we'd hop on and hang out for a bit. Kind of a casual stream today. Nothing really overly planned. I mean, I had some topics like tier list stuff and some probably guess the game, guess the movie type stuff too. And I don't know. I debated saying like playing something afterwards also, but probably play it by ear today. So let's throw in some music as well here. And see who's all here. King Matthew, appreciate you being here. Doing okay tonight. Hope you're doing well. You just finished your dinner. You had McDonald's. Solid. That is easy. Good choice. What's up, Ghost? Hope you're doing well. Let's throw on. I think I had the music pulled up already. Should be at an okay level too, I think. Probably. Hey, Cope, how's it going? Good to see you. I saw you were streaming earlier on Discord. I think when I posted in announcing this stream. So how'd it go? What were you playing? All right, let's turn the music up a little bit for me at least. All right. Let me know if the music's too loud or soft, but I feel like I always jack with that, but it should be okay. A lot of stuff is up. Made key cards, doors, and making an operating system right now. Oh, for your game? Awesome. Had a lot of fun making metal detectors. Interesting. Some of those games are tough. I mean, a lot of those, I feel like indie games kind of resemble older, like retro games a lot of times. So those can be tougher when they don't have like save slots and stuff like that. Like back in the day when you'd have to use like a secret code to get to like level 2 without having to play level 1 again. But yeah, I get to meet David Arquette in person tomorrow. You're in Atlantic City. Nice. That sounds fun. Appreciate you hanging out then. That sounds like a good time. I like games that are tough. Telling stuff like yellow paint. I'm probably a blend of tough and easy. It really just depends on kind of the mood you're in, I would say. Like, I am a fan of like the Souls games, which I feel like historically are pitched as being harder. The old like SNES games though, like those are unforgiving. Like the games that sound innocent, like The Lion King or Aladdin, I think was one of them. Any of those just like 2D progressing the levels, those were tough. Laura Lee in the Laser Eyes. There's math puzzles. What kind of math puzzles? I feel like I'd be decent at those. If there's a puzzle and if it's math, I feel like honestly that'd be kind of my go-to. Is it like what kind of math? Like arithmetic math or like are we doing calculus here? Sounds interesting at least. I like when games use like unique, similar to what I've talked about with music. When games or music have unique elements in them that aren't traditionally there. So sounds like a fun one. So talk about calculus part. I can't take it. Yeah, I was okay at calculus. I feel like typically when I'm describing like my math abilities, like when I was younger, I was like here and the rest of the class was here. And as like we progressed in age, I feel like I kind of stayed there and then everyone else like, I don't know. I was better at math probably early on, but still decent. What's up, Eli? Thanks for hopping in. Hope you're doing well. We just kind of got started, just kind of catching up, seeing what everyone's been up to this week. Thank you, Eli. I appreciate that. Also, Eli, I don't know if you want to be a mod. I know you're a mod in like a lot of channels, but I feel like you're amazing at that, so I'd be up for you taking that role. Non-calculus. It's fair. Yeah, no name. I think they go by Ghost or Ghosty, whichever. But yeah, I equally was like, huh, there's no name there, which I guess is fitting for that name. Can't begin to explain how agonizing Sins goes and Tana were making those. Yeah, that's more like geometry though, right? Math sucks in general. I wouldn't say it's pointless. I mean, you use it a lot in daily life. You just don't probably think about it. I mean, even if we're talking about like sports, for example, like geometry you shoot in a basket, you hit the rebound. You're kind of using angles with that, so use it a lot of times. I mean, if you're like a cashier or anything handling money, so it's useful, but I can understand why it's frustrating. Yeah, Eli, let me let's see, I know how to do all this stuff still. Let me I think that did it. Let's see. Oxide Room 104. Even escape room game. I like escape room stuff too. That's fun. I've never actually done like a group escape room. I feel like I've always wanted to do that, but I kind of think you have to do that with a lot of people that you know, because otherwise, my understanding is if you go by yourself or with like one or two other people, you're going to get put with like a Benihana situation where it's like, all right, everybody use the same table. So you may not be able to do it with a certain number of people. My wife and I used to get these like escape room, like they're not really board games, but they were like sent once per month, like challenge type things. Those were kind of fun. If you die, you have to do it all over again, but things are different. I couldn't figure it out. You've been watching some episodes of Ghost Whisperer. Nice. Yeah, what else have you guys been watching lately? I haven't been watching too many new things. Like, I mentioned my like bad TV when it comes to like guilty pleasure stuff, or like, I guess what would those be called? Like competition things. Big Brother ended, so I've kind of been watching the older seasons of that. But other than that, I'm trying to see what else I've been watching. Still watching My Hero. What else we got here? Like heat generated 90 tables. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like coding. That's something you need some math for. Creepy Tale's interesting. Okay. I mean, some games, I mean, honestly, even I mentioned Dark Souls, like to get some of the optional bosses, if you didn't look up a walkthrough or some kind of guide, you would not be able to like access any of that stuff. What do I think Dexter Resurrection Season 2 will be about? Probably still lean towards what I said on the previous live with maybe some element of traveling across the country with these other serial killers. Eli, I've not played the Halloween Ash vs. Evil Dead game. I've watched someone else play it. It looked kind of fun. I mean, it looked like your old school retro SNES style game where you're just like moving with Michael and just like attacking enemies. Have you played it? It seemed like it was okay. I kind of debated from what I watched if it just felt like a standard game that they threw like the Halloween coat of paint over the top of it. So I don't know. From what I watched, it looked like fun, but it didn't look like it really needed to be Halloween per se. I can't do real escape rooms. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. I feel like a lot of times there's like one person doing all of the work, and it's hard to like do those collaboratively anyway. Your family loves the crime games? Yeah, I forgot the name of the ones that we did. Actually, I think it's back there. That beach ball technically is from one of them. Actually, I didn't really get out of the way. There. But they just send you like a packet of stuff, and you have to like progress, try to figure out like whatever they're trying to solve. Yeah, they send you a murder case. Yeah, it was pretty much something like that. Like there was some crime and you had to like put the pieces together. Like somebody stole some jewels, or it was always different. Season 9 of 911 premieres tonight. Nice. I haven't really ever gotten into those like real life-esque shows, but they're popular apparently because they have so many seasons of those. I call it a soap opera. Oh, Friday Night Lights? Like the old school show? I never watched the TV show. I watched the movie. The one with what's his name in from Bad News Bears? Billy Bob Thornton. Last escape room you played was an Egyptian temple themed escape room with fake spiders that jump at your hands. That sounds stressful. I feel like that'd be Cope's nightmare. I feel like I remember you mentioning not liking spiders. You like 5 hours into it? All right, that's awesome. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out at some point. It looked from maybe just this like snippet I saw of the game. It felt like it was you're just kind of jumping, you're hitting the enemy, you're jumping. But I mean, in fairness, I am also super hyped for the Terminator one, which may be the same way. Although they have a lot of scenes that seemed like from the movie. So Lamentum is a survival horror game set in 19th century, 8-bit. Nice. You rewatched Scream 2 and 3. That's cool. That's good timing if you're seeing David Arquette, as you mentioned. The Jason set from Scream Factory is out already. Yeah, I saw. Was Christian talking about that? CHH? I think he. I feel like he's always on top of that stuff. I think I saw him post about that. You watched the movie too, so sad. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like small town like struggle stuff in that storyline. Top reason he got into 911 is because Jennifer Love Hewitt. That's fair. I mean, that's probably the reason they book a lot of big name actors for stuff, because they figure people are going to watch it because they like that person. So it's fair. I mean, do most people like spiders? I do know a couple of people that have like pet tarantulas though, so I guess I stand corrected, but I don't know. I don't mind spiders, but if they're in my house, then it's like, all right, you gotta go. We've actually had every time we open our front door, there's like always a lizard that tries to run in our house at this point, which is kind of a nightmare, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, maybe you'll get rid of the spiders. And gnats and bees. Gnats, I don't know if I hate them. They're kind of a nuisance. Bees, I mean, I like in general. I don't want them outside my house once again. Or like outside, like at my front area, I mean. But they make honey and stuff. They're good for the environment. I guess wasps I don't like. Bees are fine for the most part. But we get wasps around our house, so those are kind of a nightmare. Super Dark Deception apparently is a demake. Is that like an opposite of a remake? 8-bit version of another game. Interesting. All you've tried today. I mean, that's a pretty solid list so far. I think you said you bought like 20 games. Your uncle used to have a pet snake. Yeah, I'm not big into like the unique pets in the house type of thing. I'm not being experimental with that. You love bees, but yeah, that's kind of my stance. Like, just don't bother me, and I won't bother you. Hey, Our Life in Horror. I'm assuming Sam. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let me show, I guess, get into some of the stuff for tonight. So, while it is kind of a random, just hodgepodge of stuff I had planned, I did do some pre-work to come up with some ideas. So, appears. What's up, Bendy? Yeah, I agree, Eli. Like wasps, any of those like variations off of bees, I'm immediately like, I don't. Maybe there's some environmental benefit, but to me, I don't think so. Or like, what are those dirt daubers, whatever those things are called? Like those ones that just build like mud nests. They're kind of like wasps, pretty much. Zelda's theme on piano is amazing. That I would probably agree with that. Yeah, doing all right, Sam. Appreciate you hopping in and hanging out for a bit. You've been playing some of Ghost of Yota? Yeah, I remember Rusty. I think he's been playing that. Maybe at some point I will. I thought Ghost of Tsushima was just okay, but I didn't buy it at launch, so that may be also partially why I feel that way. Yeah, if anyone wants to talk any horror stuff, Sam's channel's there listed there that Eli posted. All right, so let me. I would agree, Ghost. I am a big Sekiro fan. Where did I have that on my top 10? I think that was like 6th, maybe. But it's tough. Like between that and Elden Ring, they're kind of neck and neck for my second favorite FromSoft. You love their ending. I didn't get that far into Ghost, so in fairness, I don't know how it ended. But Sekiro, yeah, I played that game to completion. All right, so first up, as far as stuff I had for tonight, was doing some tier list stuff because it seemed like people kind of dug that last time. I surprisingly actually gathered a decent list, which I'm still open to recommendations if people have a topic they want to suggest. But hard part with some of these, I've looked a few times and I don't know, you'll look for like all-time best comedies and then you'll open a tier list that somebody made and there's like 3 movies and then it's like Hangover 1, 2, and 3. So sometimes it's tough to find a solid list. But with that in mind, I have a collection here that we can run through and see what people want to cover. And I can pull some up if that's helpful for examples, but you got your copy of I Know What You Did Last Summer? Nice. Yeah, I know you're pretty big into that franchise. I'm a little bit, it's okay. It's my own opinion is it's kind of a worse Scream, but I know that's just my thoughts. Watching anything festive Halloween movies this month? I really haven't thus far. I mean, I do plan to do, I guess I can kind of mention that. I planned originally to do my second annual like 13 horror movies reviews for this month. Kind of made some pivots to where I'm gonna watch them still and make posts about them. And then after watching all of them and posting about them, have a live stream like this and run through each of the 13 in like more detail and talk about them further and probably rank them and stuff. So, but as far as what I've watched thus far, I mean, I finished Over the Garden Wall, but that's not really, I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's honestly, it's an awesome like fall time thing to watch though. But as far as like horror stuff, I haven't really watched a whole lot, if I'm being honest. I probably need to over the next few weeks, but how about you, Sam? Anything you've been, I know you've had some streams on some stuff, so. Like you had what, Rocky Horror Picture Show the other day? An action movie tier list would be cool. I pulled one. I know you mentioned that on Discord, doing like an 80s or 90s. And I honestly, I feel like when I look at the list of like candidates, I'm like, I don't know. Or I mean, I know a lot of them. I just haven't seen a lot of them. So if we do one of those, I would probably rely on your guys' knowledge more than my own. Yeah, I remember you mentioning the Conjuring Last Rites. Over the Garden Wall does not count. But you have to watch it first. Then you could say that. If you watch it and you hate it, then you could say it doesn't count. Honestly, I didn't fully realize this, but it's pretty much just like a movie because there's 10 episodes and each episode is like 11 minutes long. So it's like just under 2 hours. So it's a pretty easy watch. I would recommend it if you've never watched Over the Garden Wall and if you're okay with animated things. If you like Elijah Wood, who else is in it? Christopher Lloyd's in it. I think John Cleese is in it at one point. But actually, I probably still have I can endorse it here. I think I have my top shows still on here somewhere. Yeah. We can run through this quickly. I think I had it at number 4 or 5. 5, yeah. These are our 2 main characters. The boy in the hat is Elijah Wood's character. But honestly, the kid who plays Greg, so it's actually a kid actor who plays the person with the pot on their head. And they're probably my favorite character in the show. Like, I'm surprised that kid didn't go on to do more stuff because he's like hilarious in that show. Also, I guess Melanie Linsky, she plays the bird there. So if you like Yellow Jackets, you have 2 characters from Yellow Jackets there. Not that it's at all the same thematically, but same actors. Watch some of your favorites so far. Night of the Demons, Halloween Town. I don't know if I know Night of the Demons. Do you recommend that one? It sounds like yes, because it's one of your faves. Halloween Town, I probably liked, it's been a while since I watched like any of them, but I probably liked Halloween Town more than Hocus Pocus. Although if we're talking like the children's Halloween movies, I think Under Wraps is still probably my go-to. If you're okay with animated things. Yeah, I have to qualify it like that. And I had my friend the other day mention, like, you'd be a good politician. You phrase stuff pretty neutrally. But I've been watching a lot of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Oh, they took it off Tubi. I wonder why that is. Maybe because the new show's coming out, so they're wanting to like monetize it. All right, so as I said, I can pull some of these up, but I honestly grabbed way too many, so we could do a poll, but there's probably too many options. So I'm gonna rattle off. How many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, apparently I grabbed 16 tier lists, which we're clearly not doing all tonight. Neutral's a good trait. Yeah, I tend to try to not overly. I mean, I will give my opinion, but I'm going to make it clear that it's just my opinion. All right, so keeping in mind, we're probably, I don't know how long we'll stream tonight. Actually did not have coffee for the first time today. I did drink some tea though, so. Of these 16, yeah. What do you guys, if you had to pick like a handful of them, what are you thinking? So, of what I pulled, we have fast food. Okay, so like fast food places. We have comedies, so comedy movies. We have video game characters. We have main characters, which is kind of one I stumbled upon. I was looking at video game characters and I saw this one. I thought it was a pretty good list. There's a lot of people on it, but it's like main characters across all forms of media. Game of the Year nominees. So it's like previous nominees and just ranking those. One that was like 1,500 games. So even if we did that one, we would be like not finishing it today. There's a game franchises one. So it's like if you had Resident Evil, you would just say Resident Evil. You wouldn't say like all the games in the franchise. Let's see what else we have. We went a little bit off the board here. There's Pixar also. Why did I pull some of these? 90s to 2000s kid shows. It felt like kind of a fun thing. I did grab a 90s action movies. Superheroes. Game controllers. We got a little niche here. Actors. Actresses, because there was not a good list for like both, so I have one for both male and female actors. Kind of off the wall one, I have Chips, 90s movies. It's a lot of stuff. So I'm curious what you guys want to go down. As I said, I can pull up some of these to show you an example, because you may want to do like one of them, but then you see the list of like candidates and you're like, ooh, that kind of sucks. So I realized that was a long list, but I kind of kept going. I was like, I need some ideas. Yeah, 16, pretty many. Fast food main characters, 90s kid shows, actors and actresses. Honestly, that's a pretty good selection, I would say. I don't mind doing that. We'll see how far we get some of these, because as I said, some of them have, it's kind of varying levels of how many choices they have listed. Do you want to hear all the options again? I can speed run them here. Fast food, comedies, video game characters, main characters of anything, Game of the Year nominees. Insane amount of just all games, pretty much. There's like 1,500. Game franchises, Pixar movies, 90s to 2000s kid shows, 90s action movies, superheroes, game controllers, actors, actresses, Chips, 90s movies. It's a ton of stuff. But I feel like the ones you picked, Cope, are probably a good selection, honestly. Some decent variety in there. 90s kid shows is your favorite? Your second main characters? Okay. Let's see. With that in mind, let's do a poll for this time. Since we did get our list whittled down a little bit, let's engage my audience, as YouTube says. First tier list. Yeah, we would be here all night. As I said, I did not drink coffee this time. All right, we can have up to 4 options. All right, what do we say? Fast food, main characters, 90s kid shows. And I am going to deflect to whoever created the tier list. If you're like, my favorite 90s kid show is not on the list, I'm going to say, I'm sorry. starts brewing some coffee. Yeah, I debated it, but I figured maybe I'd try. I mean, there's caffeine in tea also. What was the last one we said? Actors. We'll just write, since I can only pick one, we'll say actors for the first one. All right. See what you guys say. And we will go with that. And honestly, we'll probably do a few of them. Tea is hot brown water, but it's flavorful hot brown water. Also, I made green tea, so it's kind of more yellow. But point made. Does Friends count as a 90s shit TV show? I don't think it will for this one. So honestly, I guess I can pull that one up. But that one, I believe, was more so like as I said, kids oriented. So like some of them were cartoons, some of them were like live action Disney shows. So yeah, I think that one would not be on the list. It's more of just a, honestly, it's pretty adult oriented, I would assume. Tastes like a paper bag, as Ted Lasso says. My favorite characters are not that popular. Yeah, I don't think, I'm gonna take a guess. I haven't looked, so I kind of tried to filter out. As I said, some of the tier lists have really crappy like choices. So I tried to pick ones that had like a solid list of options. But I'm gonna say Bendy is probably not on the list of main characters. We can pretend it is and put it at S tier if you prefer. Yeah, I think, honestly, I think that category is more like Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Disney. Like I would guess that's probably what that one was from memory, what it looked like. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what this list is. It was hard to find one that worked for that because when you search like cartoons or like kid show, everything is like after my era. I'm like, what if we stopped watching kid shows in like 2000? What are the options there? All right. It would be Henry. That's fair. I guess that's fair. Touche. I did find that out yesterday. I should have known. Yeah. Fair point. Is he the main character in all of them, though? I mean, I'm assuming, is Bendy in all of them? I don't know. Just kind of guessing. All right, we'll shut down the poll in 30 seconds. Just ink machine. Fair. But will you turn the blob into an ink machine? That is the question in all of them. I feel like I was just being a little shit in Robert's chat the other day. I was just like heavily trolling with everything I was saying. So hopefully he was fine with it. Bendy's 100% in them all. I mean, that would make sense. I think SpongeBob is on that list. If it's not, that would be surprising. Yeah, it is. Okay. Ink Machine, the main character. Oh, Henry's only got it. Yeah. I see what you're saying. All right, let's close down this poll. What are the results? All right, you guys want 90s kid shows. Honestly, when I pulled that one, I was like, there's no way anyone's going to want to do this. I get so much grief when I mention anything animated. So you guys want to pick it? All right, sometimes I hate when they customize these like tier list categories. But let's see how many there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I don't know who made this tier list. I can share it. Let me pull it up now. I don't know who made this tier list, but I haven't seen him is apparently I'm assuming that means you haven't seen it, like the show. I don't know. Do you guys want to keep this? I feel like for most of these, I'm going to like change it to being S, A, B, C, D, F. But if you like this very unique category breakdown of masterpiece, very good, regular, meh, bad, very bad, and I haven't seen him, we can keep that. Audrey's the main character in Dark Revival. Yeah, that's way over my head. I don't know half the shows on the tier list. Oh, all right, that's fair. I think it probably should be right. I mean, I think this is one of the smaller tier lists. Oh, I mean, there's what? 5. How many are in this one? There's probably only like 30 shows here, so it probably won't take as long as some of the other ones. Like, I think the main character one had like 150 characters, so. All right. Do we keep this? We can keep this list if you guys want for some variety. Problem is the screen is like stretched out because there's so many options. All right, so first one we have up here. We have, I'm just gonna throw it up somewhere so we can see it. We have All Real Monsters. I know some of the shows, but never watched them. That's kind of how I was with the action movies, so I can relate to that. All Real Monsters, you think good? I think that's fair. I was thinking kind of in the like, apparently if regular is a category, I was thinking of the regular category. I feel like I liked what they had speaking of Halloween stuff, they had a Halloween special that was kind of fun. I guess you could say where you put it. Sure, regular's fine. Okay. All right, here's one that I'm going to put it like. So this is Rugrats, but it's not the OG because that's also on the list I found. This is Rugrats All Grown Up. So this is past my time. So for me, I'm kind of like, meh, bad. Yeah, I would agree. I don't know if I watched it a whole lot because I was kind of exiting the watching Nickelodeon phase, but felt like we tried something that probably didn't work. So I would probably agree with... Honestly, I would debate very bad, but bad seems fine. You hated it? I definitely didn't watch it a whole lot, so maybe that means I didn't like it either. I've never seen Rugrats Forever, so that one's probably bad. Yeah, I think the OG is going to be very different from the all grown up version, I will say. All right, next up we have All That. Which, I don't know if you guys watched the whole, like, I think it was on HBO, the documentary on, like, the Nickelodeon stuff. I'm not sure if that's going to skew my opinion on All That. I was pretty, like, neutral on it previously. Some of that stuff was kind of, like, made me not like it as much, I will say, so... You'll bring it down just to good. You guess that one's all right. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on where everything's gonna wind up. What do you think about regular? I wouldn't have made these like category names, but regular feels like a good fit for this one. Like I think it's comparable to All Real Monsters. Yeah, I would agree. There are some pretty great skits. So, I mean, I could see. Yeah. There's some pretty bad ones too, though, in fairness. There's probably the most variety in that show because it's kind of just, to your point, skits. It's like SNL for children. Fine, regular. I haven't seen the OG. The new one? The new All That? Is that still going on these days? All right, Animaniacs. Right, that's what this is. Yeah. I wasn't big on this, honestly. For me, it would probably be like a meh. Yeah, I did not know that. I mean, it makes sense they would do something, although I would kind of would think they would like rebrand at this point. regular. I feel like I'm like a step down from you on all these. It's for me, I was less likely to watch it than this stuff, I will say. Like I normally, whenever I saw Animaniacs come on TV, it's because I just watched something and now we cut to Animaniacs and I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'll watch like 2 minutes of this. That and Pinky and the Brain were kind of in the same universe, right? Meh. They were booted in 2019. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Benny. I think we'll keep it in meh. As Told by Ginger. I kind of vaguely remember this one, honestly. I feel like I'm definitely doing the bell curve mentality because I'm like either the end of regular or the top of meh for me for As Told by Ginger. It's a meh, not that good. That one looks meh, As Told by Ginger. Yeah, we could put it in meh. I didn't watch a lot of it either. I don't know if that was maybe a later one. Meh. All right, we're pretty in agreement here. Never seen it. All right, what about Cat Dog? I kind of feel like Cat Dog's in like the very good category, honestly. It was pretty funny. There is King Matthew. Can you guys see it? I think you can see it. I don't know why somebody named it. I haven't seen him, but I'm treating that bottom category as something that at least the majority of people haven't seen. Cat Dog good. Very good all day. All right. Very good seems like a good spot then. It was pretty funny. Okay, Chalk Zone. Never heard of this in my life, so I'm gonna need you guys to tell me if you have, because I've never heard of this show. You've never seen Cat Dog? It was kind of it came out as I was growing up. Like it wasn't existing, but it was like kind of near the back end of watching cartoons. Rocco's your favorite? That is a banger. I'm hoping it's on this list. It is. Cool. Yeah, we will be getting to Rocco for sure. Never heard of that one. All right, cool. We'll put that in never heard of it because I don't. Maybe it was, I assume if I haven't heard of it, it's probably because it came out after my time. But all right, Kids Next Door. So I know what this. I've heard of it, or I guess it still would fall under. I haven't seen him. I know Kids Next Door, but I think that was also kind of after my time. So I would probably put this enough, and I haven't seen it. You know, we're gonna change this category name because I don't know who named it that. But I had not watched enough of this to really give an opinion, unless you guys have. So don't know when that one. You don't know that one either. Yeah, I know it. I didn't watch it. I'm familiar with the characters a little bit, but is The Simpsons on this list? Maybe. No, I'm assuming that's not viewed as being a kid show. But you liked it, Eli? I don't know if, me, Cope, King Matthew, all haven't seen. So maybe I'll keep it in haven't seen, but it looked like it could have been fun, but I think it was just too late for me. Was that on Disney maybe? That on one of the like cable channels, I think. All right, Cow and Chicken. I feel like this is like the variation of Cat Dog. It's like, let's have two very different things and see what people think. Cow and Chicken was like, I don't know, there maybe. Very good. Never heard of Cow and Chicken. You said meh. So we got very good and meh. So maybe good is a good like middle ground. I kind of feel like Cow and Chicken is my thoughts on Will Ferrell, where it's like, it's kind of funny in short doses, but then when you have like an entire show of this, it's like, okay, I get it. So, Kopi probably will hate that analogy, but that's kind of how I feel about that show. It had some good parts though, but it It was kind of mindless. Like there was not much like brain power put into that show, I felt like. That's fair. All right, Dexter's Lab. Honestly, this is probably... Would we put that in master? It's kind of weird wording. Masterpiece? I'm thinking either here or here, but... What's on all the Will Ferrell movies? Dexter's Lab is great. I mean, we have talked about Dexter on the channel. Oh, you guys are off screen, aren't you? Yeah, this tier list is like massive. I think that's a downside with having like 8 different tiers. Meh. Made you feel weird and watch as a kid. Okay. I think I agree with Eli. I think top tier seems to... I mean, I don't know what else is going to be on this list, but... Feels like that's going to be a tough one to... like, beat or, like, not have up there. I think since, Eli, you also said top tier, since we kind of dogged you on the Kids Next Door one, I will... we'll keep it a masterpiece because I'm in agreement with you on that one. All right, Doug. Honestly, I may be an outlier here, but Doug's like there for me. Like it was a pretty good show. Kind of one of the older ones. I think that was like one of the earlier Nickelodeon shows. Doug, very good. Yeah, I feel like it had a lot of elements that were great. The beats. Yeah, and he had what, like Quail Man was one of his like alter egos. He had like an Indiana Jones one too. I remember, I think it was the first episode where he meets Patty Mayonnaise and he slips on like the ketchup packet and somehow it squirts like on her burger perfectly or whatever. Never seen Doug. It's a good time. I don't know how dated it would feel today, but for the time it was fun. Tubin shows him Dexter. That is true. He also works in the lab. I don't know if there's any inspiration there. Very good. Okay, cool. We got some consensus there on that one. Ed, Ed, and Eddie. So, I mean, for me, it's like right there, probably. This one has the same thing I mentioned with Cow and Chicken, where like the humor being very... I would not like... I don't know, it just felt like it was constant, like, low-level jokes, but a lot of them hit for me, I'll say. So... Killer Tofu, yeah. Yeah. That's another good one. Yeah, I would agree. Weird Ass Show is a good descriptor for it. Very good. All right, cool. That's probably one of the few, like, very slapstick humor shows. Very few that I actually am like, all right, you know what? Not bad. They kind of did the whole, like, Three Stooges thing, just in cartoon form. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of them are very similar to those characters. All right, Even Stevens. I mean, for me, this is probably like it's probably there, if I'm being honest. I didn't watch a whole lot of live action kid shows, but I mean, you got Shia LaBeouf. Come on. I don't think King of the Hill is on the list. I think these are I think these, you're thinking more like animated shows, but they're kind of more adult oriented animated shows like Simpsons, King of the Hill, South Park. I don't think any of that stuff's going to be on here. Not that they're not good. It's just, I feel like a lot of parents probably wouldn't want their kids watching them. I know they just relaunched. I actually never watched King of the Hill growing up, but I feel like the humor seems like kind of funny. Even Stevens was cool. Poor Shia, good show. Yeah, have you guys watched I think it was on Amazon, because when we got like a trial of Prime. We just like binged everything on Prime. But there's a movie that's based off of Shia LaBeouf's life. Kind of funny. He actually plays his dad in the movie. It's pretty sad. It's like kind of what you'd expect with like a childhood star and like the complications of like life that can bring. Yeah, Honey Boy. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, it was definitely sad, so. What were you guys saying? You said good show, was cool. I mean, is Masterpiece too big of a hype for it then? That's right. It is definitely a sad show. I mean, it's definitely one of those, if you've watched anything where it's like explaining the childhood star, like trauma type stuff, then you don't need to watch it anyway because it's what you'd expect. But you wouldn't say Masterpiece? Okay. All right, we can bring it down to very good. We'll put it at the top of very good. All right, we have Hey Arnold. Ooh, we may need to slide some stuff down because I'm thinking like Hey Arnold is like there. What's up, Bob? I really like your streams. Okay. Your first sentence worked. You kind of lost me at the rest of that, but fair enough. Harold is good, but it was kind of a weird show in your opinion. True. I mean, most of these probably have some weird elements to them, but I can agree. I mean, you had Helga had like the shrine of Arnold. I'm right there with you. Ghost. That one was a borderline comment for me to. You think it's good? I don't know. I think the hard part is maybe we should slide stuff around because I think Hey Arnold is better than Cow and Chicken. Honestly, looking at this, I'm kind of like, I would do that maybe. Seems okay. Cow and Chicken belongs in the trash tier. I mean, the longer I look at it, I'm like, yeah, you really weren't that good. I don't know if it's on this list, but did you guys ever watch I don't think I see it on here. Two Stupid Dogs. I think that was like the better version of Cow and Chicken. This is fun. Glad you're enjoying it. But underrated show was Two Stupid Dogs. All right, Invader Zim. I feel like this is probably an overrated show, but at the same time, I'm still kind of like, I was pumped when it came out. You had what? Gurr was the little guy? Keycard fabrication. You don't think you saw Two Stupid Dogs? It was on Cartoon Network. I don't think it lasted very long, but you had like a big dog and a smaller dog, and honestly, only one of them was kind of played the stupid role, it felt like, but I know Invader Zim was a little bit later on, but I do feel like it was a fun idea for a show. The Magic School Bus, that was a banger. I don't know if that's on this list. It may not be. Yeah, that was what, a PBS show? You could not get into it. Well, we can bring it down. Let's go to space. Yeah, I feel like the Magic School Bus episode I think of is like the one where they shrink down and go inside the body or whatever. You watched it in school? I don't know if maybe we did. Don't remember. Okay, so it sounds like we're bringing Invader Zim down. Do you remember that one? That's like the only one I can really think of. I think there's a different one where they were doing something with like the rainbow. They're trying to get like all the colors. You think, where'd you say you had Invader Zim? You think down further? Very Good's probably okay, right? I mean, we could put it even. Problem is this category is getting pretty fluffed out, so we probably are gonna have to. Honestly, we're gonna do some quick adjusting here. I think Cow Chicken is continuing to drop at this point. We can put Invader Zim in good if you want. Regular, nah, come on, we'll say good. We'll put Harold in front of it if you want that. I can accept that. All right, we're a little bit more spread out now. The problem is our bell curve is like pretty top heavy here. Okay, Keenan and Kel. I'm gonna keep doing this, and you guys are gonna keep making me move it down. But Keenan and Kel was top tier for me. I didn't really like all that as much, but Keenan and Kel. Yeah, orange soda, all that kind of stuff. I remember they also had a Halloween special. It was actually kind of scary when I was a kid, I remember. I'm assuming that means you like it, if you're quoting it. Masterpiece. Yeah, I haven't obviously watched it in forever, but for the time, I don't know if the jokes would really land today because I don't love that whole like laugh track type of humor, but yeah, Good Burger's another one that didn't really land for me. I feel like I just liked Keenan and Kel because it was a little bit more grounded. I feel like Good Burger kind of got a little bit too silly. All right, we'll put it in Masterpiece. You guys seem to be good with that. Kim Possible. Also kind of past my time. To me, it's probably there. I don't know if you guys realize the voice actors for that show actually were probably characters that you know. Like, the main girl, Kim, I think, doesn't she, Ren from Even Stevens? And, Will Friedle is, what's his name, Ron? So the brother, Eric Matthews, not the Saw Eric Matthews, but the Eric Matthews from Boy Meets World plays the friend. Is meh. Sorry, I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, I think I was a little bit late. It kind of came towards the back end of my time too, so I think meh seems fine. Lizzie McGuire. I mean, I watched a decent amount of it, but to me, it's like there. Yeah, I don't think Boy Meets World is on this list, unfortunately, but that would probably be up there for me too. Lizzie, good. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if it would have landed. I mean, obviously you have more like female characters, so I don't know if it would have landed more for me as a kid, but it was okay. All right, we'll keep it the back end of good. I do not know what this is. Teenage Robot. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. I've never heard of that in my life. Like, at least Kids Next Door I've heard of. These other two I've not heard of at all. I don't know if it's like a more modern show. No clue. Yeah. Even watched the movie. I've seen a little bit of the movie. Actually, I think my wife was impressed when I... Doesn't she sing that song, her song in it? Like the Rain song in that one? I think she was impressed that I actually knew that song the other day. Never heard of it. All right. Pepper Ann. So I know this show, but I don't think I really watched enough of it to really give an opinion. I am familiar. That's like the only song of hers I really know. You had her album. Nice. For me, it goes here because I didn't really watch it, but I Similar to the first one here, I have heard of it at least. Yeah, they don't have a few things on here. Like, I wasn't super high on it, but I don't see like Clarissa Explains It All. You guys remember that one? That was kind of an older show, I guess. Didn't watch a ton of it. Yeah, I don't see Turtles. Actually, you can see the full list is here at this point. I know my head's blocking part of it. Recess. Yeah, I mean, I'm partially glad because otherwise we'd be doing like the entire live stream on kid shows, which maybe you guys would want to do, but I feel like I like the ability to bounce around. Recess. Is this a hot take to say I didn't really like it? Like, for me, it's probably like here. Yeah, it was a decent show. You have like the kid who like puts the ladder up to her room. Meh. Yeah, I kind of think the same thing too. For some reason, I feel like it was super popular, but for me, I was just kind of like, All right, I think, Cope, you're going to agree from what I know that Rocket Power is probably up there. You didn't watch Recess? That was another one. I think it was, maybe it was on Disney. I feel like it was on one of those like cable channels though. Think she ends up with that guy. Interesting. Kind of a weird photo here that we chose, but Rocket Power I think is an all-timer. I don't know if you guys think so or not, but to me, I feel like it really worked. It kind of was like, there was a little bit of like Brink in an animated TV show, honestly. Good location. All right, cool. Yeah, it was solid for sure. All right, we'll put you up there. We had it mentioned earlier. I think Eli's the one that mentioned it. Rocco's Modern Life. There's where I would put it. I don't know if that's not going to be a well-agreed opinion. Halloween episodes of Rocket Power? I don't know if I remember that. I probably watched them, but I definitely don't recall Halloween episodes. I did not watch the Girl Meets World show. I didn't feel like it would be something I was interested in. I did see the other day that, what's her name? Danielle Fishel, I think is her name. Or Fisher, whatever her last name is. Topanga is on Dancing with the Stars, and she's like bringing Mr. Feeney to be there with her. Hey, what's up, Rusty? Appreciate you hopping in. We've had a good day thus far. We are doing some tier list stuff, and the chat decided that 90s to 2000s kid shows was the choice here. Yeah, I saw her post that. I don't know why I get promoted her stuff, but on Instagram, I saw that. The only two people I know who... I don't really watch Dancing with the Stars, but the only two people I know who are on that show right now are her and... what's his name? Steve Irwin's kid. Rocco's Masterpiece. Yeah, it was a weird show. I mean, there's a lot of good quotes from that. You had the Heifer. You had Ed Bighead next door. Yeah, I'm also not big into spinoffs. I have to like really like the show. Like Dexter, I've obviously watched. They're not really spinoffs because they all still have Dexter in them. I guess they kind of are, but I have to really like the IP to jump into a spinoff. Yeah, good for them for sure. All right, what do we have next after Rocco here? All right, so we have OG Rugrats. I think I liked this more as a kid. If I'm putting it on a list... I mean, honestly, it probably still deserves that, right? Yeah, was that... I think that was... Was that her that was on the Halloween episode where they're like in the library and there's like a slasher that they're trying to find? That show covered like a wide variety of stuff. I feel like it was kind of a good like growing up show. Like The earlier episodes with the kids are like fun and goofy. And then you have them go to college and like actual life problems and stuff. Definitely a good like coming of age story. I feel like the ending of that's pretty iconic too. You have like Mr. Feeney being like, do good. And I don't know which one of them says it, but it's like 3 of them are in the class and they're like, maybe it's Sean. I don't know. It's like, don't you mean do well? And he's like, no, do good. Meaning like do good things, not like perform well. So I would probably put Boy Meets World at the very top of this list, honestly. I think I mentioned that show even when I did my top shows of all time as an honorable mention. We've watched it, it's probably been like 10 years, but it's still, I thought, held up pretty well. The only spinoff you liked was Sex and the City spinoff. They also mentioned Party of 5 in the episode. Not much playing Yote. Need to finish my editing my charm view. Nice. How are you liking Yote in comparison to Tsushima thus far? I think, was it Eli who mentioned that earlier? No, King Matthew, you mentioned you were playing that. How's it been thus far? And hopefully the Tron stuff's going well. I think I saw you, I commented on that one on Discord. It seemed like you did not overly like it. I feel like in fairness though, Tron is like a concept I want to like, but I don't feel like I saw the one that came out. When was that? That was probably 2010-ish, 2011. And I thought that was okay. One of the few movies I actually saw in 3D. Feeney. Yeah. With Eric over the fence. All right. Rugrats. You guys good with very good? I know we went on so many tangents there, but I feel like this was like the staple Nickelodeon show, so it feels maybe blasphemous to drop it any lower. Speaking of like dark shows, there's one of the episodes with like the other baby, the like big baby, is like super scary. I feel like when I was a kid. But Yote gameplays improvement story sounds good. That's fitting. I think that's pretty standard for like those kind of games. Like something like BioShock, where it's like the second game probably has better like combat, but the story doesn't hold up as well. Eric was definitely a strong character. I will say, I've said this plenty of times before too. I think when I talked about it during TV shows. What do they do? That's my one probably gripe. Well, I probably have a few, but my main gripe with Boy Meets World. What happened to Mr. Turner? You had him get in this like bike accident, and then you just like wrote him off the show. Like, I'd have to rewatch it, but I remember thinking like, what happened to his character? I feel like his contract must have just like ended, and I was like, all right, people aren't gonna wonder. Tron Ares will be a skip it. Worth watching in 4D3. That's probably pretty cool visual effects, like seeing all the lights and stuff. Tommy and Chucky go to work. The wrangler dies. You had to cut half your review. Probably should have kept it full versus short. Oh, a full video instead of a short. Yeah, it's the hard part. That's like when I was doing the Last of Us TV episode reviews. And I decided at the beginning that I wasn't going to go like super in length. So I'm like, I'm going to do just shorts. And I think my first episode review was like 1:15. And then everyone after that was like 2:57 because you have to be under 3 minutes. Thankfully, they extended shorts to being up to 3 minutes. So, but yeah, Mr. Turner, he got fired. Is that why they wrote him off? That makes so much sense. As I said, you just had him like disappear. Like he had the accident, but then like he was still fine. It's interesting to hear that he got fired. That checks out. True, thumbnails do take a while. I've gotten a bit better at like streamlining that process, especially if I'm doing like a TV show where I have like the same general format. But yeah, you need to do more time with that. Shorts are kind of annoying. Whenever I do like a short and I post it, I have to go on my phone afterwards to pick a good spot to do like the thumbnail for the short, because on your computer, I'm pretty sure you can't pick the thumbnail location, but You can on your phone, weirdly enough. Fairly Odd Parents. Was that not on here? We got it on here. We'll get to that one. You were 6 minutes behind. That's happened. Did that happen before to you? glad to have you in the present. Pretty sure that's what happened. I mean, I would think that makes sense because they did an absolute horrendous job at explaining what happened to his character. They just had him disappear. True, I guess they expect you to be using your phone probably more often. SpongeBob. I kind of think SpongeBob's a little overrated, but I'm expecting you guys to be like, it's up here somewhere. I mean, SpongeBob's good, if I'm being honest. It's probably... That's probably a fair spot. I still think it's a little overrated. Like, I think it's people's like favorite cartoon of all time, but once again, super quotable. They made up for it with all Sean's dad stuff, though. Fair. They also, it annoyed me at the time, but I get it because it was a minor character. They have different actors play Tofanga's parents. They like swapped in some other characters. I'm like, okay. SpongeBob top tier. Now it sucks. I mean, SpongeBob came out like, it didn't come out like in 2000. It was kind of on the back end of me watching cartoons, but it was still like, I still watched it for a few years. You think regular? How's it going, Lexi? Hopefully writing was good. I feel like most people could have SpongeBob high. You think regular? 99 is when it came out. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, for minor characters, it's like, okay, I'll give you a pass. If you swapped out like Will Friedle or Ben Savage or whatever. I always get them confused. Fred Savage, Ben Savage? He was Ben Savage. Fred was the one in Princess Bride. I also agree. I think SpongeBob is overrated, but I still think it's good. So that's the problem. I feel like maybe we'll put behind Rocco. That seems fine. I've never heard this in my life. Taina? This has to be like a newer show. Never heard of this. SpongeBob is a masterpiece. Okay, cool. I'm glad I kept it up there then. Hands down. I think it's a lot of people's favorites. Like, it's kind of was the later generation Rugrats, I feel like, for people. Has anyone ever heard of the show? I do not know what this is. Looks like some kind of bad live-action Disney show. Don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. Teen Titans. Also kind of past my time. I did go see the movie like 8 years ago because I got a screener to go see it. Which it was pretty good, but I didn't watch enough of it. But it was, from what I could tell, was decent. So I would probably put it there, but I don't know what you guys think. The Trojan War, 1998, has Will Friedle and Jennifer Love Hewitt. I wish he was probably in more stuff. Like, I liked Will Friedle overall. He was in that one Disney Channel movie too, right? Where, I'm trying to remember the name of it. He like takes this girl, I think it's the President's Daughter, like My Date with the President's Daughter. Is that the name of it? He wants to take her to like prom or whatever. Meh. Yeah. I don't know if I totally disagree. You've heard of that one? I don't mind meh. I think the hard part is I probably would have liked it more if I was younger when it came out. It seems okay. That's So Raven. One that I didn't, honestly, for me, this would probably be kind of meh. Like, that's probably like there for me, if I'm being honest. HE double hockey sticks. I don't know if I remember that one. Okay, you agree with me? I feel good about that because I would have thought people really liked the show, but I don't know. Just seemed okay. Teen Titans is regular to good. Okay, we can move it up. Yeah, it probably should go there. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. That's Raven's all right. They remade it called Raven's Home. I've never heard of that. He was a demon trying to get a hockey player to sign his soul away. That sounds like the most like C-level like budget movie description, but let me look that up after this. Actually, I can check it now. HE double hockey sticks. Is that what you said it was called? I probably saw it, but I just don't remember that name. 1999 film. He's got like dyed hair here. Oh, I have seen this. Yeah, it's got the other kid from Boy Meets World too. Sean's brother. I probably would like it, honestly. Maybe I'll have to give that one a rewatch since I did get a Disney Plus. He looks so goofy wearing like these hockey pads. I don't know if I fully remember the like actual plot and all that, but maybe we'll check that one out. Yeah, Jack, yeah. I think the other trio of that group has gone on to do quite different things with her career, but it's on YouTube. Okay, maybe I'll check it there. Okay, yeah, you were saying that the other dude from Boy Meets World. All right, Jimmy Neutron. Another one that's a bit past my time. I don't want to say it's bad, but it's definitely meh at best. Maybe there. Meh. Okay. I think we're all in agreement there then. I feel like the animation style was very weird. Like it was almost kind of creepy looking. The Amanda Show, especially this one, I feel like is kind of weird after watching that documentary. I don't think I liked this as much as all that, if I'm being honest. Like Amanda Bynes was okay, but I think I like some of the other cast members on all that more. I'm kind of inclined to put this like there. AmandaPlease.com. When I first saw that, I'm like, uh-oh, there's a chat link in my... But yeah, I see what you're saying. I remember that. You never watched it? It was just imagine all that with only Amanda and like other characters. I mean, it was kind of similar to Drake and Josh, I guess, right? But a little bit more skit oriented. Ooh, the Angry Beavers. Honestly, this one's probably like pretty similar to Cat Dog for me. I think there was a crossover that even had these two in it at one point. Yeah, she's had quite the career path. She kind of had the same situation as Shia LaBeouf. Masterpiece. I don't disagree with... I mean... I did like it, that's for sure. It's hard to put it over like Rugrats, though. Seems like a decent spot. I don't really remember the like character voices. Like I'm trying to imagine what these two characters sound like, and it's kind of escaping me right now. I do remember liking it though. It kind of did cat dog, but without being connected. All right, works for you. All right, we're getting the final stretch here. You mentioned Fairly Odd Parents. We are here. Is this a hot take if I'm like, that's where I would put Fairly Odd Parents? You can hear their voices. I don't remember what they sound like. I think this was similar to Jimmy Neutron though, where it was like a little bit on my back end of watching. Very good to masterpiece. I would agree with meh, but we got fairly good to masterpiece. It does get boring. All right, so we got a bunch of meh, but we have up here too, so I kind of think we'll put it at the top of regular. That feels like it's kind of balancing out those few points. 04, yeah, that was definitely on the back end of watching stuff. Jet Jackson. Is that Taj Mowry? I remember the show, but I honestly, for me, it's like there. This is apparently my go-to spot for everything that I feel like meh about. Maybe low good or low regular. With Fairly Odd Parents. Never heard of it. It was not the best. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised not to see. When I first saw this, I was like, is this the jersey? Remember that show where they put like the jersey on and then get like thrown into a middle of a play? I think meh feels fine for that one. Okay, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, which is not the same as... weren't there like some spin-offs of this series? Another one that I was a little bit late on, so... it would probably go like there for me. You don't know a lot of these? Didn't you vote for this category, Bendy? Never got into it. Yeah, I think it was a back-end one for sure. I thought there was a spinoff of some other characters too, as I said. Or maybe this was the spinoff. That seems like an okay spot. Well, I don't know. I'm like, I'm using kind of Recess as my like level here. That's probably fine. The Little Mermaid. I didn't even know there was a TV show. Apparently, like, I'm putting it here because I know the movie. I think that is the spinoff. I thought the original one was like he was the main character, and this is like these are the main characters. Like, was it the Brothers Grimm or something? I don't know. It's okay, not amazing. Yeah, I think iCarly probably would have been the later, because this is... it seems like it's mostly late 90s shows. iCarly was like, what? Mid-2000s to late 2000s? Mid-2000s to like 2010s even? Alright, we'll keep a Little Mermaid here. 07, yeah, that was way past my time. The only reason I kind of know iCarly is because my friends like little brothers or people that I watch on YouTube like having some tie to that show. All right, Powerpuff Girls. That's probably up there, right? I kind of feel like I mentioned Rugrats was the staple of Nickelodeon. At that same time, Dexter and Powerpuff Girls were kind of the staples of Cartoon Network. Spice and everything nice. Yeah, there's also not I'm kind of surprised Scooby-Doo's not on this list. I remember back in the day, I don't know if anyone else remotely remembers this, but Cartoon Network did like a mascot competition where there was like every Cartoon Network character. I think it was like top 100. They like rattled down a list and they like ranked them. I don't know if like fans voted, but it got to number 1, and Scooby-Doo won the like. He was kind of voted like the official mascot of Cartoon Network, so it's kind of weird he's not here. Very good for Powerpuff. Yeah, Roger Jackson, the dude who voices Ghostface, is Mojo Jojo, I believe. Yeah, as one of the villains. I kind of feel like we keep it up here. You think very good, but I mean, it's kind of it's pretty close. All right, 4 left. Proud Family. It's bad if I want to put it there. I don't think it was for me, if I'm being honest. I didn't watch it a whole lot, but I don't think it was for me. It's decent. Maybe I'm disrespecting it too much then. Yeah. Maybe like right there then. Never seen it? Yeah, we'll put it in the meh category. Ren and Stimpy. Kind of, I mean, I'm not surprised because it was on Nickelodeon, but Ren and Stimpy was kind of edgy for a kid show. If I'm being honest, like they got a little bit wild. Where would I put Ren and Stimpy though? Honestly, I think it's kind of overrated. You watched the whole first season when it came out. Ren and Stimpy is disgusting. I don't think you're wrong. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Regular? Yeah. I think between these two, it seems okay. I never like sought it out, but it was okay. There's some funny jokes. I don't think you can make this show today from my recollection of the show. All right, we'll put this one up here first because have you guys watched Timon and Pumbaa? I didn't know that was a thing either. Apparently, they turned Disney movies into TV shows. So for me, it's I have not seen. Yeah, there's definitely, it's kind of what people say about The Office, where it's like, oh, you probably couldn't make that show today. Yeah, we'll keep that down there. And then we'll do the Wild Thornberrys as the wrap up. Honestly, it kind of looks like the same character here. The Wild Thornberrys. That's probably where I would put it. I don't think it was that bad of a show, but it was all right. Regular for you? That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe I give it a little bit too much praise, but you have Nigel Thornberry here. It's like the only character name I remember. And they have like the little like spastic little brother animal creature. Never heard of it. It was okay. It was pretty much the plot was you have this family who's like traveling out into like these crazy environments. Like I'm pretty sure for like the parents' profession. So they were kind of like constantly in like a camper and stuff like that, like going all over the place. Yeah, I thought it got pretty well known. It was a little bit later for me, but all right, we'll keep that there, I think. Well, that's our list. I don't know if we need to make any changes. I mean, these are all pretty solid at the top. That's a banger. Yeah, I would agree with all those. I think directionally this is pretty accurate. Honestly, we were pretty top heavy with stuff. Like we had Rugrats at the bottom here. Should we continue to move Cow and Chicken down though? It feels like that's only fair. Adventures, yeah, they're just like traveling all over the place. Nice. All right. Well, that was the 90s to 2000s cartoons. you guys are good with it, I will do another poll and we can see what we want to do next. I thought you had Rugrats lower. I don't mind putting in Masterpiece. I thought you were voting for it to go down. I will happily slide that up. I think that's a fair assessment. Because as I said, like that was like Nickelodeon staple. Then Dexter and Powerpuff Girls were Cartoon Network staple. Not a lot of love for... I mean, they didn't have a ton of Disney shows, but I'm noticing... What do we have? Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Disney, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, There's... I mean, it's probably pretty heavy with that on this list, but... I don't think they have a Guess the TV Show one. It's up to you guys though. I mean, we can jump to that instead, but I have other tier lists if you guys want to keep it on it. Is Rocco on there? Yeah. Sorry, I guess I can rattle off the top. So we have in the Masterpiece section, we have Kenan and Kel, Rocket Power, Rocco's Modern Life, SpongeBob, Dexter, Powerpuff Girls, Rugrats. Very good. We have Angry Beavers, Even Stevens, Doug, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Cat Dog. And then good, we have Harold, Invader Zim, Lizzie McGuire, and the Wild Thornberries. Yeah, Rocco's Modern Life, definitely classic. I'm surprised some people like that. Maybe it's kind of like a cult classic at this point where it's like one that wasn't as popular at the time, but people have kind of like grown to like it. Yeah, we have an endless amount of tier lists. Honestly, like I mentioned, the video game one, I think there's literally like, it says something on there like 1,500 games. So there's an endless amount of options here. All right, let me do another poll and let you guys chime in on what you want to do here. Second tier list. Okay, what did we say? We said we had fast food on there. We had main characters. We had actors. Is there any wild card ones I want to throw in here? Maybe I'll just throw in actresses. I will say when I looked at the actresses one, I did not know all the people on there, so that one would be probably chat reliant. All right, we'll let that run for like a minute or so. Yeah, I thought the actors one was decent from what I saw. That is true, we could do that. Save that for one like video game focused stream. Honestly, if I'm taking like chat input, that still would take like probably multiple streams because let's see how many we had on. Normally it says, let's see, 5, 7, 12, 16, 21. There was like 41, I think, that we just did with the TV shows. So I think the main characters one, as I mentioned, had like 150. So some of these are pretty lengthy. I try to find kind of a good blend of like not just only a couple, but not like, well, that video game one is endless, but pretty much all the other ones had realistic numbers. All right, we'll do another 30 seconds for the poll and then see what you guys think. Any big weekend plans you guys got? Anything fun going on? don't think we're doing too much this weekend. Probably just hang out. I know King Matthew mentioned doing the convention stuff, so that's probably how you're spending yours. My live stream, I would say go for it. I know you mentioned not wanting to like overlap with people, but I realized I kind of had that problem too. But at the same time, like, well, then I'm never gonna do it. So, you think you'll play like some of the stuff you picked up recently? 4-day weekend. Sounds like a good time. What do you plan on watching? I need to start. I know I mentioned how I pivoted my plan for the Halloween movie watching this year, but I still need to watch the ones I do plan to watch. All right, let's end the poll there. Okay, actors. We can do that. Tells you just stream anyway. Cope does stream. Definitely. I know I'm always a fan of kind of spreading your guys' channel stuff. So if you're interested in, you do mostly like horror games, don't you? I'd say. I mean, you did some COD Zombies the other day. I think you've done Diablo in the past. Resident Evil, obviously. But yeah, definitely check her stuff out if you're interested. All right, let's do actors. I think I knew most of these, but there's probably be a handful that I still do not know. Okay, we're going to clean up this list because the descriptors we have for the tiers here is... Actually, I'm just going to share. But we're going to clean up this list, I think. Look, there's way too many tiers here. We're going to have like too much on the screen. But also, he's fun. He's like down here. It's like, isn't that a good thing? I don't know why you're like down in this category. I mean, we can keep that. I think we try to have in like an S, A, B, C, D, F. So 6 categories. So let's like delete you. How do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's take out he is funny. Let's take out this one. So we have, when I see his face, I click. His acting is remarkable. He is decent. Meh, I don't like him. And he is bad actor. Okay. Should I have another category? I mean, I don't think we'll probably need another category for like don't know. Because if I don't know them, you guys probably do. So we can keep it like this. If we don't know, maybe we'll just say they suck. Yeah, Cope, you can throw it on there. Appreciate you asking, though. Definitely share your links so Rusty can check it out. Or you can share it in Discord, too. Either way. Sometimes some Hot Wheels. Yeah, I don't think I would do it on stream, but I was playing... I've been playing a lot of Apex this past week. I know it's kind of a dated game at this point. Yeah, I appreciate you asking. I mean, I said it, but I like when people kind of like, if they're gonna do something like that, they'll get permission. But I'm totally fine with you sharing it either way, here or there, honestly. But yeah, I don't think I would stream Apex, but if anybody that is in chat wants to play sometime off stream, I've been playing a decent amount of that. I know. Cope, we've been talking to Robert about that. I don't think it's typically your cup of tea. It sounds like you're maybe more of a Vermintide fan, which I would be up for that too at some point. All right, so we have I think there's like 70 something actors here. So decent spread. Once again, I'll give the caveat. If your favorite actor's not here, do not blame me. Blame the creator. I did pick this one, but there was not... Honestly, tier lists are a little bit worse than bracket fights with like included nominees. But I found this list was probably pretty inclusive. Vermintide, you're not into Apex. It's fair. You're like you're a fan of FPS stuff though, aren't you? I will say, having not played it for a bit, I have to like recalibrate learning like people's powers. I have debated too. I used to play Dead by Daylight a whole lot, and I've debated picking it up on Steam to stream it sometimes. If honestly people want to play that too, that's an easy game to like just hop in. But I think I would only do it. I don't have a behavior account, the dev, but they have cross progression now, or like cross playing. And if I could keep my like progression on PlayStation on Steam, then I would be down. But if I can't and I have to start over, I don't know if I'd want to. That's a pretty grindy game, so. Used to hate FPS, now love it. I used to like it, and then I kind of veered away from it. And then since getting back into PC, like when I bought Halo, I'm like, all right. I think I got kind of burnt out in like the Call of Duty formula of like, all right, annual game, same thing. They did Vin Diesel wrong in the picture. Yeah, I also did not pick these photos, so I think that's, I mean, his one ear is kind of covered by that text behind him. All right. These seem like decent categories. We pretty much have S tier, A tier, B, C, D, and F. Which, obviously, this is their acting skills. I mean, if they have troubled past, we can talk about them in person, but... check out Forgive Me. Yeah, I remember see you mentioning that one on your Discord. It'll get me back into it. I'll check out the game at least. All right, we have was this Tom Hardy? I'm gonna totally forget somebody's name who's like a famous actor because I'm just gonna like draw a blank here. But we have appears to be Tom Hardy here. For a while there, I feel like he was in everything. I've seen people mention. I think Mike from We Watched a Movie mentioned one time that Tom Hardy as like a main lead is not as good. Like he doesn't do it as well as like a supporting character, which I think I would probably agree with that. Like I'm not big into like the Venom movies, but he's good in like Inception or I don't know what else. Every other Christopher Nolan movie. Yeah, if you stream it, I'll check it out too. Tom Hardy's all right. He was great in the Venom trilogy, so B tier. A+++. Keep in mind, we can't put everybody in A+++. I don't think I've seen Bronson. All right, so me and King Matthew are thinking here, and you're thinking at least here. I think we'll keep him a decent if you're okay with that. We can definitely shuffle around if it feels like. That's fair. All right, Vin Diesel. All right, so I'm going to have to calibrate. I feel like I always try to define what we're judging here because I guess we'll go with actors we like because I feel like I like Vin Diesel and stuff, but I would not call him a good actor. But we'll treat this as like actors we like as opposed to like they are peak cinema. They're going to win like best actor. Diesel for me, I don't know. He's probably meh. B tier. C++. I'm kind of in the same ballpark as you guys. I do really like him in Fast and Furious. Does he really do a lot else these days? He's like Groot, right? From Guardians. I wasn't big into the whole Riddick franchise. They were okay, like Pitch Black and that. Matt seems okay. All right, what do we got here? Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe, I feel like he's good in stuff. I just don't watch a lot of stuff he's in. See, the hard part is these tiers. His acting is remarkable. I'm kind of like, yeah, it is, but I'm trying to view this as like, do I like him? If I see he's in a movie, am I gonna go watch it? More likely. He's probably better than Tom Hardy. You love Pitch Black? Yeah, Gladiator's really like the only thing that really comes to mind that he's in. Wasn't he in that kind of like questionable Robin Hood movie too? Yeah, and that's why honestly let's change these. I think his acting is remarkable. He's getting me like mixed. We'll keep it. He is bad actor at bottom though. Because if I saw a movie had him in it, I don't think I'd really rush out to see it. Put you there, I think. Robin Hood 2010, yeah, like I didn't see that. I just remember watching the trailers to that. Yeah, we'll put you there. All right, Mr. Damon. He's probably S tier for me. I'm thinking probably S tier. Maybe A, but you don't know that actor? Matt Damon? I'm not going crazy. How do you like them apples? A, I guess. I could see A. I think maybe you didn't recognize him because his face looks a little bit goofy in this picture. Because he's in like a million things. I don't know, his face looks kind of chubby here. It just looks kind of, it's a weird photo. You think an A? I don't know. Matt Damon's in it. I am more likely to watch it if he's in something. To your point, Good Will Hunting. Oh, okay. You think B tier? Well, you guys said A and B. We'll put them in A, I guess. Now you just said movies I love: Ocean's 11 and The Departed. The Bourne movies I'm kind of hit or miss on. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep him in S. I feel like he's pretty solid. The debate will be is him or Leo higher, because I think they're kind of similar career paths. And I guess Ben Affleck a little bit. You think that's his best work? I don't think so. Really? Good Will Hunting? How do you like them apples? Yeah, and Eurotrip, Scotty Doesn't Know. That was such a weird cameo. I love when they like surprise you with that. Yeah, I have that song on iTunes also. I forgot who sings that, like officially. I highly recommend adding it to your catalog of movies. I mean, maybe not October because if you're wanting to watch horror stuff, but yeah, it's a classic. What I have at number 4 on my list, I think. It's got Damon, it's got Affleck, it's got Robin Williams. Lustre, that's who it is, yeah. It's kind of, I mean, I don't want to say coming of age because it's like they're adults, but it's thematically like a coming of age for adults. Yeah, you got it too, Rusty. I don't know if they sing anything else. That's like the only song I know by them, but all right, Tom Cruise. So here's where we're getting in the weird place of like personal life does influence me a little bit. Because, I mean, Collateral, very underrated movie. If you haven't seen that, I would highly recommend it. But kind of a weird guy. I'm also not a big Mission Impossible fan. Some of his older stuff I didn't fully get into. So I don't know. Like acting wise, he's got to be like here. But then it's Tom Cruise, so I'm a little torn. S tier? Oh no, Will Ferrell's on this list. Yeah, I mean, you can balance me out though. Maybe he'll wind up in the middle somewhere. All right, so we got S tier. So we say A plus. I don't mind putting him in A. I'm gonna keep Matt Damon above him, I think, but I can recognize him as an actor is pretty impressive, but he does like jump on couches and brainwash people with Scientology. So you take the bad with the good. True, that is a fair point. He's still, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but he is jumping off of like bridges with motorcycles and hanging off of planes. Adding to him being a little bit crazy, but it's cool, I guess. So, all right, so we got Will Ferrell. All right, we got Jason Sudeikis. No, I'm just kidding. For me, Will Ferrell is probably like right here. I'm not going to say he is a bad actor, but I do not like a lot of stuff he's in. But there's some good stuff like Anchorman, solid. If he's like a supporting character, I can tolerate him a little bit more. Like in Wedding Crashers, you have him for like a max of 10 minutes. Then it's like, all right, I can do that. But then if you give me 2 hours of Will Ferrell, I don't know. A plus. Step Brothers I did like also. B tier. You better bring his picture up. Mom, that you love. Yeah, he's got some great lines. I cannot deny that. Although, as I said, I think I'm partially influenced by, if you watch The Office and you get to the part with Will Ferrell, I'd be curious your thoughts after watching 7 seasons of Steve Carell as Michael, and then you get to Will Ferrell. It doesn't work as well. And I think that I hold against him a lot. Boats and Hoes. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, so you said B and you said A plus, and I said D. So he can be ahead of Vin Diesel. I think that's a fair spot. What do you think? It is weird having comedic actors against like drama, but I think C plus is okay for now. I don't want to have this be too top heavy because there's a lot of faces I'm seeing that I could definitely put high up. All right, Jason Sudeikis or Ted Lasso, whatever we want to consider him. I don't think I really seek stuff out that he's in, but I think he's pretty good every time I see him in something, if I'm being honest. Obviously, he's also mostly comedy. Never heard of him. I think you have. I don't think you would think you have, but you've seen him in a bunch of stuff. Like, I don't know, Cope, name more stuff that he is in. Is he in Horrible Bosses? What else? We're the Millers, right? A lot of those kind of movies. A plus. It's hard to judge him against, as I said, some of these drama people. He's probably at least, I would feel good about like B plus. Yeah, that seems like an okay spot. Well, it's either A minus or B plus for me. He's in a lot of things in Small Rules. I'm pretty sure Jason Sudeikis, who was the main dad, right? Him and Will Poulter. You'll take B+. And what's her name from Scream 4? Emma Roberts. And Jennifer Aniston. They had a pretty star-studded cast that played that family. All right. Yeah, he's in Horrible Bosses with them. That's right. You're good. I mean, very similar. We have Ryan Reynolds. I feel like I used to like Ryan Reynolds a lot more than I do now. I don't know if it's because he's kind of branched out beyond just like acting. He's funny. But I feel like when he tries to be funny for too long, he kind of gets a little bit of that Will Ferrell. Honestly, I'm thinking maybe like there. Deadpool, yeah. I mean, Deadpool's an example if you're getting too much of him, in my opinion. I don't think I've seen that, no. He's kind of annoying, probably C tier. It was interesting having him in Life. I mean, he was also, if we're talking this month, what was it, Amityville Horror? That was like pretty early Ryan Reynolds. He's funny. He goes under Will Ferrell, though. So you're playing the comparison game? You said C, King Matthew? I could do that, probably. He's above Will Ferrell, let's be real. But I can accept the C+. All right, Bruce Willis. He's had a rough go of things lately. I'm not a big Die Hard fan, so there's not a whole lot of Bruce Willis stuff that I personally like. I can appreciate he's in a lot of those like action movies, but if I'm being real, like it's probably there for me because him being in a movie doesn't really draw me in. That's true. He was also in Blade Trinity. He made him so mad on set. I don't know. You guys Bruce Willis fans? S tier? I'm debating overriding you here since Cope agrees with me. I can acknowledge like a lot of people do like him. Like, what was it? 16 Blocks? Is that the name of the movie they was in with Mos Def? Was okay. I don't know. If I'm seeing a movie that one of these characters are in, actors-wise, I'd probably even click something that had Will Ferrell in it more than Bruce Willis. If I'm judging like who's a good actor, I'm putting Bruce Willis higher, but favorite, it's not that high for me. Whole 9 Yards, yeah, that was a decent one. With Matthew Perry, right? I think we'll keep you there. I know it may be kind of shafting him a little bit, but... All right, we have Morgan Freeman. Is Morgan Freeman ever a main character in something? I'm normally thinking of him being like an accompanying character. He's obviously like God in Bruce Almighty. Shawshank, he's kind of next to Tim Robbins. Morgan Freeman is probably, I mean, he probably deserves like somewhere up top, but I'm never wanting to watch a movie because Morgan Freeman's in it, I would say. Yeah, Matthew Perry, it's definitely sad. Oh, you guys are both saying A. I don't mind that choice. He's definitely between this for me. He does have great. I mean, his voice is pretty iconic. Like he has what, March of the Penguins. He just narrates the whole movie. It's weird because you guys wanted Tom Cruise higher, and I'm like, he's better than Tom Cruise, but he's also down here. So I'm a little conflicted. He was the president in Deep Impact. I don't know if I fully remember that one. All right, we will keep you there. Sure. Yeah, we'll keep you there. All right, Leo. Leo is kind of a weird spot for me. I think he's another example of somebody I used to like a lot more, and now I'm kind of like, I don't know, you're just like dating 20-year-olds at this point. But he's a great actor. I think I like him slightly worse than Damon, although if we're talking The Departed, I was definitely Team Leo in that movie. I think you're probably supposed to be. It's got Elijah Wood. I'll have to maybe watch it then. I don't know if I really remember what happens in that. I didn't really like Shutter Island, honestly. I wanted to like it. It felt like something I would enjoy. B+. We can agree maybe put him there. I mean, he has so many iconic roles like Titanic, Inception, one of the later ones. As I said, him and Damon, I feel like their careers are very similar. All right. I've actually, I'm not going to have known everybody thus far, although I'm seeing you. That's not Danny Trejo, is it? I can't fully tell who that is. I wasn't really into Django Unchained. Yeah, I remember it being similar to Armageddon, but I could not tell you most of what happens in that movie. That feels like a weird movie to have Elijah Wood in it, if I'm being honest. All right, Jack Black. So this is a tough one for me because honestly, if it was like, once again, old school Jack Black, like Shallow Hal and like him back in the day, he'd be like somewhere up here. But we have current Jack Black doing like Jumanji and Minecraft and like everything else that's kind of meh. But so do I balance that out and say like there? You love Django? He also kind of had that whole drama with his Tenacious D stuff. You like the Jumanji movies? They're fine. I mean, how many movies do we need it with Jack Black, Kevin Hart, and The Rock? Honestly, I think that's the main thing. When Jack Black's like tied to that duo also, it's like you guys are just the same characters in every movie. I know The Rock's trying to branch out now, but yeah, I think mid B seems fine. I definitely prefer his older movies. All right, we got Jamie Foxx. For me, Jamie Foxx is like a C+. You like the chick in Jumanji? That's fair. I feel like the original Jumanji just holds up so much better, though. What do you guys think about Jamie Foxx? I'm thinking probably C+. You liked Amazing Spider-Man 2? Didn't everybody hate that movie? I think that's why that franchise got canceled. He was decent in the No Way Home, I'll say. She's Nebula on the Marvel? Okay. All right, you guys are all saying C, so I think that's fair. Keep you there. We have Gerard Butler. I'm not very high on you either. Honestly, I don't want to like keep hating on Bruce Willis, but I kind of feel like Gerard Butler's like here to me. like what he was in like 300, and then a lot of like rom-com things and action romance stuff. So he's hovering C- to me, I think. Probably B. D plus. I have. Wait, no, that's the one you mentioned that I thought I had seen, but I had not. Right? Yeah, I was thinking of that like murder mystery party thing that Michael C. Hall was in. But I'll have to watch Gamer. Yeah, you said D plus and you said B. That's probably an okay spot then. Someone's gonna come in and see Bruce Willis down here and they're like, I don't trust your opinion on anything anymore. But Liam Neeson. Honestly, to me, he's just like there. Qui-Gon Jinn, Taken. Law Abiding Citizen, another one. Have you guys ever seen the interview with Liam Neeson where he's being asked about the compensation for his peer female actors? If not, you should watch it. It's hilarious. It's kind of what I think of when I think of Liam Neeson at this point. He's A tier. That's true. He was Ra's al Ghul, right, in Batman Begins. I didn't really like Batman Begins. It's been a while since I've seen it, so maybe I would change my thought. Play D minus. Yeah, you guys should watch the interview with him. He's as I said, he's asked about like fair payment with his female co-stars, and they asked him. He's like fully supportive of it, and the interviewer asks him, "So, are you willing to like give up some of your salary to, provide to one of your co-stars?" And he's like, "What? No. That's not necessary." He like totally backtracks. It's kind of funny. You hit it, Batman Begins. Yeah, I wasn't high on it either. Honestly, The Dark Knight's probably the only one in that franchise I really like. All right, so this one is this. Who is this? Is this Danny Trejo? It kind of looks like, but it kind of doesn't too. Who is this? Do you guys know? I feel like it doesn't fully look like him, but that's my best guess of who this is supposed to be. That's not him. Okay, I didn't. Do you know who this is? I don't know who this is then. I need to like reverse Google search this image. It's not. Yeah, I don't know who it is then. He may go in. He is bad actor unless you guys know. Yeah, they'll go in. He is bad actor. No offense to whoever that is. All right, Kevin Hart. Yikes. I think Kevin Hart's going in D for me. I'm going to say this all night apparently. I liked early like stand-up comedy Kevin Hart. And then he churned out so many of these movies that are just like, bleh. I know he's also had the drama with he's one of the people that's doing like the Saudi Arabia thing, right? D, yeah, I think honestly that may be doing him too much service. He may be, and he is bad actor. He did have The Upside, which was an okay movie, I will say, with Bryan Cranston. Right, I'll have 1 and 2. All right, you're saying C, so maybe D is a good spot to balance that out. All right. We have Sir Keanu. This is 100% like a personal thought, but honestly, I'm tempted to put Keanu somewhere here. Like he's Neo. I know he does the John Wick stuff. Hardball, he's awesome in. Speed, he's pretty good in. The Replacements, underrated sports movie. Seems like a good dude. A++, S tier. All right. We'll put you up here. I feel better about that since you guys are agreeing. He's also in Cyberpunk. Okay, we got McConaughey. This is gonna be a hot take. I'm pretty lukewarm on McConaughey. I acknowledge he's in a lot of good stuff, like Interstellar and True Detective and so many other things. But I think he's just okay. I mean, I can give him his flowers a little bit and say like, there's where I would put him. But I'm imagining most people putting him up here somewhere. The Replacements. Yeah, I love that movie. It's so funny. If I ever do like a top sports movies, that would be high on the list. That and obviously Remember the Titans. True Detective, got to give him A+. You've never seen any of his movies? You're talking about McConaughey? Yeah, you have. I promise you, there's no way. You thought that Keanu's only bad film was Matrix 4? He was in some other... Did you guys see that? Speaking of horror movies, since it is October, what was it called? It's where he goes to... The plot is like... I think Ana de Armas is in it, but... He goes to this house with these two girls because it's like raining a ton, and they invite him in and they like trick him into like hooking up with them, and then they say that they're underage and stuff like that. And it gets weird. But I I didn't really plan to watch it. It was just on TV one time and it was not very good. That's one of the bad ones for him, I'll say. True Detective, gotta give me A+. Yeah, I'd be up for doing top sports movie sometime. Yeah, I did not like it for sure. You said A+ for McConaughey. I think B+ feels like a good... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you just pretty much list off a lot of his top ones. Reign of Fire, forgot about that one. I haven't seen that forever, and that has him and Christian Bale, right? All right, well, maybe against your wishes, keep him in that territory. It feels weird having him next to Jack Black, though, I will say. Kind of like, you should be much better than Jack Black. Dazed Confused, yeah, some of his older stuff. Robert Downey Jr. He kind of had a rough career path until he came back with the whole Iron Man. You have Tropic Thunder, throwing a comedy there. Due Date, right? The knockoff of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Robert Downey, for me, he's probably like there. Contact with Jodie Foster. Is that the plane one? I'm trying to think of the one where she's on the plane. Yeah, I've seen Sherlock Holmes. I wasn't like huge into those movies, but he was pretty good in that. He's pretty good at getting into the character, I will say. You said B+. It's roughly same row. Contact is a 90s alien one. If I fully remember that one then. Yeah, he was in Zodiac. I think you're right. I think wasn't there 2 Zodiac movies that came out like right around the same time? I think I liked the other one more. The one with Jake Gyllenhaal, right? B tier. Yeah, it seems like a good spot. All right, we got Jackie Chan here. Honestly, like, Jackie Chan, great in Rush Hour. Great in, what is it, Shanghai Noon? The stuff with, like, Owen Wilson, the Western stuff. Jackie Chan, he's kind of a weird one to place, if I'm being honest. You're probably like right there. Another person that did all their stunts. Oh yeah, just as you said that, yeah. Yeah. I remember seeing the outtakes on, I think it was Rush Hour 2, where he's like trying to jump through stuff and he's getting caught. He is very impressive. B tier. I think that's probably right. Seems like a good dude. He was in that latest Karate Kid movie, right? I didn't wind up seeing that one, but you don't care for him? Fair. We'll probably keep you mid B. That seems. I'm assuming I don't care for him means like down here, but we'll do Steve Buscemi here, and then I may take a quick couple minute break. Steve Buscemi. I know he's in, what is it? Peaky Blinders, whatever one of those like TV shows. I don't know if that's the one, but I mostly know him from like the goofy Adam Sandler roles that he plays. So I don't know him overly for his serious stuff. If it's me picking, honestly, I am having him down here, but I think he's probably well liked by a lot of people. Boardwalk Empire, yeah, that's it. That's what I meant. I think we literally did that last time when you mentioned Boardwalk Empire, where he's like a mobster, right? Yeah, I mean he's in like Billy Madison, Grown Ups, all of the Sandler stuff. Happy Gilmore 2. I don't personally really care for him, but I've heard he does pretty good at actual drama. I'd probably put him like there. But I assume he's probably decent. I just haven't seen enough with him in it. Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Fargo. That's fair. I guess I have seen. I've seen parts of Reservoir Dogs and Fargo. Obviously, I've seen Pulp Fiction. A+. Okay, I can't keep you in D then if that's the case. I'll put you just above Will Ferrell. Just for you. That seems okay. I mean, maybe it's not fully up to A+, but I don't know. Close enough, right? All right, let me, I'll keep the, actually, I'll let you guys kind of take a peek at who's upcoming. And I'm going to take a quick, like 2-minute break here. And we will finish off with these actors. All right, I'll copy this over and I will be right back. music back on. I appreciate you guys taking a quick break there. Grab some more brown water as you quoted it. So, all right. Appreciate that, Cope. Yeah, if anyone hops in, wants to like the stream or sub, appreciate you. All right, so yeah, we have Ed Helms first, to your point. Let's see here. C+. He does kind of feel like he's like the worst version of Jason Sudeikis, right? Like I got them early on in their careers, I kind of got them confused. And then they were like both in We're the Millers. Obviously from like The Hangover. Also from The Office, he plays Andy. C+ maybe feels about right. Well, I'm looking at Kurt Russell here. I'm like, why are you that high? I don't know if you guys feel. I kind of debated bringing him down. I'm debating doing something like that, maybe. Let's see. Okay, you think Johnny Depp's going to be A? You think he's aging terribly? I don't know if I've seen him too much recently. I know he was in like court the other day, or like the last few years with the whole Amber Heard stuff, but... Or I guess that was for like 5 years ago at this point. Yeah, it's kind of weird not to have Heath Ledger on here. Not the brown water. Bring him down. Yeah. Yeah, the big he plays the villain, which is a weird. I don't think he's normally ever really a bad guy. He's normally like the nerdy, like getting just destroyed by life character. Oh, I think, yeah, we'll keep you at C+. That seems fair. We have a lot of C characters pretty soon here. All right, we got Chris Rock. I agree with you, Bendy. I am that way half the time too, where I'm like, okay, can I say I'm a fan of movies if I don't know your name? But yeah, a lot of times I'm better with faces for sure. Like we're playing Guess the Movie. I'm like, I know you from that thing. You know what I'm saying, that thing. Chris Rock. I mostly like Chris Rock, I'll say. Like Down to Earth, his older comedies. He's in a lot of stuff with Sandler, obviously. I didn't really care for Spiral. I know that was him trying to play a more serious role. I think he thrives with the comedy. Chris is good, C+. C tier. Kopi's a movie fanatic. That is fair, that's a good reason. I guess, unfortunately, if we did a Saw ranking, Spiral would be lower than where Will Ferrell is. I will tell you that, for me. I think that movie struggled by calling it a Saw movie. I think it probably would have done better if it was just like cop drama movie. I think in C+. Yeah, you can put him there. Yeah, I will always make fun of the voice too. It's like, hello, Detective Banks. It's like, what is the? How am I supposed to be scared by this thing? It's like, you are not remotely John Kramer. You want me to put him behind Jamie Foxx, you're saying? I mean, I can. I don't know if I'm thinking out loud. I'm like, I mean, Jamie Foxx does better at dramas, like Baby Driver. No way he's better than him. I required ice cream. That sounds good. Yeah, we can put him behind Jamie Foxx if you want. I feel like Cow and Chicken is going to be Kurt Russell for this because I'm like continuing to want to just like drag him down. I'm like, I don't really. You're fine in Gladiator, but you're welcome. Yeah, I just wish they didn't do Saw then. Like, if you're gonna do some other franchise, just start over. Don't have Tobin Bell's franchise be used. All right, we got Orlando Bloom, or should I say we have Will Turner, Bootstraps Bill, his son, I guess, technically, and Legolas. That's kind of, I feel like, all I really know Orlando Bloom from. That's true. I haven't seen A Beautiful Mind in a long time. Legolas, yeah, you guys are on it. I assume he's in like rom-coms and stuff too, right? Because the only thing I really think of him in is Pirates and Lord of the Rings. C-, dang. And he's Katy Perry's husband. Is that his biggest claim to fame? He's the husband of the woman that went to space. C tier. Since her first single. She had some hits in there. Funnily enough, I feel like that was like a big, was that I Kissed a Girl? I think that was a big high school like workout song. But Orlando Bloom. It's hard because I do like Lord of the Rings and I kind of like Pirates. The first one at least. But do I like it because you're in it, or do I just like it anyway? That was a solid song. She had some other good ones too. Didn't she? I should have heard that did the Super Bowl a few years ago. Firework, okay. Yeah, it's one of her later ones. What else? Like E.T. was a decent one by her. All right, we got Sam Jackson, the man who is in the like most movies all time, I'm pretty sure. Sam Jackson's probably like there, right? Pretty solid. Bo Burnham makes fun of that song. I could see him doing that. S tier, you're thinking? But once again, how often is Sam Jackson the main character of something? He's like side character in Deep Blue Sea. He's like side character in Star Wars. Like he's in a ton of stuff, but is he leading? He's a side character in Spiral. Bo Burnham is great. I'll have to go back and listen to his stuff. I liked him when I was younger, for sure. Also, 8th Grade was a decent movie. Oh, that's interesting. What do you think about Sam Jackson? Pretty iconic. I don't know if I like him more than these three, but probably more than both of these two. B. All right, so you said S and you said B. That feels like an appropriate spot then. I don't think if I'm looking for a lead, I'm going to pick him. That's kind of the hard part. Whereas you may for some of these other faces. Like you would for McConaughey even. You would for, I don't know. All right, Johnny Depp. You guys were talking about him earlier. I think, Matthew, you said A was what you thought. I'm mixed on Johnny Depp. From what I've seen that he's in, he's okay. Like, he'd probably go like there for me. Blow was good, I guess. I did like him in that. Obviously, Pirates. What else? Secret Window or whatever. He's decent. B for Johnny Depp. Yeah, I never watched the Willy Wonka stuff. I thought people liked him in that, though. That's fair. Maybe not as good as the OG. All right, Jim Carrey. Kind of, I mean, if I'm naming, like, if you had to name one name for, like, 90s comedian, Jim Carrey may be the answer. Like, Sandler, obviously. I think I would say Jim Carrey was the answer. For me, Jim Carrey... Jim Carrey probably goes right there for me. S+. There's some dark humor in that film. Huh. Wasn't Jim Carrey the one in that, what was that? It was kind of supposed to be like a horror movie or like a darker toned movie. The like black and white one. Wasn't that him? I didn't really like, I can't remember the name of that one, but I did not like it. He's S tier. Yeah, the number 13, that's what it was. I thought that was kind of... Like, do you like Jim Carrey outside of drama? That's kind of... Or outside of comedy? I don't know if I do as much. Number 23. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, where he's like seeing stuff all over the walls or whatever. He was solid in Ace Ventura. I could say... We'll put you at the bottom of S. I can take that. Yeah, he's hilarious. Like Liar Liar, kind of underrated. Obviously Dumb and Dumber. That's probably one of the movies I quote like the most. So you're telling me there's a chance. Didn't he just do the Sonic movie though? Sonic 3? I thought he was like retired, but then he came back for Sonic 3. I don't know if he's like now finally done. I don't like The Mask, to be honest. I kind of... You saying that makes me want to track him down because he acts like Will Ferrell in The Mask, I feel like. It's too much. The Cable Guy. Yeah, it's a decent one. The animated nonsense. He's not animated in that, though. It's a live action, actually. He retired after Sonic 3. I thought he retired after Sonic 2, then came back for 3, so that's why. Maybe he re-retired. All right, we have Senor Galifianakis here. Which, another one known for comedy. He is, I'm blanking on the name of it, but in that movie that the kid is in the hospital with him. I thought he was pretty good in that. He's also kind of being funny in that. Yeah, he's kind of the... I don't want to say main character because it's probably Bradley Cooper, but one of the trio with Ed Helms in The Hangover. Honestly, Cope, I was going to start a Discord with you and Robert asking about playing a game, and I was going to call it the Wolf Pack. But... TMNT movies are the live action ones, the characters aren't anime, they're just wearing like costumes, like they're wearing like Godzilla suits. It's kind of a funny story. Yeah. B tier for him. He, I think, does the Will Ferrell humor well for me, that he doesn't grow stale. Like he doesn't normally go too far over the edge. Like he does the same style, but it like stops when it needs to stop. Kind of would be fitting to put him next to Ed Helms or next to Robert Downey Jr. since they're both in due date. Yeah, the 90s ones, the where they're wearing the suits, live actions. The recent ones are animated. Oh, it's what you just said. The Megan Fox one is live action, but the recent ones are animated. Like the one I posted about the other day on YouTube, Mutant Mayhem, like the Ice Cube one. is animated, and the one from 2007 is animated. Most of the TV show, all the TV shows are animated. The only live actions are the original trilogy from the early 90s and the Megan Fox ones. The two of those are live action. B+, B tier. I mean, that's kind of also a fitting. We have the mustache crew right here. You didn't like 2007? That I'll say that may be my favorite one. I really enjoyed it. But that was also kind of like I hadn't watched Ninja Turtles in a long time, and then that came out, and I was like, Ninja Turtles are kind of cool. All right, we have Tyrese Gibson here, who I think actually recently got arrested in Georgia. Fun fact or not fun fact? Masterminds. That sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it. Oh, the OG trilogy, the 90s live action. That's fair. That's fair to like those. Tyrese for me. I mean, what's he in other than Fast and Furious? Like, he was good in Too Fast, Too Furious, where he just like tells Brian that he's hungry all the time. For me, Tyrese is probably here, honestly. Has Kristen Wiig, Kate McKinnon, and Owen Wilson in it. Pretty deep comedy cast. You think B tier? I mean, he was kind of goofy in the second one. He was kind of the comedic relief. Honestly, he got kind of serious because him and Ludacris are like astronauts now, right? You said B? I don't know. I don't think he's that good. Of the stuff I've seen him in, like, is pretty limited, I will say, but C+. That's true. He was in Transformers. I forgot about that one. Ugh. How about right there? All right, Tom Hanks. Another one early on I really liked. He had not really done a whole lot in the last 20 years that I really needed to go see. But his catalog is pretty solid, so it's probably somewhere around there. He's returning for Transformers. Yeah, I mean, he's great in like all the old stuff, like Big, Saving Private Ryan, Catch Me If You Can. I'm not a big Forrest Gump fan, though, I will say. Green Mile. Yeah, Toy Story, actually. Good point. All right, we'll put him at the top of it. It feels like a good spot then. Channing Tatum, famous Demon Slayer voice actor. Channing Tatum. Also in that other movie that Rusty just saw, was it Elevator Man? What's the name of that one? Something Man? Running? No, it's not Running Man. Where he's sleeping in the back of that store. Channing Tatum. Has some good ones. Has 21 Jump Street. He's probably a C-level actor for me, though. Like, for me, he's probably like there. Roofman, yeah. What about Forrest Gump do I not like? I will admit that I probably need to rewatch it again, but I feel like when I watched it when I was younger, I was just kind of like, it's okay. It's not, I can acknowledge, like, it's got a lot of classic lines, but I don't know. I probably should rewatch it, but it feels like it was just okay as far as a plot for me. C tier, you like them in 21 Jump Street and 22. Yeah. D plus. I did not see the Lost City movie. Yeah, I probably should rewatch Forrest Gump. All right, so you said D plus and C. Yeah, I think I'll probably watch it sometime in the next couple of years. Give it another shot. C plus or D plus and C, huh? So it sounds like I should bring it down a little bit. How about just before Gerard Butler? Yeah, I remember seeing the advertising for that movie. It didn't look very good, or like something I would be interested in. It was kind of, I mean, as it sounds like, almost like a Tomb Raider-esque thing, right? It was average. It's kind of the vibe I got. A Man Called Otto. I don't think I am familiar with that one. All right, Brad Pitt. Great name, obviously, so it's got to be up here. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, he hasn't done much in the last however many years, but I don't know if he has to. He has such a great catalog already. I don't know. It may be the top of S or top of A. I mean, he's probably D. They're really. You think so? B plus. I think you guys really don't like him. I guess we're definitely bringing it down. I mean, another Ocean's 11. You have 7. Apparently, a lot of numbers that rhyme. Yeah, he definitely was earlier on. Kind of would be fitting to maybe have him here. You said B plus and D. Yikes. You think he sucks that bad? I mean, he hasn't been in a whole lot lately, but I don't think he's like, that means he's bad. Mr. and Mrs. Smith didn't really care for it, I'll say that. Bullet Train. Fight Club, yeah, it's another one. Troy. All right, you kind of convinced me with those two inclusions. I think we keep it A minus, considering I went S and you guys went, well, you said D. D is like blasphemous for him, I feel like, right? I didn't really like World War Z, but yeah, that's another one. He's in your favorite movie. Is that Fight Club? I feel like that's a lot of people's favorites. Never actually saw it, but heard good things about it. Andy Samberg. This feels weird because I kind of... He's funny in I Love You, Man as Paul Rudd's brother, but he's better than Kevin Hart, but honestly, like, I don't know. His comedy is a little bit goofy. Like, I feel like how Adam Sandler is today with his movies, which aren't that great. That is like Andy Samberg's like portfolio. D, and you adore him. This is the dichotomy of man on display here. I just feel like he's in a lot of like not great movies. What was that one with him and Sandler actually, where he's like his son, like That's My Boy or whatever it was called? I don't know. Was he the main character in Hot Rod? I'm trying to remember who that was in that. Yeah, King Matthew just called it. I think he was this kid in that, and it was like current Sandler humor, and I was like, oh. He seems like a cool guy, I'll say that. Like, he seems fun. But I don't know if I'm like If you told me he's in a movie, I'm not like, yeah, let me check that one out. Okay, seems that we kind of agree that, like, probably good dude. May not be a great, I don't want to say great actor, but may not be somebody I'm looking to see in a movie. Brooklyn Nine-Nine, that's true too. I never watched that, but this is what's his face from Conjuring, right? Patrick, whatever. Patrick Wilson. Yeah, I believe that is him. What's he in other than The Conjuring? And, like, he's also in the Insidious stuff, right? Because I feel like I mix those things up all the time. I don't know if I know him from too many other franchises. Palm Spring. If he's in a movie, do I want to see it? Is he a top actor for me? Not really. Honestly, you're probably like there for me. Like, I probably, if either of these two people are in a movie, I'm probably picking the one with Channing Tatum in it, honestly. You love him? B-. Yeah, I mean, he's good in what I've seen him in. I just don't feel like he's in a lot that I've seen. I don't know. It's hard for me to put him in the B category, I would say. Like, I can maybe move him up in C. Watchman and the A-Team, Insidious. I could move him up and put him ahead of Will Ferrell if you'd like. Probably an okay spot. He's your horror king. I don't know who I would pick, honestly, for my choice for that. I mean, obviously, like, Matthew Lillard's in a ton of stuff. Hey, what's up, Kipper? What are we ranking these people by? So we are currently doing actors. So not picking it based off, like, who's the best actor, but your favorites. Like, if, you know, Jim Carrey's in a movie, are you interested in watching it, for example? One of your horror kings, fair. But we have is Chris Tucker here now? Another one that I kind of just associate with Rush Hour. Justin Long is also a good one. I like him in general, just beyond horror even. Yeah, I kind of agree. Friday, actually, yeah, you make a good point. He was funny in that. How are you gonna get fired on your day off? he's pretty funny in times. Honestly, you said meh, which strikes me as like in the C category. Maybe like there. Smack in the middle. All right, we have The Rock. Kind of a weird one. He is trying to kind of change his career at this point, but the C's bother me so much. Like, everybody that's in the C. Is it because it's somebody you really like? And I'm like, they're not great. I'm assuming that's the law of averages here. I would agree. I don't really think The Rock is great. Although, I mean, he sells. Once again, I like his older stuff a little bit more. The Rundown, the Mummy franchise, and like the Scorpion King. since he kind of turned into like the big action star, he does kind of play the same role. Low B. D. I feel like I would be acting emotionally if I put him in D. I don't feel like he's actually that bad. I'm so tempted to put him there above Will Ferrell. I mean, The Rock or Vin Diesel, who do I rather watch in a movie? I probably would rather watch The Rock. But he does do the same role. Rock like a C. Yeah. We'll keep you there. You like Vin more than The Rock? Vin's also, I mean, if we're talking like personal, I feel like another interview. Have you seen that interview with him where he's just like completely hitting on the interviewer? It's kind of wild, but. All right, we have Bradley Cooper, which obviously started off more comedy with like The Hangover and Wedding Crashers. Then he got more serious with why am I blank on the movie where he's like the Philadelphia Eagles fan. So he's pretty solid. For me, he's probably like there, like top of B. Steve Buscemi, Patrick Wilson, Will Ferrell need to be higher. Debatable. Buscemi, I will say, I have not seen his like serious stuff, so I just kind of associate him with like the goofy. Silver Linings Playbook, yeah, that's it. That's true. Him and I think that's why him and The Rock got in like arguments because they both wanted to be like the alpha male in the movie. Debatable, yeah. What do we think about Bradley Cooper? I think he's pretty good. B plus feels like respectable. A tier. What's up, Bob? You just finished Prison Break. It's cool. Did you like it? It was good. Nice. You think he was okay in American Sniper? I mean, the movie was just kind of about Chris Kyle's life. A Star is Born, a Maestro. Okay, you think A also? I could be talked into that. Let's do that. All right, we got Paul Walker, the top half of his face at least. This is why I don't love sometimes these tier things. I know who he is, but some of them it's just like I can't tell whose face that is at all. I still am wondering who this person is. I feel like I'm definitely missing out. Paul Walker. Liked him in obviously Fast and Furious. Probably the best character in that franchise. And Running Scared, underrated movie. I never saw the one with him in like the ocean. Obviously his career was cut short a little bit, so there's that. I if you tell me he's in, I don't think he's like the best actor by any means, but if you tell me he's in a movie, I am intrigued, I will say. Like I kind of want to put him there, but I feel like you guys are gonna not do that. Yeah, I think Bradley Cooper is gonna kind of keep doing high level stuff. Season 5 ending could have been better. That's unfortunate, but it sounds like you mostly liked it. He was great in Joyride, probably S tier. But you say C plus. All right, so B minus is kind of. I could be talked into increasing him a little higher. Maybe there. I would have thought you guys would have put him down here with like, since he doesn't have like that big casting role. All right, David Spade. I will say Tommy Boy and Black Sheep are two of my favorite comedies of all time. I don't really care for what Joe Dirt that he's in, though. So I think him and Farley are kind of... I need Chris Farley to make David Spade funny. So for that reason, I honestly... I don't know. He's funny in the older stuff, but I just don't think he has much going on these days. Into the Blue. I think that's what I was thinking of. Poor Tom Hardy. Getting pushed down. He was funny in Black Sheep. Yeah, Black Sheep, maybe hot take. I was going to say this. I think we had comedies on the list at some point, but Black Sheep I like more than Tommy Boy. But they're both great. You think D+, and... Yeah, I don't think you're totally off base with that pick, honestly. I mean, he kind of does this Andy Samberg type thing, too. Because while I like Tommy Boy Black Sheep, I don't think David Spade overly carries it. You're gonna say B tier? I'm kind of wanting to keep him in D+, because I'm putting him up here and I'm like, oh, next to Bruce Willis. I didn't really like Joe Dirt. I didn't find that character that funny. I think it was a bit too goofy. All right, we'll keep him there, I think. All right, we got Mel Gibson. A bit of a wild card, obviously, with a lot of stuff he's done. Ooh, Emperor's New Groove, you are right. All right. You made a compelling argument, even though you also put him in D+. Ironically, you made an animated movie argument, which is wild that resulted in him going up. All right, Mel Gibson. So I do really like Signs. I'm going to keep saying this. A lot of his older stuff I like a little bit more. And we're talking about the actors, not really the director. I didn't even know he was in Mad Max. A tier for you? That radio movie that I saw him in recently, it's hard for me not to like think that movie sucked. I thought he was okay in it, but came out in 2000, your sweet spot for animated movies. That's true. Like around the Shrek time period. I kind of want to put him here, if I'm being real. He was great in Expendables 3. I've never watched those. They kind of feel like fun nostalgic rides. Okay, it's F for you. So we have A and F. That's good. I mean, I put him in C. Maybe that's just where he belongs. Yeah. I don't know. Some of his older stuff I do like a little bit more. He was also in What Women Want? Wasn't he in that? Only like Signs. That's definitely the role that I think I like him the most in. Blanking on your name. He is kind of a complicated name, but he's in so many things. He's in like Thor. I mentioned Never Back Down the other day. Underrated. That probably qualifies as a sports movie. He's in that. I feel like he's frequently like the wise character in all these movies that he's in. I think he's decent. Like, once again, not normally the main character and stuff that I've watched. Yeah, I'm gonna butcher pronunciation. Jaimin Unsu. A+. He does have like the best lines in Never Back Down, I will say. I was thinking Idris Elba. Isn't this guy in Thor? I thought he was. A+. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I like everything that he does. He's not in as many things. as the lead. He's kind of just you're on some adventure and you encounter him at this point, and then you kind of move on. He's in Gladiator, episodes of VR. He's in Constantine. I had to rewatch Constantine. I don't know if that qualifies as like a horror movie, but that would be kind of a fun one to watch this year. Let's see. I can move you up then. Maybe like there. You said A+. You're probably better than... Okay. How about there? Guardians. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, where he's playing that kind of side character role. All right. We have Sly, Mr. Sylvester Stallone. His face is not looking so good in this picture, but he seems to be having a good time. That's most important. I love Rocky. I'm not like big into Rambo. He's in so many of those like 90s action movies that I just never watched. So there is that. So keeping that in mind. For me, I don't know. F? You hate Stallone? That's fair. I guess we probably have to bring him down if you feel that way. I'm assuming King Matthew likes him if he likes the 90s action stuff, though. Hate him. He had kind of a raw deal from what I understand with Rocky. Because he like doesn't own the rights to the franchise, and they kind of like wrote out his character in Creed. Ooh, but who do you hate more, him or Mel Gibson? Will be the question. Yeah, I could see us dropping him, honestly. I'm like looking at these other people who I'd rather see in a movie. Maybe there. A tier. All right. Middle of C balances out the F and the A. Honestly, now that I'm looking at you two, you probably should be down here. Like continuing to drag him down further. All right, Mr. Jake Gyllenhaal. I think he's pretty underrated. Most things he's in, I think he does a good job. He's not always in the best movies, but I think his acting in the movie is exceptional. I would probably put him in A tier. You know Jake Gyllenhaal, come on. He's I mean, if we're talking Spider-Man, he plays Mysterio. What else is he in? Brokeback Mountain. He's in Prisoners, right? What else? He's in that kind of just okay movie where he's like playing the 911 phone call person. What else is he in? Donnie Darko. That's an old one. Yep. S++. I don't know him, and then S++. I'd be okay with moving him up. Brothers, I don't know if I've seen that. You hate Mel way more because of passion. Okay, that's fair. Scarred you for life. Yeah, I mean I think he was going for more realism in that, as opposed to like probably what you read about in the Bible. Okay, you think B tier? Honestly, I feel like I would rather watch Gyllenhaal than probably the rest of this lineup at this point in time. The Day After Tomorrow, I forgot about that one. I don't think I've seen Enemy or October Sky. All right, Kevin James. This is going to be a weird one. I really like him. I don't know, obviously, his like personal life, but he seems like just a fun dude. So there's that. I did mention King of Queens was one of my favorite comedies as far as TV shows. He's obviously in all of like the bad grown-ups Adam Sandler things, so gotta take that into account. I mean, we have Jack Black up here, so I don't feel like it's unfair to have Kevin James also up here. Like, that's probably where I'd put him. B+, The Good Girl. I don't think I know that one either. Here's a Mall Cop, yeah. Pixels, that was kind of another questionable Sandler. I mean, you said B+. That's roughly where I got him. I would probably prefer... Oh, McConaughey's a better actor. Who do I want to see more? Yeah, I don't mind putting you at the top of B, honestly. Yeah, I've actually watched Becky a couple years ago. That was okay. It was obviously like an R-rated Home Alone almost. I don't remember if I watched the sequel or not, but he was decent in Becky. That's kind of why I watched it, because I saw he was in it. Is this T.I.? This is T.I., right? I feel like I know him from... is it We're the Millers? He's like the bad guy but like I don't really associate him with acting. Why isn't Common on this list then? I don't... We have selected... I mean, what else is he in? I feel like he's like the part-time bad guy sometimes. He's also an Ant-Man. Is he like the half bad guy? I feel like that's like his role as a character. I don't remember him well. I mean, I can tell you his songs. He's got some good songs. Like if we're doing musician, I'd probably put you, somewhere in this range, but we're saying actor. Takers. I don't know if I've seen that. You could say C tier. I mean, as actor, I feel like I'm going to put you in like D. I don't know if... I just don't feel like you're really a prominent actor that I'm aware of. All right, what about Ice Cube? He's funny in 21 Jump Street. He's got some more serious things as well. Obviously, also Friday. He's also a voice actor in the TMNT recent movie. I'm kind of thinking like middle of C. D, you think? I don't know. I was going to put him like there. Oh. There. That's right. He was in Triple X Day of the Union. You think B, you think D. So middle of... C. I'm looking at this now. I'm like, Orlando Bloom should be ahead of these two. I think that's an okay spot. Daniel Radcliffe. I'll be honest, I know he's been in other stuff, but I feel like I only really know you from Harry Potter. Seems like he's probably a good actor. What was that movie I think you recommended it, Cope, that I watched a trailer for where he's like, it's just him and somebody else, and he's like they're isolated on some planet. He was in Now You See Me Too. Was it? I think it was Swiss Army Man is the one. Kill Your Darlings, Horns. Well, I haven't seen him in a lot. I'm like trying to like position him based off of that. I feel like I'd put you like there, maybe. I don't think I'm going to see something that just because he's like in it, but he's solid. Uh-oh. I think those are fighting words, King Matthew, with Gope and Chad. I will not settle for anything less than B. We can maybe do that. He's probably better than Robert Downey Jr. How about right after Tom Hardy? Does that work? Okay, we can go with a B. I think that's fine. It's kind of roughly in that category. He seems to have done a decent job of branching out after Harry Potter, making more of a name for himself. All right, we got Chris Hemsworth here. Kill Your Darlings has Michael C. Hall. Have to check that one out then. Sir Hemsworth. I liked you early on when like Thor came out, but then he kind of grew stale a little bit. I mean, you're probably like there. It's based on a real story. Great in Extraction 1 too. I have heard that those are pretty good for like action movies. I haven't seen them though. I don't remember. I think I saw the Men in Black movie with him in it. I did not see the... Isn't he in the really bad Ghostbusters movie, 2016? You guys are saying B and C tier? So maybe we move you up a little bit. That should work. All right, Sandler. This one's probably a polarizing one because I like so much of his stuff, but I also like hate so much of his stuff. I mean, he's kind of iconic though. I don't know if he's Jim Carrey because he does have so many duds, but he's probably like there for me. I think I saw the other day that he's the wealthiest or like highest paid Hollywood actor currently. B tier. I think it's fair if you average out his bad stuff. C plus. Dang. Yeah, I would agree his later catalog is not ideal. C plus and B. I think the worst I can do is B plus, honestly. Like that's a fitting duo to stand next to each other. I did mention I don't love Uncut Gems, but I don't know if that's his fault or if it's just the movie's fault. Reign Over Me, though, we've talked about it nauseum. Love that one. All right, who is this? Do you guys? I feel like I recognize your face, but I'm not remembering who you are. He was fun in the do-over. Yeah, I just think maybe it was like the time I watched it. I feel like I knew it was going to be a stressful movie, but I struggle with movies or shows where the main character is like an unlikable person. Like that's realistic, that's different, that's dramatic. But if I don't like you and you're the person I see for most of like the 2-hour runtime, it's going to be hard for me to enjoy. Like he's kind of plays a bad guy in that movie, right? So this is not 50 Cent, I can tell you that. I can't remember his name. Yeah, I don't know. I recognize the face from stuff, but I do not know who you are. Although they should have had 50 Cent in here if you had T.I. for sure. It's Mike Epps. Okay, I think that sounds right. So you were fond of the end. No, I was not. It's definitely not a happy ending, which I don't mind. But the whole 2 hours wasn't happy either. You gave me like just depression followed by like more depression. I mean, it was cool. Kevin Garnett was in it, I guess, as like an athlete. It is Mike Epps. What is Mike Epps in that let me see. Okay, also in the Friday movies. It's in The Hangover. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the Safdies do. Like, we've talked about Good Time with Rob Pattinson. He's in Friday 2 and 3. I think the problem for Mike Epps for me is going to be just that I don't. He's also in Uncle Drew. He was in Resident Evil Extinction. Young Batman. He was in Madam Web, apparently. I think the problem Mike Epps is going to have for me is that he's in movies that I view as being mostly bad. So while I don't think he's bad, I just think the movies kind of suck that he's in. C tier. Oh, Rob Pattinson. Yeah. The Batman. Which the sequel's taken like 10 years to come out by this point. He's also another example of somebody who really branched away from like Twilight as his like. A lot of people still associate him with that, but after that and like Tenet, I think he's proven he can like act. Yeah, I don't really. I feel bad putting him low, but I just don't have much to go off of. You're probably better than Kevin Hart, right? That's got to be a given. Yeah, we'll keep you right there. Idris Elba. Also, alongside Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk. I'm a fan of Idris Elba. I don't know if I would put him in A because he does have some more. I'm like, okay, doing the same thing. Like his Fast and Furious role is kind of doing like I'm the bad guy. Maybe like there. Yeah, I would say Daniel Radcliffe I view more tied to Harry Potter, but Rob Pattinson is. I feel like he's branched out in a lot of like big name stuff. A tier, S plus. You liked him in Hobbs and Shaw? He was okay. I mean, he was just kind of like an unstoppable machine. We can go with bottom of A then. I think I'm fine with that. All right, we got James Franco. Also has had a tumultuous personal stuff going on. I liked him like back in the day. Like he was great in Pineapple Express, Spider-Man. His brother's also obviously pretty solid. He's probably like there. Oh, hi, Mark. Am I blanking on what that's? That sounds like a Pineapple Express quote. I feel like. Disaster Artist? I don't think I've seen that. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. That's another good one. You're right. Maybe I actually do. I mean, I do like him. I know he's had, as I said, kind of a weird personal life lately. I'm like sliding him up as we go here. I think that's probably the highest I can take him. A low B for you? Yeah, I don't know who I would prefer acting wise. They're both solid. I mean, I kind of have him in low B right now. All right, we have, is this Tron Ares himself? Jared Leto. I don't feel like I recognize this hair with that color, but... Or is that... That is him. I'm like, is that Zac Efron? I feel like I could see them. That may be actually Zac Efron. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. It took me a second. I was like, all right, I don't know what's going on with your hair here. Zac Efron's also like bulked up after like the Iron Claw a little bit. I really enjoy the stuff he's in, if I'm being honest. Like 17 again was funny. Iron Claw was awesome. I didn't ever watch High School Musical, so I don't have like that tie to him. But also seems like a decent dude. This is a pre-accident picture. Honestly, if it was me judging, I'd probably put you somewhere like there. Like, I think he's kind of underrated. I think he gets tied into the High School Musical stuff. Yeah, 17 again. I thought that was a pretty funny movie. I remember seeing something about him having some kind of accident. Yeah. I mean, does he look like much different? Okay, Baywatch 2017, you're making me bring it down. I feel like that was not a great movie. I'm like, maybe I'm overestimating you. I mean, he was great in like the Iron Claw though, so it's hard to. He's proven he can do drama. It may be slightly inflated, but I think that's probably an okay spot. All right, we got Benedict Cumberbatch. I kind of just associate you with Doctor Strange these days. To me, you're like there. Maybe people are more high on him than I am, but I think he's fine. Yep, Doctor Strange himself. But I'm not super like. I've done a lot of stuff he's in that I like. He's in that. I've seen the trailer for that movie he's gonna be in so many times where he's like fighting with his wife. I think they're trying to even like kill each other. I think you're right. I think he was in like a Sherlock. B+. Was he Smaug in The Hobbit? I think that sounds right. We can increase you. You're thinking B+. I at least can give you. I can give you C+. I don't know if I remember that's the second Star Trek, right? Of the Pine franchise. C tier. All right, we'll do C+. Okay, we got Martin Lawrence here. I love Blue Streak. Great underrated comedy. Bad Boys is okay. I'm tempted to put you next to. Actually, we haven't done Will Smith yet. He's probably somewhere in the C category for me. He's in some pretty bad comedies. You've barely seen his stuff. I was actually just thinking Anton Yelchin when you mentioned Star Trek. I would recommend if you haven't seen Blue Streak. It's a pretty funny. It's like a action comedy where he's a criminal. It's kind of been done in other movies probably. And he gets out of jail and tries to go back to get the diamond that he like hid before he got arrested. And he accidentally starts. It's kind of like, it's almost like Banshee if you've watched the TV show, but it's a lighter version of it. He winds up joining the police force with Luke Wilson. So I would recommend that one at least. Yeah, for sure. It was the one where we lost him. It was great. Big Mama, I'm not so high on. That's kind of one of those. I'm like, Bad Boys, I can say yeah. Maybe there. Maybe there. I do think he can be very funny, but he can be in a lot of not great stuff too. I don't know if you're thinking of Blue Streak or if you're thinking of a different movie. He was, was he in National Security? That may be what you're thinking of. The one with Steve Zahn, is that his name? I think you may be thinking of National Security. All right, we got Eddie Murphy, another classic example of somebody who early career, definitely solid, a little bit rough down the road. Yeah, it's one I had. But Eddie Murphy, you're probably still like there for me. If we're talking animated, we have Shrek, obviously. I liked it back in the day, but when I watched it like not too long ago, I was like, Bowfinger was kind of an underrated one that he was in with Steve Martin. Yeah, I was never big into the Coming to America franchise. A lot of people were not high on the sequel. B+. Hey, you just mentioned that Bowfinger. Yeah. I like that movie. When he's like, keep it together. He's like losing his mind as they're like filming the movie around him. And he's seeing like aliens. And Vampire in Brooklyn. So you said B+, and yeah, I think we'll keep him there. He was in like the Haunted Mansion, which I was kind of out at that point. Jamie Kennedy, yeah. All right, Will Smith. I think I already know Cope's take on this because I think you mentioned it on a prior stream that you were not high on Will Smith. The problem with Will Smith is you do have the personal stuff. Prior to that, Pursuit of Happiness was one of like the better dramas, in my opinion. Men in Black, great. Bad Boys, great. I wasn't a big fan of Wild Wild West, but it was okay. I did not really watch Fresh Prince. Yeah, that makes it hard. I, Robot, I did like that one too. I Am Legend. The hard part is all these movies that I like, I'm kind of like, I mean, he didn't do anything like overly heinous, but I'm like, kind of ruined watching these and liking them. C+. We will put you next to Martin Lawrence. The Bad Boys themselves. I understand. Some people can do that a little bit more. I think I have a hard time with it. I think at times I can separate, like, depending on what we're like doing, I can still appreciate the stuff, especially if it's not like overly awful. Like, I'm probably not overly into like Jeepers Creepers anymore because that whole franchise and that stuff. But if you just do weird things or you're not hurting anybody really, then it's easier to be like, it's not a big deal. But there's probably some line that I have. That's true. He was decent in Suicide Squad. Yeah, I can definitely, like, if I disagree with the person, I don't really have an issue with that. But if you do some like messed up stuff, then I'm just like, okay. All right, Denzel. Honestly, for the longest time, I thought he was my favorite actor. But the answer today may be someone like Elijah Wood, if I'm being honest. I think Denzel is S tier clearly, though. He may even be the top of S tier. S+, yeah. He's pretty great in all the things he does, like Training Day, Remember the Titans, John Q. I never really saw it, but we had it on Guess the Movie the other day, Man on Fire. Equalizer was just okay, I thought. You like those? I mean, I'm not a big like spy type of movie. It's kind of more of that. Who am I looking at here, guys? Who is this? This looks like a British actor, but The Bone Collector, that's another one. I always mix up Inside Man and Inside Job. He is in one of them. Also. But who's this person? Otherwise you're going down here with he is bad actor. It's Bilbo. Oh, you're right. What's the actor's name? Let's see, The Hobbit. He doesn't have curly hair. Martin Freeman. Actually, the exact same picture just showed up. What else is he in? Sherlock, Fargo, The Office. What was he in The Office? Oh, The British Office. Yeah, okay, so he is British. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I've never seen all of that. I've watched it a little bit. We started the audiobook one time and did not finish it either. Shaun of the Dead. Okay, so he's in the movies with the Simon Pegg, Nick Frost squad. Captain America Civil War. I get the feeling he has like small roles in a lot of stuff. But a lot of people hated the Hobbit movies. I don't think it was because of him, but B for you, C for you. I mean, he's fine in what I've seen him in. I just haven't seen him in a whole lot of stuff. How about we put you above Sly? Well, maybe right there. Love Actually. I hate those movies. I actually don't really hate them. I think it's just because I like sometimes it's fun just to like be in the world and be surrounded by like the Lord of the Rings stuff, even if it's not the greatest movie. Like clearly the Peter Jackson trilogy is so much better, but I still have a good time with watching those. He's Watson to Benedict's Sherlock. Okay. All right, 5 more. Almost done. Dave Chappelle. Another one that's been... He's also was in the group that did the Saudi Arabia thing, right? Not that has to drive your decisions, but I believe he was in the comedian group that is involved in that. Old school Dave Chappelle I liked. Actually, another reason to watch Blue Streak. Dave Chappelle is in Blue Streak. He mostly does stand-up comedy, I will say. He's not in a whole lot of movies. You never got into a show? I thought it was pretty funny. Was he also in Half Baked? I'm trying to think he was in that. F and C. Given like the recent stuff, that he just feels like he's kind of sold out a little bit. Obviously, everyone has their own opinion on it, but he wasn't that okay. You said F and C. It's kind of fitting. I think those are the two that I may be mistaken, but I thought those were two of the guys that signed up for that. All right, we only got 4 left. Michael B. Jordan. kind of amazing that he made that name work as being distinct from Michael Jordan, but I think he's pretty solid. I haven't seen a whole lot that he's done. Obviously, he's done some Black Panther stuff. He was in Sinners, probably my favorite movie this year. Although, in fairness, I did not wind up seeing Demon Slayer, which some of you may be happy with that if that wound up being my favorite movie of the year. He was great in Sinners, yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm just now realizing. I think I probably had this realization before, but he is in Hardball. He's like the older brother, right? Creed, I haven't really watched any of those. I imagine I'll like them, but he is in Hardball. He has. It's always funny going back and seeing like kids from stuff. You're like, wait a minute. That's you. Like apparently Elijah Wood is like the kid in Back to the Future 2. It's like a brief scene at the arcade machine. You said A. And you guys are thinking great. I do think he's pretty solid. He hasn't really had, I guess Sinners was kind of close, but he hasn't really had like a Oscar winning role that I'm aware of, or at least like anything in that realm. Not that you have to, because we obviously have like Jim Carrey and stuff up here. I would say like top of B would be my thought. S plus, and you guys said A and S plus. Space Jam 2, you're bringing, all right, he can't be higher than you say he's in Space Jam 2. That immediately eliminates S plus for being in contention. Puts in work, I respect him. That is, yeah, he does seem like he really much like puts a lot of effort into his roles. B tier, yeah, your Space Jam reference definitely did not help, I will say. But we did have S and A, so I have to take that into account. How about after Gyllenhaal? I think that works. All right, we got Mocky Mock. I feel like prior to the Italian Job, I'm like, this is Matt Damon. And they kind of look similar. Has a lot of good movies, had a lot of bad movies also. B may be the spot for him for me, I think. Like there in B. B tier. Yeah, I watched that movie earlier this year, Flight Plan. I think I did a review on that one, kind of randomly, but not a great movie, not a great role for him. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, there's things like I haven't watched Uncharted, but I feel like he probably does an awful Sully. And but as I said, I do like The Italian Job. I do like The Departed. I don't think I like silly Mark Wahlberg. I think he doesn't do funny that well. I feel like he's ironically funny. Like when he's funny, it's because he's not trying to be. Like what's that one he's in? The Fall, or like the one where there's like a bunch of mist. It's great. Says that over the year. I really enjoyed him in Shooter was a good one too. Planet of the Apes, yeah, the original, or not the original, but what it was like 2001. I haven't watched that one in a while. That also had like what Michael Clark Duncan, I think, was in it. Don't think I've seen A Perfect Storm. I don't like the other guys, but you already know why. That's the version of Wahlberg I don't want to see. Ted 1 and 2, yeah, those aren't great for me. I don't like funny. I don't like when Mark Wahlberg is trying to be funny, I will say. He is funny when he's not trying to be, but when he's trying to be, it doesn't work. Tim Burton directed that? I don't know if I knew that. 2001. Ryan Felipe version of Shooter. It's better than the movie. Yeah, kind of a decent action movie. It's got like what Michael Pena in it too. All right, we are nearing the end here. Well, now you know. We have Senor Clooney. I think a lot of his movies were a little before my time as far as stuff I would like. Another Ocean's 11, so he does have that going for him. He does kind of do the same thing. I guess we have From Dusk Till Dawn. Decent role for him. Clooney's probably right there for me. Up in the Air. I know that it's the one where he's like flying, right? I actually never saw it, but I'm familiar. Yeah, he was the lead in From Dusk Till Dawn. Way different type of character in that movie. Oh, she's the female lead in that. Yeah, he did play Batman. You're right. That seems like an okay spot. Like, I'm not gonna watch a movie overly because he's in it, but he does a good job when I watch a movie that he's in. All right, we got the last one, Statham. So I did know most of these people. I guess there's only, what, 2 that I didn't know? 3 I didn't know. I didn't know Mike Epps. Still don't know who this guy is, and I already forgot the name of Bilbo. Statham. I mean, all these action people kind of do the same role. Where it's like, I'm the tough guy now. Like Transporter, The Meg, Hobbs and Shaw, or I guess the final, or Fast and Furious franchise in general. He's also ironically in Collateral for like 2 seconds. C+. Anna Kendrick's also in it. Okay. Martin Freeman. We'll see if I remember that going forward. Martin is a very British name, so I could probably remember that part. Like Martin, that's very much a British name. Homefront, did not see that. Expendables, also haven't seen. A tier, so we got A and C+. I'm thinking of putting him around Martin. Well, you said C+, though, so that's kind of on the top end of it. You know what? We can put you at the very top of C. Death Race was just okay. What's up, Ghost? How's the development going? And that's the list. Let's see. Let's take a look. I guess it depends how many people we have in each. I could see like a couple of these. I could see these 2 maybe moving up, like Hanks and Leo. Although I think you were adamant not to put Leo in S. Pretty well balanced list, other than offending you greatly for the entire C category. Alright, sounds good, Ghost. Downside, you need a bachelor's degree. Yeah, I think we did a good job kind of collaborating as best as possible. I think Cope may entirely hate the C category because it's like, I like you and you and you, and I hate you and you, which, but I mean, that's kind of where C winds up. It's like the polarizing group finds the happy medium somewhere. So we didn't really see anybody. I mean, it's hard to see somebody's an absolute bad actor. They also didn't give us a list of too many rough actors, I'll say. Yeah, I imagine your list would be quite different. But it's pretty solid. Keanu deserves to be number 2, above Damon. Yeah, but as I mentioned, Keanu's got that really bad movie where he gets accused of being a predator. So there's that. You agree, though? Morgan Freeman needs to be higher. I mean, I can put him above Tom Cruise. Only one movie against the man. No movie also kind of sucked. What was that movie? The Day the Earth Stood Still. That wasn't that great. But I mean, for the most part, he is. The problem is, like, what bad movie is Damon in? That's kind of the hard response. I don't think I can really think of too many that he's absolutely awful in. Yeah, but he did a great job in the movie. Fair. I mean, if both you're saying Bruce Willis being in C tier is crazy, I knew that one would not make most people happy. I do feel bad because this picture looks like he's already kind of losing his mind here. I mean, I could see Bruce Willis passing Gerard Butler at the least. I think Bruce Willis is one of those actors that you have to have a lot of nostalgia for. Although Keanu Reeves is Shane Falco. All right, we'll move him up. I mean, directionally, I think this is mostly correct. I know a lot of people don't even do like breakdowns within the tiers, but sometimes I decide to. You want to put Freeman in front of Tom Cruise? I don't mind that. Yeah, I think for the most part, I'm content with how this turned out. Goes rants about his game. Yeah, I'm not a coder either, so same way. Freeman's definitely better than Cruise. I think that's probably right. I mean, he also doesn't have the baggage that Tom Cruise has, at least as far as I'm aware. All right, so I will give options now. Let's bounce over here. We will give some options here. So it's poll time. What to do next? Tier list, fast food, tier lists, main character, or guess the movie. Cool. All right, so you guys can vote. Maybe I'll take a quick break here. It's a good time and allow the votes to gather a little bit, and we will come back and go with what you guys want to go with. All right, I will be right back. appreciate the patience. Let's close down the poll and see what you guys are saying. I did drink some more tea. I actually like drank an entire pitcher so far tonight. Appreciate the announcement, Bendy. All right, fast food. Actually, at 10 votes. Nice. Thank you guys for chiming in. Let's do some fast food tier list. I kind of threw this one as an idea. I thought it'd be similarly as hot and contentious as the candy. So we'll see if that winds up being true. Although I think we had a lot of crowd participation for that one, so maybe it'll be a little bit more tame. You never know. All right, so we did this one, so I can take that off. And we did that one. And I'm 100% going to caveat this one with saying the same thing I always say, but especially true here. I didn't pick these restaurants, so I tried to find one that seemed like it included a lot of stuff. But there's probably something on here that you're going to be like, why isn't my favorite thing here? Like, I'm looking at it right now and I'm even like, maybe it's not all inclusive. Okay, let's see. These are really weird tiers. Let me switch over. Okay, kind of, we may make some changes. We have the best, and then we just jump to B, CDF. I think we should probably throw an A in there. What do you guys think? Add a row above. What color should it be? I don't know. Is that gonna look weird now? Oh my, what happened? Delete. Oh, I changed the color of B. A. Let's, I don't know. Maybe you have to change all these at this point. Wait. Okay. I think that works. We have kind of the same one we've had where we have S, A, B, C, D, F. Yeah, the candy was fun. Yeah, I thought the one seasonally worked out, but also gives people kind of a chance to share their tastes. I'm kind of heavily biased against Raising Cane's and Wendy's. That's fine. I don't mind. Okay. Yeah, there's, as I said, a decent list here. We probably have like, I don't know, probably like 40 restaurants. I'm kind of just making the number up. Okay. A&W. So I'll be honest, I've never had A&W as a restaurant. Obviously love the root beer, but I've never eaten like, what do they have, like burgers? What's at A&W? I've never eaten the food there, despite being a fan of their root beer. A&W is great. Okay, this may be a... I feel like whatever you saw at A&W, it was like attached to something else, like a Pizza Hut or a Taco Bell or something. Like, I forgot the... Is it Yum Brands? It was always like in association with some other restaurant. Yeah, all right, we'll do never had. Kind of a slow start here. Yeah, it did feel like it was always like tied to somewhere else. S tier. I think Bendy will keep it in never had because I think 4 of us. All right, Arby's. Probably a hot and contentious one. Great curly fries. Great seasoning. They have the meats. Let's see how many of these I can quote their tagline. For me, Arby's is probably like B tier. I'm probably never going to go to my way to say let's get Arby's, but if we got it, or as I said, they have like their fries are actually sold in like grocery stores. Love the white sauce. It gives you food poisoning, so F tier. It's okay. We're already coming out swinging with the varying thoughts. Arby's, great fries, everything else, throw it away D. I mean, it is true that their fries are kind of their staple, other than, I guess, like, their meat's probably just okay. I'd stick with B. I could be talked into C, I will say. Knock him down to C. I mean, we did have a D and an F in there, so I think that's probably only fair from being not a dictator here. I think we'll probably mostly agree their fries are like S tier, but the rest of the restaurant may be debatable how good it is. Yeah. All right, I think the seasoning too on the curly fries also helps. Baja Fresh. So I'm debating if I've had this before. I know the name, but I couldn't tell you what anything there is, like, taste-wise, so I don't feel comfortable unless you guys do. I know the name, but I don't think I've ever eaten there. I think it's kind of regional. I think they kind of do the, not healthy fast food, but they lean someone into the, like, trendy fast food places. All right, it seems like most of you guys agree there. I've heard of Baja Blast, the, like, Mountain Dew flavor. We could do that at some point. Sodas, I didn't consider that one. Sodas could be the next one we do at some point. Although my answer for that may be dramatically different from when I was a kid. Blimpies, these are like subs, right? I don't know if I've ever had one of their subs, but I am familiar with said restaurant. Maybe this list is not the strongest. I mean, if you're gonna have like kind of unique options, it's gonna be stuff that not a lot of people have had. Never had that either. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been drawn to pick that if I've seen it compared to other sub places. Probably stick with never have. I've read so many of these. I thought it was a decent, but to your point, I've never had some of these I'm seeing on here. Never had Blimpie. All right, Bojangles. Once again, I've heard of it, but I don't think I've eaten it. I believe it's more of a southern cuisine. Bojangles S to A tier. Okay, you guys, we got S to A, then F. Salty southern fries, best chicken sandwiches I've ever had. Their Dole lemonade, it's the freshest. Okay, so I will put this on the list, even though I'm not familiar. We have A, F, and B. I think that probably averages to B because well, you said A, you didn't say S. So maybe just after the meats. Just go to Chick-fil-A instead. I think it's more like Popeyes, right? Than Chick-fil-A. As far as like the style of chicken. All right, Bendy. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. Chick-fil-A would rather rate a little worse than Bojangles. All right, I think we'll average out in saying C. Boston Market. Once again, seen it a bunch, never eaten there. But if you guys have, I will defer to your knowledge. Never had. I've seen them a bunch of places, but I just never feel like the name already off the bat, I'm like, that's a grocery store. Are you reading like the description? So yeah, it sounds like more like a Popeyes to me. Boss Market, they have decent sandwiches. C plus. Where should we put it then? We had 3 never had. Maybe we'll keep it never had. I think if only one person's had it, that'll be kind of my decider if we put it in that category. That sounds like a nightmare. So I guess Burger King. So I will say Burger King when I was a kid, I kind of liked it just as much, if not more, than McDonald's. They had better toys. Their chicken I thought was better. I didn't really ever get burgers at Burger King, which is kind of ironic given the name. But their sandwiches, or their chicken and their fries, I think were both solid. Which now they have chicken fries, don't they? So it's probably like C tier though. Just gonna bacon quarter pounder from McDonald's, so much better. I don't like Burger King. Yeah, I do have, I think it's up there now. I do have one toy from Burger King still to this day. But they had like the Pokemon balls. They had all kinds of cool stuff. Granted, that's not the food, but still. I think they had like Simpsons toys. No, I think when I was a kid, probably. Chicken fries are good. C plus. They definitely have like thicker fries at McDonald's. D to F. C plus and D to F. So we're hanging around here. I kind of was thinking there. I thought chicken fries came out like later. Like I thought it was older by the time chicken fries were a thing. I think I moved on from Burger King by that point. That's a fair reason to get it frequently. Also, that would make sense why you ate those, because that time period makes sense. B tier, you think? Okay, so we have B, C, and then D to F. So we'll keep it. I mean, we could put it above Bojangles, although I think Ghost may despise that choice. Yeah, that seems okay. Chicken fries are now. Yeah, I think around high school that would make sense. They definitely came out when I was younger, but not like when I was eating Burger King more frequently. What? I mean, blame King Matthew. He threw a B tier in there, so I kind of had to give him some love. I'm gonna throw hands. All right, Cane's. I know this well. We have like Post Malone advertising this all the time now, and whoever else at this point. I've never actually had it though, so I'll rely on you guys. S tier, hands down. You seem to be a fan of the fried chicken. S tier? Dang, you guys are all over that. Can I put something in S tier if I haven't had it? I don't think I've ever done that thus far. I mean, the only people that have had it are saying S tier. So it's never had it in S tier. I mean, I think you can like check it no matter what. Part of me wants to say like A because it's hard to put it in S if 3 of us have said never had. I imagine they're pretty good. I was kind of out of the eating fried chicken game by the time I knew Cane's was the thing, and Bojangles. I feel like I haven't gotten like fried chicken at a restaurant in a long time. Like if I eat any of that stuff, it'll be like homemade. Or homemade. Throw it in the oven. All right, we have, I think we'll go with A. Maybe we'll do some adjusting, but it's hard to put it in best. This is valid, tears you up every day. Carl's Jr., or I guess for some people, because I don't think it's going to be separately on here, this is also Hardee's, right? I don't know if they branded since then to be one, but I believe this will be all encompassing of that franchise. Over 2,500 calories in a caniac combo. I think that's why I kind of backed off eating that stuff. I'm like, it's delicious, but I may take years off of my life. Hardee's has pretty good breakfast other than the F tier because the food is mid. Do we have... Oh, Hardee's here. Yeah. I was thinking breakfast. I was like, are you talking about Denny's? I don't know if I've ever had... I mean, I've only had Carl's Jr. or Hardee's like 3 times in my life. So I've definitely never had the breakfast. A to B. I thought it was another Checkers. I think Checkers and Rallies are the same. There's Checkers and Rallies that are one, and there's Carl's Jr. and Hardee's that are the same. The breakfast is exceptional, but I hate everything else. That's kind of a weird balance. Actually, we have Checkers coming up next. I hate everything else but the breakfast, but you give it an A to B tier. That's tough to read. And you said F tier, King Matthew, because the food is mid. I kind of am thinking there, if I'm being real. Maybe I have to eat it a little bit more. I go C to D, yeah. That seems... I mean, you like Bojangles, so I won't bash that name anymore. I got nostalgic. Yeah, that's kind of the hard part with these, like the candy, where I'm like, well, am I talking about eating it now? Because I may, like... want to die for the next 3 hours if I eat it now, versus back then I would be like pounding it. So Checkers. So I don't think I've ever eaten at Checkers or Rallies, if I'm being honest. I feel like it's a big Midwest thing. But let's see what you guys say. Never had it. I think it's like regional to like the Midwest. Or maybe at most like the East Coast. Checkers is good. Their fries are supposed to be great, right? Like they're... I mean, I feel like fast food is like, how do you have bad fries? But D-. All right. I love like literally the back-to-back comments that we get with like A, F. Like, okay. Great. B and D-. So C. I feel like bad putting anything above Bojangles based off of how much Ghosty is like sponsoring it, and I haven't eaten it, so I don't want to. All right, Chick-fil-A. I mean, I realize I haven't had a lot of these other chicken places, but I kind of... I'm going to put more than just one thing in the best, by the way. It's going to be like, this is pretty much S tier, but it's like the Mount Rushmore of fast food at the top. Get their chicken sandwiches at Bojangles. I will consider branching out since you're advocating for them. Yeah, trying to stay neutral as best as possible. I've been waiting for Chick-fil-A to say the best. Fast food. What's up, Rusty? But yeah, we're moving on past the actors at this point. Chick-fil-A is an A to B tier on par with Popeyes. Mac and cheese. I'm not a mac and cheese person, but that's kind of it at Chick-fil-A. Huh. S tier. So we have A to B, S. God's chicken. There is, I mean, depending on your political beliefs, there is that attachment to Chick-fil-A. I will say, regardless of any of that, I feel like half the times growing up, I wanted to go to Chick-fil-A, it would be on Sunday, and I'd be like, oh yeah, they're not open. Yeah, I know they have religious ties. Cane's overrated. Uh-oh, Rusty's coming in. I'm willing to move Cane's if you think so. So I think 2 people had it in S tier, and the rest of us had never had Cane's. So to semi-compromise, I put it in A because I was like, well, it's weird to put S if a lot of us haven't had it. But I'm down to bring it down if you feel like it sucks. Move it down. You like the sauce and toast? That's kind of it's like the whole Arby's thing where it's like, I like this one thing that they're actually really not supposed to be as their main thing. Or how you mentioned Carl's Jr. for their breakfast. Yeah, Chick-fil-A, I mean, depending on what you order, I saw something the other day on like Instagram, so take it with a grain of salt, but it was like, if you order their 30 piece grilled chicken, it's like 92 grams of protein and only 520 calories. So like you cannot feel like a total piece of shit after eating Chick-fil-A physically if you get some like healthier things on the menu. Or you can just get the stuff that's gonna taste good and you feel bad. Cane's is S tier. I'm content with it. Yeah, Rusty, we're talking about like the different naming components with Checkers, Rallies, Carl's Jr. and although yeah, I guess it was Rallies in Indiana, you're right. Chick-fil-A is the crispy chicken sandwich with the pretzel bun. That does sound amazing. I feel like anything you put a pretzel bun on is gonna be like instantly at least a little bit better. Also, is it on here? I'm thinking of Annie Ann's pretzels now. I don't know if I quickly glancing see it. If not, that's a bummer. Who the F put Arby's at C? I think that was somewhat of a compromise spot. I think there was like a lot of fans and a lot of haters. We all agreed that the fries were amazing. Have you had Arby's? I mean, it's not the worst, right? There's also not, speaking of regional, there's not like Lion's Choice on here, another regional Midwestern one. Yeah, Rusty Carl's Jr. equals Arby's. Apparently they make a lot of money, like number 24 in the US. Arby's as far as like a business, you're saying? Chipotle. So you may get your chicken that may take you out, but is it delicious? I also love the South Park episode that makes fun of Chipotle. To me, despite all of their negatives, it's kind of still really good. Like, part of me wants to put it in S. It's another one where you feel like borderline healthy when you get it, but to what degree? Chipotle. I feel like I've had people mispronounce it so many times, like different ways. Chipotle, another. I thought Blimpie's didn't exist anymore. I had to look it up. It's definitely not a thriving business, I would assume. Chipotle also the best. A tier. Yeah, they have solid burrito bowls for sure. They have gradually, I mean, I'm sure everywhere has, but I've noticed when I go in there, I'm like, all right, burrito used to be $6, and now it's like 10. So I would agree. They've kind of, I haven't really thought about pricing when I've done these so far, but they've certainly increased them. All right, so we have best A to B, F. Okay, that's gonna be an outlying thing to bring it down. I didn't love that place. Where the F is Blimpies now. You never had Chipotle? Yeah, it's like Qdoba. I'm surprised. They're pretty, but it's, to your point, it is Qdoba pretty much. Yeah, Blimpies, I'm not sure locations, but Chipotle is pretty much everywhere. Aren't they? I'm trying to think. This may be totally wrong, but I thought they were owned by McDonald's technically. Like up the chain. I thought they were in the McDonald's family. Yes, we should have which on the list if I remember. Do we not? I thought this is alphabetical. I'm not seeing it on here. We can throw some on at the end if we want. I guess it said not having any ends. I was like, what? Chipotle, I think, is going to go in A. Yeah, although, you know, you mentioned that, Lex. Yeah, that one has kind of sucked the last few times we've gone there, so it's making me not think which is too highly. They've also have ridiculous pricing. Like, you get 2 sandwiches at which you're dropping like $30. I'm like, what is this? Dumpling was owned by Walmart or something. Maybe another reason not to go there. Firehouse probably the best sandwiches. You like Jersey Mike's? We're gonna get to that one. That one is on here. Arby's is 25th among the entire U.S. in sales. I mean, are people really going to Applebee's anymore? I feel like Applebee's probably like peaked in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Papa John's and Five Guys. Five Guys is still, I mean, they're expanding a lot, but they're still not everywhere. Chipotle's low A tier B. You think was never really a big Jimmy John's fan. Yeah, like Applebee's, Chili's, Fridays, Outback Steakhouse, the like chain restaurants, I can't imagine they're like doing great. You pay like way more for something that you can easily make at home for like 10% of the price. Jimmy John's is all right. Applebee's has a worse reputation than Arby's. I would agree. Yeah. I think Arby's has a decent reputation. I mean, that is like their commercials are super iconic. I like Applebee's. Yeah, I don't mind the actual food there, but I just feel like chain restaurants as a whole are kind of on the downturn. Outback's actually at 15. Texas Roadhouse, it's another one. I feel like they're viewed as being a little bit more upscale. Yeah, I mean, free Jimmy John's is free. Free food is free food. Chili's is your go-to. Years ago, mine probably was Chili's. Yeah, Outback, we've had like gift cards, so that's been like one that we've done a little bit. All right. I mean, I think Chipotle's okay in A. We had some of the best and some A's thrown in there. Red Lobster. I don't really think that's fast food, but neither technically are all these. There's probably like a chain restaurant tier list somewhere. Lower supremacy. When you had Rusty coming in off the top rope being like, why the hell is Cane's at A? Red Lobster went way down. It does feel like Red Lobster used to be viewed as like higher skill or higher class. Now it's like, I mean, that and Olive Garden are kind of with the rest of the chain restaurants. You've had Chili's. I'm pretty confident you did. There was one in college, right? Or was that Applebee's? I don't. But yeah, the Dundies. I feel God in this Chili's tonight. Speaking of that, we have Churches. That was Friday. Okay, another one. Yeah, okay, that's fair. The other chain restaurants. Churches, similar to the chicken category, I've not indulged in, but I know it's pretty popular, so I assume you guys have had it. I grew up on Burger King, worked there 7 years, was fastest Whopper maker in the state. That's solid. That's impressive. I definitely, when I was younger, Burger King was way more prominent. I think it's largely due to the toys, and I did like the chicken nuggets they had there. I kind of feel like people overrated McDonald's chicken like nuggets. And then they had like the big kids meal chicken tenders. But growing up, I would say Burger King trumped McDonald's when it came to chicken products. Burgers, McDonald's for sure, but we used to have a Church's chicken, got shut down. Yeah, I haven't been to Fridays apparently since 15 years ago-ish. Never had Church's. Another one I think is regional. The worst restaurant ever, so D tier. I'm waiting for Ghost's feedback. I feel like he's been nailing all the chicken places. Whopper Ninja. Yeah, I talked about it earlier. They're toys and stuff, and as a chicken, their fries were okay. I did not think their burgers were that great. Like, I probably ordered a burger at Burger King. I can't imagine more than like 10 times. Yeah, we've definitely... I mean, there are some that we talked about that should be on here. I am bummed that like Annie Ann's is not on here because... I guess I'll ask you guys, where would you put, since they're not on here, we can do it now. Where would you put Annie Ann's and where would you put Which? Does anyone eat a Long John Silver's? Not sure that keeps them open. I saw that they recently changed their logo from a fish to a chicken. To, where's it on here? Apparently this is now a chicken on their logo. They are joining the Cracker Barrel craze and changing logos. I mean, we'll get to it, but I don't think I've ever actually had Long John Silver's. Annie Ann's A tier, Which like B, C. Yeah, Which for a while may have been like my favorite sandwich shop, but the last few times, I think it's the one by us kind of sucks, and their prices are not on par with the quality. Long John Silver's very greasy. Yeah, the Cracker Barrel redesign. I think you were in the majority. That's part of me wonders if that was like I don't think so because the CEO very much like adamantly defended the logo. But that felt like a major publicity stunt where it's like, all right, people are talking about Cracker Barrel. They haven't done that in like 30 years. I think the best part about Cracker Barrel was playing like the big checkerboards on like the like knitted mat. A or B for which one, Rusty? You're saying which maybe? I think you brought that one up. Yeah, that's true. Subway also sucks nearby. I will say that too. I've never heard of Cookout in my life. This is the first one on the list I've never even heard of. I've heard of everything else. Never heard of Cookout. Couldn't tell you. I mean, they make fresh hamburgers. That's what I can tell you. It's another good one. They have the best shakes there. Which also had decent shakes, not the tangent a little bit. I mean, similar to fries, it's hard to really mess up shakes. So, you thought S tier though for Cookout? All right, we have S and F. I love it. It is the iconic dichotomy of man. Which, yeah, I would probably agree, Rusty. I probably would have said A in the past, but then I probably would say C now based off how crappy it's been lately. Never heard of it. Subway used to be good in the 90s. Yeah, that honestly, before all these other sandwich places opened up, Subway was like king. And then they opened like 5 billion locations. I think Subway, I don't know if it is right now, but they surprisingly had the most locations of any fast food place. They expanded like crazy. And then they had the whole like GameStop effect where it's like, actually, we have a little bit too many locations. We need to downsize. $5 footlongs. Yeah, that's another one where it's like a footlong at Subway now is like $12 or something. Like you cannot justify that price for how bad it tastes. Don't ever go to Cookout. Is it national? Like I've never heard of it in my life, and I've traveled a decent amount in the US. Subway used to be good. I think we're all in agreement there that like late 90s, early 2000s, even to like mid 2000s, Subway was still decent. The last 10 years that they've just kind of fallen off. Limited my food at rotation is. I mean, I talked about this with Cope the other day that definitely a fan of routine. Once I know I like X item from X restaurant, that I will not stray from that. Carl's Jr. $2 burger fries puts it at C. I think I heard earlier that the only thing good there was their breakfast. I've had Carl's Jr. like 5 times ever. I think one of them was on like Christmas Eve. Subway's dog water. Yeah, I would agree. We'll get to that one, but okay, so we had a lot of, I'm thinking of leaving Cookout off. We've had a lot of never hads. We did have 2, so I did say that at least 2 I would probably put on there, but the problem is the 2 were S and F, so it's either going in never had or in C, so I think it makes less people mad if I keep it here. Yeah, I ate a lot of Subway. As I said, the back end of that, so like around 10 years ago, it started to kind of suck. Anybody who's great still rocking Grandies? I don't know if I know what Grandies is. That's making me think of like the candy stuff that we did last time, the little like honey coated stuff. All right, we'll keep Cookout off the list. Culver's. Yeah, I don't think I know Grandies. Culver's, while I know their ice cream, I don't. If I've had Culver's, I can't remember, so I can't judge it. B tier. Never heard Culver's. I believe they're kind of like the Dairy Queen version of ice cream cakes, probably. I know they do ice cream really well, or that's like their thing. I've had Culver's once. I think they put one in my hometown. Yeah, that may be how I recognize the name, honestly. Burger King for B, especially if they clean the broiler and grease. Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate that. I will, I actually did not make a new super chat, but I'll give you one of the, I don't know which one is per se your favorite, but we'll appreciate the super chat with a clip here. Which one do I think you would like the most? We'll go with the recent one. We'll go with some breathtaking.
Is really going to be breathtaking. You're breathtaking. You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
Thank you so much, man. I super appreciate that. So, hopefully you're a Keanu fan. Burger King for F. And you know what? I think I was listening to feedback dog on a Burger King. I don't mind. I'll move it up to B. You've convinced me. Love it. All right, awesome. Appreciate the super chat. Really appreciate it, man. You've convinced me. I realized that it came with a super chat, but I have nostalgia for Burger King for sure. He got bribed. I did get a little bit bribed. I think he was not chatting though at the time of Burger King's original scoring, so I can I got a little bribed. I think I honestly probably would put it higher too. Like if I'm picking one of these to go to, I may pick Arby's over Burger King, but Kid Me probably would put Burger King like way up here somewhere. Culver's good. Fish sandwiches, there's good, I think. Maybe ice cream. Yeah, the ice cream's all I really am familiar with, but I don't think I've had it anyway. Yeah, they did the Pokeballs. Honestly, I feel like let's take a brief educational session here. I will justify my moving up of Burger King with where? Let's see. Let's grab. Just search Burger King toys. These are probably current toys. Old school Burger King toys. Okay, let me just search. Actually, they had the Simpsons stuff. Burger King toys Pokemon. Okay, these are not what I wanted. This. I'm probably, is my head blocking? Now you can see me. These things. These like little gold bars of Pokemon characters that they put in these Pokeballs. I had some of those back in the day, but I don't have them anymore. Let's see. They had like 6 of them, right? Yeah. It's hard to see the pictures here, but we have... Is that Pikachu, Charizard? Is that Wally Pearl? Or what's it? Whatever his name is. Wait, that's... Okay, they're the same people. We have Jigglypuff back there. I think Mewtwo was one of them. All right, these pictures all suck. I know they're reflective, but... Yeah, but you got the little, like, gold bar. Yeah, there's Mewtwo. It came in the Pokeball. And then you had the one I have over there, the Dragon Ball ones. I only have the Gohan still. But, like, look how cool these things are. Oh, Goku's off the screen here, looks like. But you got, like, a little character, a little stand, a little card. I think I had some of those cards. Yeah, but that was our tangent down the Burger King fun toys section of today's program. All right, Dairy Queen is A to B. Oh, you're jumping. So is Domino's. Love how sweet their pepperoni and your lava cakes are. Burger King has a Battle of Rings glassware too. Really? I have to check that. I don't know if I knew that one. Well, these look different than what you said, but these also look awesome. Were these really a thing? I mean, that's pretty cool. You have like the Fellowship and the little troll from the Mines of Moria. What'd you call it? Burger King had toys. Burger King's toys were almost the best part of going to Burger King. Yeah, the Simpsons stuff. I showed a little bit of that, but it's not really great pictures of that. Maybe that is... I mean, that McDonald's had some pretty solid toys too, but Burger King I thought was the king of that for sure. Lord of the Rings glassware there. Let me see if... Glasses? Ooh. Wait, these are from Burger King? I mean, they're probably plastic, but... Okay, I mean, you can't not have Burger King and at least B now. Look at that. We have, what's this? Gandalf. That looks like Aragorn, maybe. I can't even see what's happening here. Is that Legolas? Can't really tell. Probably Frodo. But these are cool. That looks like glass. I don't know if it's plastic or not, but... I mean, that looks kind of plastic. But yeah, they had some pretty solid toys. Domino's is expensive. Yeah, we'll get some Domino's. McDonald's also had some pretty good toys. We can cover those once we get there probably soon. But they had some pretty good ones too. Of course they had toys. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of like the way to get your parents to take you. It's like, Mom, I need the 50th Pokemon. I only have the other 30 of them. Because the problem is with all of those things, they would just give you one. You couldn't like say, hey, give me the Vegeta today. So it would almost be like blind boxes where you would just go and get one and then you want to go back to get the next one. So I feel like they were kind of like the early stage blind box gimmick. You had the Pokeballs. Yeah, I had some of them. They're definitely long gone by now. Full-size toys and Simpsons dolls. Yeah, they had some pretty solid stuff. Whopper's the best burger. You lost me on that one. I don't think Burger King's burgers are that good. but you've probably had a lot more of them than I have had. Who eats roast beef? That's fair. With Arby's, you're saying? I mean, it's something different than a burger, at least. I'll give them that. Yeah, I actually never owned that game, King Matthew, but I remember playing at a friend's house, the Burger King game. With like the actual king in his like outfit. The Batman glass cups. I don't know if I do. Disney movie cups? Sneaking. Yeah. McDonald's had awesome Batman stuff. We'll have to check those out then too. That's true. It's probably less. Well, I mean, DBZ wasn't like the lightest content, and they Burger King had that. It's real glass, and that was like in a kids meal. You're saying, or did you buy that? That may have been something you like bought, the collectible. The mini Beanie Babies, yeah. I somewhere in a container at like my parents' place have all of our old Beanie Babies. When you had like the little TY thing, you put the little shell around it, not to damage it, because the most important thing was the tag somehow. I think the only one I took the tag off of was, I think the first one I got was a lion, and I took it off because I'm like, it's a toy, I'm gonna play with this. And then we learned like, oh, the values if you keep the little tag on it. So then we stopped taking them off. McDonald's Monopoly. That is true. That was kind of a cool, it was okay, I guess, documentary on the like fraud that took place with the Monopoly. Forgot about that. I heard they thought about or thinking about bringing that back in some capacity. Okay, yeah, you just mentioned it, Rusty. Yeah, the documentary. I had so many Bean Babies. Yeah, I have like the problem is there's variations. I know the Princess Diana one. I have one of them, but there's like few variations, and I don't know if any of them actually is sold, but I remember hearing that like, oh, you could sell this thing for like thousands of dollars, but it's like nobody's actually buying it. They're just claiming it's worth that much. I don't think the one I have was that one. I think it was like the worst one because it's like there's specific changes. The Beanie Baby documentary. I don't know if I knew that one. It was kind of an older person thing. That, and I'm thinking of like Furbies now. Oh, different one. It does feel like Labubu is the current trend. Although I've kind of seen that dying off. I don't know if that's actually true, but it feels like it's... people are trying to sell them. They're kind of getting stuck with them. All right. Now that we went down that long rabbit hole. Del Taco. Once again, one that I know, but I've not eaten at. Well, no, I'm thinking of Taco John's. I don't think I've ever actually had Del Taco, sorry. I want a Furby so bad. You didn't miss out on much. They were kind of terrifying, honestly, when they would just like turn on in the middle of the night. They were kind of like those, like I used to have Godzilla toys that had like the little push button. They would just randomly go off because it was just in like a big tub of toys. Del Tacos are right. Oh, Taco John's is all. Yeah. I lived off of Taco John's potato olays. Like when I was 19, I guess. That was like the only thing I actually got from Taco John's, but they were amazing. They were the Arby fries of Taco John to me. Your Furby looked like a tiger. Potato olays, yeah, those things are... I think I looked up the nutritional facts one time, and I regretted it immediately after doing it. I was like, okay. Because I would grab like 2 of those little containers of them, and you had the worst Furby FOMO. That feels like something you wish you had, but I don't think you missed out on a whole lot. Don't think I had Del Taco. I don't think I have either. I know it. Cookout so far, the only one I don't know. I think we only have a Del Taco is all right so far. Maybe we leave it in the never had. All right. We got Denny's. So, I mean, this isn't fast food per se, but it definitely is like diner experience. So we're getting a little bit into like the more restaurant sit down. Like this Denny's, even they don't have a drive-through, so Denny's strikes me as like a hit and miss depending on your location. Any of those like breakfast chains, it feels like you could be in for a nightmare or it could be pretty good. I don't know which of the like breakfast chains I like the most. Denny's has the Grand Slam, right? Isn't that their thing? I think anything on the menu here would like immediately make me regret life at this point. I'm kind of thinking that, but it's also because I haven't had these two. Del Taco better than Taco Mayo or Taco Bueno. I don't think I've had Taco Mayo. I've had Taco Bueno. I think like maybe once or twice. There's also Taco Cabana, which I think is on this list. Denny's S Plus. Good Waffle House, right? Yeah, it feels like there's a different experience between like, hey, I'm going to, I mean, you're going to breakfast for both, but like, are you visiting Denny's at 10 a.m. or are you going at like 3 a.m.? All the logos are the same color. There's a lot of yellow and red. You're saying S plus. Yeah, and I guess the other part, at least back in the day, how inebriated are you when you're going to Denny's? Like, if it's S plus when you're 10 beers deep, is that the same as like if it's S plus if you just ate it normally? You don't live near one now? They're pretty all over though, aren't they? They may not be like in every specific like town, but you said S plus. That feels a bit high. How about if we go there? Very much so. Yeah, I debate on some of these. Like I'm thinking of Jack in the Box. Like how hammered did you have to be to pick Jack in the Box? They do have pretty many things. They're pretty much a diner where it's like, hey, do you want breakfast, lunch, dinner? We pretty much have anything. I think B seems... I'm content with B. I could not put it like up here at Chick-fil-A. True. Although in fairness, well, not on time of day matters. You can probably get those pretty much day, like all the time, 24/7 there. These places have breakfast, but not after like 10 or 10:30. I think the thing to do in high school is like stay up all night and wait until 6:30 so that you can get some McDonald's breakfast. All right, Domino's. So I gotta be honest. A lot of these places I haven't, well, some of them I eat periodically, but a lot of these places I haven't had like recently. Yeah, I am not traditionally a Domino's person, but we did get it last week for the first time in like probably 15 years. I feel like the only times I got Domino's is because somebody else ordered it, or it was like free at some like party or event. C- as of lately. I kind of dug it when we got it. That may be another, I mean, these are all probably in some ways location specific. I kind of expected Domino's to make me feel like total ass, and it didn't. So I don't know if that says like my diet has suffered recently or it's not as disgusting. They had the bad PR thing with like the people putting like boogers in the food, but I think their whole rebranding after that kind of rebounded pretty well. Yeah, I mean, it's it's surprisingly still pretty low cost. I mean, if you use their deals, but feels like their deals are like always going on. Honestly, Domino's may be like there for me. C minus. I will say I've been to a bad Chick-fil-A when it comes to the employees. The food has always been pretty good, but I had one time where we ordered something on the menu and then I saw the receipt afterwards and like what they charged wasn't what it was listed as on the menu. And I mentioned that to the person and they're like, all right, well, we're going to charge whatever the machine rang up. And I was like, okay. I like, instead of just like adjusting the price, like a small amount, they like fought me on it, but they accepted a return. So I just gave it to them and they just threw it in the trash. So there's been times going there, but they're most often pretty solid. Domino's better than pizza and Mazio's. I don't think I know Mazio's. We'll see. I feel like the big three are Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Papa John's, right? Pizza Hut taco pizza, though. That's probably not for me. There are, yeah, that is fair. I am probably, we talked about like actors and having them in like their personal life impact your thoughts of them as an actor. I'm probably bad with like customer service experiences. If you give me a shit time, I'm gonna probably hold on to it longer than most people would. So Godfather's Pizza. I don't think I have. I think I know the one you're talking about. There's a place nearby-ish called Brothers Pizza, which is kind of similar vibes to that, but I don't think I've ever actually had Godfather's. Aren't they kind of like a CC's almost? Yeah, the big three. They are like the holy trinity of pizza. Godfather's Pizza's there. Gino's, that's like the Chicago go-to place, right? Isn't that like unless I'm mixing that up? I feel like I'm thinking of like Midwestern people talking about Gino's. All right, Dairy Queen. This is a tough one because we're talking about like fries from Arby's being better than everything else. Have you guys ever gone to Dairy Queen because you really want like a burger? Because I never have. I don't even know if I've actually had food at Dairy Queen. In my mind, it sucks. I have had their blizzards or whatever, where they do the whole like flip it upside down thing. Those are pretty great. Like if I'm judging blizzards, we're kind of up here somewhere. But if I'm judging Dairy Queen as like everything else, I feel like I'm like down here somewhere. Dairy Queen's B+. Chili dogs there. That's also not something I would order. Thin square cut pizza. Yeah, that's like St. Louis style. Like Emos. Like with the Provel cheese, right? Is that what it is? They have soft pretzel sticks you like at Dairy Queen? That feels like another gimmick thing that they would do. Godfather Pizza's good. Do we have that on the list? Or I don't think we do. It sounds like you guys are fans of it, though. Hey, Madeline, appreciate you hopping in. We are doing tier lists currently, and chat has requested we finally do the fast food portion of things, so appreciate you hopping in. Kind of this layout is taking chat feedback and then my feedback and placing fast food restaurants at this point. The DQ ice cream cakes. That sounds good. I'm just thinking of like an Oreo Blizzard and I'm like putting it up here, but I'm like, the rest of their menu probably is like, ugh. We had an Indian called Una Pizza. Oh, you're talking about the thin crust or like it's almost like cracker style pizza where it squares, to your point. DQ is probably A tier. Really? Bad now? It does feel like it's got a little bit of the Subway effect where it's like, you guys probably don't invest too much in your product. See, it's expensive and it's I could see that. I haven't been there in a long time, so I can't comment on the probably price hikes they've had. Yeah, like 20. It's been a minute. The hard part is like I only would go to Dairy Queen for ice cream But also, if I wanted ice cream, I probably wouldn't pick Dairy Queen first. Maybe this is a hot take, but I kind of feel like if you picked Dairy Queen as a restaurant, you probably had a rough day. Because you want ice cream, and you want it quickly. You don't care about like it being the best ice cream. So while you may be hammered at Denny's, I feel like you've been through the ringer if you went to Dairy Queen. Depending on where you live, there may be places where it's like that's your only choice, but we're going back to the 90s. I would not be opposed to that. Way overpriced. Yeah, I mean, I was also a kid in the 90s, so that's kind of hard to judge. Like, if I was my current age in the 90s, would I still want to be eating Dairy Queen? I don't know. Brahms is good. I haven't really done a whole lot of the ice cream chains in a long time. I've done more of like the Froyo stuff, probably in the last 15 years. What else is there? Like Cold Stone, Marble Slab. So I'll talk about comparison of receipts. Yeah, it's probably like $2 versus like 30. Kentucky had Dollar Generals everywhere. Yeah, I could see that. Taco Bell went up in the last 5 years. Oh, price-wise? I kind of feel like everything is. There's people that really take advantage of it that suck, but yeah, that's probably partially why we get Froyo. All right, what did we say here? We had C, A. I have King Matthew saying A and Madeline saying C. And pretty bad now, so Tapacy. I mean, do you guys like DQ more than Arby's? I haven't had these two, so I feel like less bad just boxing them out. Yeah. Well, I don't know. If I want fries or I want ice cream. It is funny though that the dollar stores, I feel like, I mean, the branding is still fine, but like nothing in dollar stores like costs $1 anymore. Like Five Below, there's like the back sections, like 5 and beyond, which is like, this thing's actually 25. You like everything better than Arby's? All right, we'll put it here then. Uh-oh. You're right. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. All right. El Pollo Loco. Another one I know, but haven't been to that I know of. Yeah, I'm assuming for the most part our visiting restaurants will be similar. I guess not entirely, but for the first 19 years of our life, maybe not, but has anyone had El Pollo Loco? Which is what, the crazy chicken in Spanish? I feel like I'm thinking El Pollo Hermanos. You haven't had either? Maybe I never had then. Yeah, El Pollo Hermanos is in Breaking Bad, but El Pollo Loco is not. I think they actually opened up I think it was just like for a day, maybe, but in Austin, a Los Pollos Hermanos location. All right, we will skip over that one. Firehouse subs. I think I've had this one time, so I can't judge it, but I will defer to chat's opinions. I kind of feel like I'm in my sub era of life where it's like, I feel like I'm getting some nutritional value. So I probably would like it, but I don't know if I don't know if I know it. Garbage F. That's also fair. Yeah, not a lot of diverse options for you. Yes, Firehouse. All right, so we have A and F. Here we go. This is just what I like. You're good, King Matthew. Appreciate having you back. We are on Firehouse subs. I think I've had it one time, but I can't say for sure. Honestly, it strikes me as being very similar to like Jersey Mike's. So I imagine it's good, but you get Firehouse subs coupons. It does feel like there's just better options, I would guess. They warm the meat. Is that the standard we live by? is that the limitation? Subway warms the meat if you ask for it. The one Subway bias, it was like, I've tried to give it a chance multiple times because it's like right next to the movie theater nearby us. So I like walk over there, and the last time we went to Subway, like the employee, it was like their second day, and there's no one else working there, and they're like asking us how to make the sandwich at that point. But yeah, even Subway will heat up the meat, so I don't know if we want to judge that. I don't think we have Cracker Barrel. I think that's probably more viewed as like a sit-down restaurant, even though we do have Denny's, so I maybe don't know what I'm talking about, but either way, I don't think it's on the list. Fire subs is better than Subway. Probably A. Yeah, I felt bad for the kid for sure. It was definitely not his fault. I feel like the manager of that place needs to get like fired. I think they have franchises though, so I don't know. Who knows? When I DoorDash Subway, it's 10 times worse. I could see that. I mean, especially if you got like your meat thrown in the oven. It could be like cold by the time it gets to you. Oh, you're fine. We had 2 A's and an F. How do I deal with you? Top of C or bottom of B? Maybe there. I don't know. We may adjust at the end. Or throughout. Yeah, I would agree, Cope. I don't think, unless like it was paid for by like an employer or something previously, I very rarely do deliver. I'm like, you know what? That's like another $20 at least. I feel like with all the fees that they throw on. So I think the last time I've actually done delivery without it, like with us covering it, was probably one time like 10 years ago. And then prior to that was probably 5 years prior to that. Yeah, it's definitely convenient, and it probably is a little bit colder by the time it gets to you. You think Cracker Barrel's A? I haven't had Cracker Barrel since I was like 8, so I can't fully judge. I remember liking it, but not warm like Firehouse A tier. It's definitely either bottom of B or top of C. I feel like I would like Firehouse if I had it. It's kind of, is it similar to Potbelly's, Rusty? I don't know if you've had that. Is that on the list? It is. It strikes me as very similar. Like, I mean, literally the name, like, hey, let's leave the fire department, head over and get some subs. Five Guys are good, but you pay $20 for... Yeah, I would agree. That pretty much describes the Five Guys experience. You get endless fries, and you overpay for a pretty good taste of hot dog burger. Meals containers get soggy. Yeah, I could see that in like the packaging. They give you white wine for your mimosa. Dreadful. That's fair. Is that what is isn't champagne normally mimosa? So you're saying they give you wine instead? Never had Potbelly's. They give me similar impressions. has little cookies on the Starlight Shake. That is a little nice touch. It's like the little table for pizza, but actually something edible. We'll put you there. We had 2 people say A. Yeah. We never heard of Potbellies. I think that's pretty all over. Because I know it's in the South and the Midwest. It may not be on like the coasts. So maybe it's like the middle of the country. Five Guys. The hard part is we are kind of taking into account price, because as far as taste, Five Guys is like up here. I do think it's slightly overrated though. Like I'd probably put it there if I'm saying taste, but price is a factor. Because I'm not really picking Five Guys often. It may be there for me, all things considered. It's all right. C-. Yikes. You guys are not fans. Yeah, I haven't had it in a long time, but I don't think it's because I didn't like it. Just because it's like, I don't need to spend $20 per person. So we have an all right and a C-. I think it's hard not to put it above Burger King. That's kind of where I'm stuck on. You think it's C tier? Dang, you guys really hate Five Guys. It's hard for me to put it even below Denny's. I mean, Denny's is probably cheaper though, I would guess. So there is that going for it. Five Guys, you definitely feel disgusting after eating, so I will probably give it some negative points for that. She moved you back down. That feels like it's an okay list. Yeah, sometimes if you only go on like once, like I don't really remember. It's like super greasy, so you're, as I said, you're not gonna feel great after eating it, especially to Rusty's point after eating 7 pounds of fries. So, like I assume they have fry sizes there, but I feel like if they do, just get a small, because they just like shovel them in the bag. Like, you know how sometimes you get like a loose fry at the bottom of the bag, but instead it's like you have an entire container of fries at the bottom of the bag. Yeah, it is pure carbs for sure. All right, IHOP. IHOP's a tough one too, because I don't know where I stand on it being. A kid I went to high school with, his family like franchised a few of them. Is this just me like miscalculating this? I kind of view IHOP as, for some reason, like marketing wise, I view as Denny's as like the Walmart and IHOP as like the Target. For some reason, it strikes me as a little bit more classy, but I may be off base. I'm also probably thinking like International House of Pancakes, like the Pancake House. I think that's a pretty big franchise, but I may be associating that with the Pancake House a little bit too much. Bag Frezzo's your favorite. Yeah, that, and like when you get the loose onion ring too. I hope put it by Denny's. It feels fitting. I haven't been in a while, but if you gave me IHOP or Denny's, I would probably assume that they're both similar quality. Better than Denny's. Yeah, I don't know if it actually tastes better, but I get the impression it's supposed to be viewed as being like more upscale, even though they're both just like breakfast restaurants. I assume there's less like late night fights at IHOP than there are at Denny's. I mean, breakfast on the bar. True. Breakfast for dinner is, or I guess midnight snack is solid. Yeah, I think it's part of their branding. It feels like this looks like an Amazon type of thing with like the little logo. I know it's supposed to be like a smiley face now that I'm looking at it, but they give off, this looks more professional. I care about my brand. This is like new Cracker Barrel logo, and this is like old one where it's like, you're just going here for a good time and some good food. And here you're probably going like after church or something. I don't know. I may be off base with that. I don't know if breakfast is the tastiest. They have some, I mean, if I'm talking like unhealthy foods, yeah, they were pretty solid. IHOP for old people. Yeah, so yeah, less fights there probably. I mean, maybe not, but probably less fights I'm afraid of getting in. IHOP is for me then. All right, I'll take a quick minute break here, and I'll leave you guys with the idea of In-N-Out. Probably going to be a polarizing one, maybe? We'll copy. I think the link is still over there, actually. Let me know what you think about In-N-Out. All right. Thank you. Let's see. Let's catch up and see what you guys think about In-N-Out Burger. IHOP is for you as in you're an old person. I just now made that connection. Feels like it'd be less greasy. I don't think it is. I think that's a perception. That's kind of what I was getting at, where I'm like, I think I may have a misinterpretation of IHOP. I think it's still gonna be greasy. Some grannies are scrappy. It could be. You catch them at a bad time. Denny's is a place a metal show took place at. I mean, generally breakfast foods are the tastiest. Yeah, I mean, you have hash browns, bacon, biscuits, all of those combined. Bagels, donuts. I feel like everyone's gonna be super hungry after this. Are we all going to Denny's after this, apparently? All right. Or IHOP, since it's apparently better. Is IHOP 24/7? I feel like Denny's is pretty much always 24/7. And that was good. I just had it last November. High B. B. I know actors go there after award shows. Is that really a thing? Overrated. French toast. And you said that I did not list that one. That's probably my favorite. If I order a meal, probably my favorite breakfast food. French toast is good. Remember when, speaking of Burger King, they kind of sucked, but the French toast sticks that they had? All right, In-N-Out. We said high B, A, B. So when I was a kid, In-N-Out was like, not even a question. It would be above Chick-fil-A. Like, when we went there, oh, I'm off the screen here. There we go, I think. Yeah. Not a question back in the day. In-N-Out was like the go-to place. Like, if you wanted good food as a kid, since like fast food was like the popular thing, or like the fun thing to eat, the most fun was In-N-Out. They had like the best burgers, I felt like. Fries are a little bit overrated. They're kind of just like sliced potatoes. I realize that's like a definition for fry, but if you've had them, you know kind of what I mean. Like they just kind of feel like raw potatoes. Milkshakes are good. They also have like a secret menu, which I never really dabbled into. But I haven't had it in a while, but I will say last time I had it, I thought it was just like mostly okay. It's actually, I was gonna say it's overpriced. I've actually heard the pricing isn't too bad. It is a thing. You are the award show person, so I will take your word for it. But I mean, that makes sense if they're like in LA, because they used to be just California, then they expanded to like Arizona, I think Nevada, and Texas. We said B and high A, or B to high B to A. I think it's still I mean, this is similar to Five Guys. You're gonna feel like ass afterwards, but I'm a little torn. Canes being here is kind of throwing me off because I haven't had Canes. If I'm being realistic though, what would I rather order today? Because that's kind of the part of this. I'd rather get Domino's than In-N-Out based off my last experience. Yeah. Hey, JDev. Appreciate you hopping in. We are currently tier listing fast food places. I think this is our third tier list. We did late 90s, early 2000s, like kid shows, I guess. And then we did actors. And now we're doing fast food. So a bit all over the spectrum here. Culver's at the top of the list. I can't remember. I think one person here had it, but we obviously put it in like the never had it because there wasn't enough group data. You think it's the top of the list? Is it really that good? I feel like, aren't they just known for ice cream, or do they actually have some good stuff? But I think you said high B to A. You said B. If I'm thinking of like these four, I'd probably pick that there. Good food as well. I mean, I'd be open to throwing it on the list. I just don't know. You would put it at the top, so I'm a little reluctant to like throw it at the top since we haven't never had, but it'd honestly be hard for me to put it above B, I think. Either the best or A. Remind me, anybody in chat, if you've had Culver's. I thought there was maybe one person that did. If nobody else has, then I may leave it because I don't know if enough people have had it. I think most people had not. That's why we locked it in there. But I guess in the meanwhile, Jack in the Box. I hate Domino's. That'd be an F for you. I probably would have had Domino's at like a C- before, but since I did have it recently and had a good experience, that's why I had it higher. Oh, Lexi, she had it once. Yeah, I think we probably keep it in never had. All right, Jack in the Box. Kind of a regional-ish. They're like Midwest and South, right? Jack in the Box. I don't think they're really East Coast because I think people I know there are not familiar with it. I put them kind of in the same category of Arby's, of amazing seasoned curly fries. Oh, King Matthew liked Culver's. You've never had Jack in the Box? Jack in the Box was like the drunk fast food option, I feel like. Like how Denny's was like the drunk sit-down restaurant. I feel like Jack in the Box was like the drive-through choice. Had it once, probably C. Yeah, their tacos are. I remember somebody mentioning that I used to work with that that was their like late night choice of food. I think I've only ever had their burgers and fries though. It's definitely one that you feel like major regret with all of your life choices after eating it. I mean, it's not the best. I think C, probably like bottom of C. I wanted to put it next to Arby's because they're similar, but I don't know about these two. All right, Jersey Mike's. I think, Rusty, you were saying you did not like Jersey Mike's, but honestly, or you said maybe the prices weren't great. For me, Jersey Mike's is like there, I think. They've kind of taken over Subway when it comes to like the sub place, in my opinion. Like they started a little smaller and they've kind of expanded a lot to this point. Yeah, I've liked like the variety of stuff I've gotten from there. They have like a bunch of different types of sandwiches. IB. Yeah, I feel like a sub place, it's hard for me not to be in this range at least. Never had it. Greasy sandwiches? What are you ordering from there? I'm thinking like a turkey sandwich or something. What kind of greasy sandwich would you be getting? Now they do like a meatball marinara or something. Oily? Okay, I could see that, yeah. They kind of, I guess, not all sub places do it, but they kind of have a unique, like you just order off the menu. There's not like a build it in front of you type of thing. I don't think you can like really adjust the toppings too much with their stuff because they're like, we're just going to make it in the back. Oh, yours was greasy last time? Okay, we can drop it down. You love Subway as much as I love meatball subs. I don't know if I've ever had that at Subway. I normally just get like ham or turkey historically from Subway. Chicken. Vinegar and oil. I could see them doing that, just like going crazy with all of them. I'd be down for that, King Matthew. I love the Uncharted franchise. I've heard they're maybe going to be doing that with the first Halo also. I mean, Uncharted's kind of done, so that's a good way to kind of revisit it. You hate oily sandwich, gets spread all mushy. That does sound kind of not ideal. Especially if you had like DoorDashed, that would be a nightmare. It's like those grinder sandwiches that were popular a while back. All right, so I liked it higher, but you said high B, and Rusty, you're not a fan. Honestly, I wanted to put it like here. High B, do I like it? Yeah. I think that's an okay spot. I think there was one time I did get Jersey Mike's on a road trip, and it kind of was a disappointment. You got a cooked one instead of like a cold one. Yeah, that's true. You got it. Yours heated up. I can eat a foot-long meatball sub under 1 minute. That's impressive. Me and Lexi are also quite fast eaters. I don't know if I can do that. That's pretty wild. But generally, if I'm like eating with a group of people, I'm probably done pretty quickly. It's better than Arby's. Yeah. I think at the top of B works. All right, Jimmy John's. I don't like Jimmy John's as much, if I'm being real. To me, Jimmy John's is like, I mean, you just said higher than Arby's. Honestly, I would probably put it below Arby's. I kind of feel like they're the McDonald's of sandwich places, and that they like are efficient, all that stuff. But maybe it's the like stuff I order. Like I said, I get turkey sandwiches a lot at sandwich places, and I don't feel like theirs is that great. Speaking of like oil and vinegar, I feel like theirs are kind of dry, like the bread. I've never gone to Jimmy John's being like, I want to pick this as my meal. I think a lot of times it has been like with a group or something that was like catered in for something. F. I mean, I probably wouldn't go F, but I could be talked into lower for Jimmy John's. Low C for you. You like where I have it? You don't care for Quiznos or Slotsky's? Is that your spelling of Slotsky's, or is that a different place? Oh, Slutsky. Nice. I don't know if I've ever had either of those. I obviously know them super well, but I don't know if I've eaten at either of them. Never had Jimmy John's. Was a B plus. We don't have one near us. All right, so B plus, F, and C. That's kind of weird. I mean, it's definitely where it's at. Yeah, I haven't had Bojangles or Checkers, so they're kind of just outliers for me. I think it's an okay spot. Probably would prefer it over Jack in the Box because you would have to wheel me out after eating Jack in the Box. Jollibee. I am familiar with it, but haven't had it. Don't know. Isn't it kind of a Midwestern thing? Or is it East Coast? Haven't heard of it. I've heard of it. I've never eaten it at it, though. You're jumping to KFC at this point. You're saying screw Jollibee. You're fine. I mean, I'm moving it, so that's kind of throwing off which like one we're on. I don't know if I've had. I actually know I haven't had Jollibee. I've seen it a bunch of times, but I think we'll keep it here. It's your stress food. I used to have KFC around like the 4th of July, but somebody told me one time they like watched the process of KFC being made and they never wanted to eat there ever again. So I kind of adopted that mentality, but that's probably true for everything on this list. So I don't know if that's fair. It's kind of like when I was in school, we did a case study on, I think the specific situation was the threshold of, hopefully you guys aren't big fans of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but that was the product used in this. But there was a study on the threshold of minimum quantities of rodent hairs and bugs that are allowed to be in Cinnamon Toast Crunch that are like, keep it viewed as like acceptable as food. The answer is not 0. So I assume that applies to a lot of these food places, but it was hard for me to eat CTC after that. Cereal's another good one we could do. I mentioned sodas earlier. Probably should write those down as ideas. But yeah, I remember hearing that and being like, ooh. I want KFC to be better. That's probably where I'm at too. Where like, you should taste better than you do. But I also haven't had it in like 20 years probably. So we have nostalgic, we have C, we have stress food. That doesn't sound like it's a really good situation. That feels like the same thing where I mentioned about Dairy Queen. The reason you're going there is probably not good. Long John Silver's and KFC, they mix coleslaw in a bucket, still eat it. It's fair. Just don't think about it. KFC. I mean, for me, KFC is probably like here, realistically. What did you guys say? C, stress food, and nostalgic. It feels like we want it to be here, but it's somewhere in this area. Is D too low? I'm probably going to all these places before KFC. So I honestly, for me, I would debate putting it in F, but you said C, so I don't think we can do that. I feel like low-ish. I mean, we only have 2 in there. D feels appropriate. It's one of your favorites. All right, King Matthew comes in being like, you were wrong. Well, we got C in one of your favorites. It's hard for me to put it like... B tier. I've gotten verbal statements of B and C, and then stressful and nostalgic. So it's, what'd you say? You said C. I don't think I can go any higher than C. Honestly, it's like bottom of C. That feels like I feel bad about doing that, honestly, even. So we will accept you being in C. All right, Little Caesars. I didn't really have it growing up. I feel like I had it more in adulthood for like cheap pizza option. It's not particularly good. If we're putting it up there with the other chains, it's probably of the lowest. It's like kind of like CC's quality pizza. Kind of feels like almost like you're eating Play-Doh. Pizza there's too greasy. I don't think you're wrong. Like there, maybe? Plastic pizza. Yeah. I mean, price was definitely always their go-to. I don't know if that's still the case, but I think they had like $5 pizzas. But as I said about Domino's, you can use their deals and you're paying pretty close to that anyway. Little Caesars will make you regret or like think about everything you've done up to that point in life. So this would probably be a good stress food choice. Not good, but like a common one. Long John Silver's. It would be here for me, but I'm assuming most people have had it. Fast food and fish did never feel like a good situation. Like I kind of feel like there's no way that's higher than a C. Hot ready pizzas ain't even hot no more. That's a downside too then. C for Long John. I feel like a car dealership guy being like, best I can do is C. Yeah, you definitely got the doghouse of fast food choices. Burger King and Long John. Or and CC's or Little Caesars rather. I think was also on the list. C+, love the Hush Puppies. I don't think I've ever had them, but I do like Hush Puppies in general. So C+ and C. Haven't lived if you haven't had it. It's that good. But you gave it a C. Yeah, that's definitely. I've been at other like local, extremely unhealthy, like almost Cajun-y fish places. So I get the idea of what it tastes like, but I don't think it's probably that good. This feels like another one that you could wind up with food poisoning at. Don't know if that's the case. You get the chicken, not the fish. I mean, that was their rebranding, so maybe they did some numbers and they're like, hey, people aren't actually ordering fish. So we said C and C+. If I want to see if I'll go to Captain D's. I don't know who Captain D's is, but Red Lobster. I mean, it's a sit down. It's a bit of a different intention when you go there. Is that a suspicious face, Rusty? I like fish, but I don't feel like I want to skimp on fish. I say that and I go to like the cheap sushi places, but for some reason, like chicken and turkey, you can kind of like half-ass, but I feel like if you give me bad fish, that doesn't sound great. You're not big into fish? Salmon's good, yeah. Captain D's is the poor man's ripoff. So we said C and C+, I think, for the two. I can go ahead of KFC because this shouldn't be in this category anyway, but I don't think it would pass Jack in the Box. Not big into fish. Shrimp is good. I mean, I feel like it borderline counts as fish. It's just like fried, like, well, Shrimp not fried is also good. You dip it in like some sauce. Like cold shrimp. Although I will say shrimp, calamari, all those things, like presentation impacts my happiness. Like we went to, what's that restaurant called? Some restaurant where we ordered calamari and they like gave you, it looked like an actual squid. And I was like, or octopus. And I was like, yeah, I'm not as hungry anymore. Popcorn shrimp, it's hard to go wrong there. Popcorn shrimp, popcorn chicken. It's just like chewier version of the chicken. All you can eat shrimp. Yeah, that feels like in the scene of Remember the Titans where they would have it for like a second and then realize the regret of all of the money they lost and change that. Although we still have Olive Garden still does all you can eat breadsticks and salad. I think those places I feel bad if I don't like order an entree. I'm like, I can't just get some like weak menu item. I have to like actually order something because I just ate all of the like free food. Shrimp, yummy coconut shrimp. Crab rangoon. Oof. I hate crab rangoon. I've never eaten crab rangoon, but I don't like whatchamacallit that's in it. Why am I blanking on the name? For some reason I want to say cottage cheese, but that's not the case. Crab rangoon. Cream cheese. I do not like cream cheese. Yeah. Not a cream cheese fan. So that one immediately was never going to be a hit for me. Yeah, you got it. McDeezy's, the pinnacle of fast food, but is it the pinnacle in quality or what you want to eat? Honestly, based off this list, McDonald's is probably here. Right next to BK. You're no longer my friend. I'm sorry to hear that. The good news is, I mean, whenever somebody likes something I don't, I'm like, well, you can have it all. You can have all the cream cheese. I won't touch it. D? Dang. All right, I guess this is now time for the McDonald's toys segment of the show. Honestly, I mentioned earlier, going to their breakfast at like 6:30 in the morning. They are top tier breakfast. Hash browns, like the little patty. When I was a kid, I got the pancakes. I don't think I've done that in a long time. Their breakfast sandwiches, like bacon, egg, and cheese or something. You're speaking of clogged arteries, but you're going to like it for at least like the 10 seconds you're eating it. Good dinner, terrible coffee. I mean, you can move forward with the lawsuit if you drink the coffee. At least there's that. Probably B tier. So we have a D, a B. Nuggets there with honey. I ate like so much McDonald's when I was a kid. I didn't like their nuggets as much. Their burgers, I would slam those things. Fries, I will say McDonald's does one thing well, and it's probably known for at this point, but they are probably the most consistent on this list. I mean, the employee may mess up like your order, like they may give you pickles if you didn't want it on there, but if you order X burger and you get the ingredients you get, it's going to taste the same every time. It's very rare that McDonald's tastes is like a different experience depending on the time you go. Although I've seen the stuff where I never ate the McRib, but I remember seeing somebody like ordered it and then they like washed it off and they showed what the meat looked like. I was like, okay, well, this is a KFC situation again. McDonald's breakfast is probably, honestly, I'm taking McDonald's breakfast over IHOP or Denny's, no question. Downside is, at least it used to be 6:30 to 10:30. That's like the big plot line in Big Daddy when the kid throws a temper tantrum. All right, D, B, B minus. McGriddles. Yeah, I don't know if I think I've had them at this point in time. favorite meal is the Big Mac. This may be the weirdest thing to say ever, considering I just mentioned going to McDonald's a million times. I don't think I've ever actually ordered a Big Mac. The chicken nugget meal, 20 pieces. Yeah, this is a big order. Their breakfast burritos. I don't think I've ever had those there. Yeah, get the kid. Will someone get this kid a Happy Meal? He gets there like 11 or something, and it's like too late. Always feel like a weird choice. I get they want to like maybe not have the food ready. So, all right. So we said B minus, B, and a D. B minus, B, and a D. It's hard for me to. I mean, B minus and a D. I do have to take that into account. Me personally, I like McDonald's more than Burger King taste-wise. So that's why it's hard to like do this slide down, but let's see the McDonald's toys. I saw they did the, I don't know if it's on here, one of the channels I watch. Is this it? Yeah, they had these like talk about marketing out the wazoo of their own stuff. They gave out these toys that were like McDonald's items. Like you have fries on a tray, you have like the cashier. But they had some pretty cool like older toy lines. Yeah, they had the obviously the characters. Is that a little Furby? These ones aren't that fun. I thought they had some like licensed stuff too. I mean, obviously Furby probably would be. What is this, Kung Fu Panda? Ronald is definitely one of the more terrifying mascots, I will say. You mentioned Batman. Is this what you're talking about? That was all right. I think those things probably like wind up, right? I would guess they would just take off. Just all because the kid went to talk to a homeless man. Yeah, that's true. He got stopped up. Vintage toys. That's true. I will quite old at this point where this may be the Kung Fu Panda may be vintage. Let's just type vintage toys. If I could spell. I thought they had like their own little like monsters thing at one point too, like these little creatures that you collected. Were these them? I don't know if that was it. I think Burger King is better when it comes to toys. Food, McDonald's. Getting me to buy the stuff, probably Burger King. Burger King also had, I forgot about this until this moment. Did you guys ever get the Coke slushies? I feel like those became a thing at like 7-Eleven now, but Burger King kind of popped off with those. Heading to bed. All right, take it easy, Rusty. Thanks for hanging out for a bit, and thank you again for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good, I think you said longer weekend. Every movie that come out. It does feel like that's, I think that's still the case. Like Wednesday is doing something with, actually, I think that's Wendy's. We'll put McDonald's there. Yeah, the ices. I was more of a Coke icy, although today that may be a little bit too much sugar at this point. It is Wendy's. Moe's. I think I've had Moe's once. They're like burritos, right? I don't have enough data to give an opinion. You have like 2.5 rows here. Never had or never heard of Moe's. I've heard of it, but I've never. I think at most I've had it once, so I don't think that's enough for me either. Had it a long time ago, like I was 21. B plus. I mean, I do like burritos. Oh, I may leave it and never had because I am reluctant to put it above like McDonald's. All right, cool. Noodles. Kind of surprised this is on this list because I always went in there like sat down. I think I only ever ordered one thing, the spicy chicken wrap or something like that is what it was. It feels weird that this is considered fast food. Yeah, it's kind of a sit-down place. I guess it is kind of fast food-esque, but neither of you guys have heard of it. I don't think we've had this situation where only I had the food and you guys haven't. It was pretty good. Maybe something like that. It was a little bit healthier stuff. Like, I don't think you're really getting like a burger and fries there. It's more like a meal, like an entree type of thing. Like something you would get a plate with. That feels appropriate. I did like when we got that. I've had it probably a decent number of times too. All right, Panda Express. Talk about rolling the dice with a restaurant. This feels like definite situation of food poisoning or delicious. For me, Panda Express is probably like there. Definite food court vibes. Pretty good as long as you get like chewy pieces of like chicken would be a nightmare with this. Like some like orange chicken or something from there. Yeah, that's funny. You literally said the same thing, you know, orange chicken. I mean, it's definitely the fast food Chinese food option, but how good is that? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's good. It's like, there's like PF Chang's as far as like all over the place, Chinese places, and then like Panda Express is probably down here. Yeah, we definitely have a similar, I think the age similarity may be a big factor there. Panera. I really like Panera. I will say there was a moment in time where we would like order because we got the app like a ton. In general, I don't think sandwich places can really do wrong. Yeah, it's definitely a factor. I mean, you have like shared experiences, even if like not knowing each other. It's kind of like music we talked about earlier, like growing up with the same stuff. You worked as a baker there. S plus. Well, then I was going to give a fun fact, but you probably know the fun fact then maybe. Fun fact, Panera, its original name is actually St. Louis Bread Co. I believe that's where it started. And in St. Louis, Panera locations are still called St. Louis Bread Co., but it's Panera. So fun little chat fact for today. S plus, huh? You don't think you knew that? I mean, I feel pretty confident that's the case. I have family from there, so. But yeah, if you go to St. Louis, it's St. Louis Bread Co. You love working overnight. That will give me a sway because if you worked there and didn't want to like quit on the spot, that says something about the experience, which I've mentioned. I do value that portion of the company. Panera is really good. If you want to go with S plus, I'm content with that. I would maybe put it like here. I've rarely gotten like something bad at Panera. Honestly, well, is it above the Lord's Chicken? I think we'll keep it like this for now. You miss noodles? Yeah, I was the only one that knew about noodles. Where would you put noodles? I thought like below McDonald's was like fair. I didn't really overly try their menu. I ordered the same thing every time. Not above God's chicken. Yeah, that's true. We can't do that. All right. I just noticed this now. We have Papa John with his face crossed out. What's his name? John Shatner. Obviously, he got canceled, and they kept his company. And Shaq is now like the face of the company. I feel like Papa John's, of the Holy Trinity of pizza, probably would have been my favorite. I definitely had that a ton growing up. I've heard they're kind of overpriced now. I don't know how true that is. I definitely assume they're pricier than Domino's. But back in the day, I would probably have put like Papa John's here. But in today's time, he probably gets dropped down. I'm nostalgic. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the experience if you like it more. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I have to remind myself, like, how much did I like it as a kid versus how much I like it now? The breadsticks are pretty amazing. Also, the barbecue chicken pizza was my go-to. You never had Papa John's. Aren't they everywhere? I mean, I've not had some of these places that are everywhere too, but overpriced. You like your well done. The spot I hit up for like 5 years in a row was always great. I extra liked it because I don't know if they realized this, but whenever I went there, they had like the promo codes that you can use. And I had a 50% off one that never expired, so I just used it every time I went there. I feel like they weren't aware that was always active, but it was kind of when like the technical like app stuff was getting started. But if you asked me this like a week ago, I would have definitely had it above Domino's, but I'm kind of debating now. It is good. I think I just haven't had it in a while. Maybe below Jersey Mike's, right above Domino's. Oh, did anyone give a score? It's overpriced. You can choose how. Oh, yeah, you said that. How well the wings are cooked. I really haven't done like wings or any of that stuff. I feel like Papa John's loves to experiment. They have like the papadilla, whatever the hell else they make today. But I just get like pizza and breadsticks pretty much. B is good. I think that's probably fair. The breadstick dipping oil. That was definitely your thing. That was not my thing. Panera's overpriced. Uh-oh. Cope, you're gonna have to throw hands here real quick. I think all these are overpriced at this point, right? For being honest. You hush. PDQ. I've heard it's amazing. I've never had it though. Also, my face is blocking it, but just know that it's in the never had it category. I've heard it's like really good chicken. KFC being the worst C tier is the best choice you could have made. I had it in D tier. I got talked into moving it up, to be honest. So, what's up, Chris? Thanks for hopping in. We are currently tier listing fast food places, which I feel like if you've watched the channel, you've been like, this has nothing to do with anything you've ever talked about, but here we are. Put it back in D tier. Who's the one that was like vouching for KFC? Was it JDev? Somebody was really digging KFC. I was definitely, honestly, I think I had it at the bottom of D tier, but I got talked into moving it up. Maybe it was King Matthew. Somebody really liked it. Everything's overpriced. Yeah, for sure. Domino's is better than Papa John's, I think. The problem is I traditionally thought otherwise. I had Papa John's well above Domino's, but back in the day, I would probably put Domino's here. But I had it recently and liked it. I haven't had Papa John's recently, so it's hard for me to make that assessment. We have a Domino's like 500 feet away, and we don't have that here. But I did have this like 10 years ago, like 5 feet away. Did you hear that? Yeah, I did, Chris, about Dexter Resurrection being renewed. Will it get more Charlie? The hard part, I would have said no, but it would be really weird for her not to be at least mentioned with the fallout from Prater. Like, she's just leaving and going to Maine or whatever she went. I feel like the police would investigate her a little bit, interrogate her a little bit. High D tier, barely above Little Caesars. KFC. I mean, we kind of don't have enough in D. I'm fine with that. Michael C. Hall talked about it in videos. Yeah. I posted a screenshot on YouTube about it. But kind of fun having him do the announcement. That's what you're thinking too. Yeah, I would have not thought they would have renewed her. But you have to tie up that loose end somehow. Yeah, he did like an Instagram video where he's just announcing it pretty much. Panda Express egg rolls are pretty damn good. The hard part, I mentioned this, Panda Express, unlike McDonald's, the quality is hit or miss. Like, you get a Panda Express, you could be in the bathroom for the next like 48 hours. Or you can be like, that was amazing. You doubt the cops know about Charlie being involved. Yeah, but she was like his security. Like, she was in the party down there talking to him right before he died or vanished. So she's going to be on cameras at least as a witness. What's the red sauce they make? Panda Express? I don't know. Oh, I think we know what you're talking about. They're like very sweet stuff. Oh, sweet and sour sauce. I think it's not sweet and sour sauce, but I'm trying to think of the name of it. The one with like the little kind of flakes in it. Like, it's super sweet. That stuff's also good. Why am I blanking on the name of what that is? All right. Either way, what did we just do? Papa John's? Penn Station. Or we did PDQ. Did nobody has had PDQ? I've heard it's amazing, but I've never had it, so. Sweet chili sauce. I think that is what it is, yep. The one without the flakes, kind of syrupy. I was thinking of sweet chili sauce. Harrison was on camera, but he wasn't on camera talking to Prater, so I don't think he'd really be a witness. I mean, unless they want to talk to everybody who was like hosting the event, he would be one of like 300 witnesses. But what's Penn Station? Penn Station, honestly, for me, this is tough. Penn Station's probably there for me. I think I like Jersey Mike's is probably my favorite sub place. But the hard part is doing the comparison, because I would probably have Penn Station in A, but because we have Jersey Mike's in B, I have to be like, This looks like it. Beijing sauce? I don't think I've heard of Beijing sauce, but that is a place in China, so. But you never heard of Penn Station? It's pretty good. I mean, it says East Coast subs, but it's a lot of places. It's definitely in the Midwest. You never ate Penn Station? Penn Station, if I'm describing it, I mean, I know it's ripping on Jimmy John's, but it's similar to that. It's kind of a bit unhealthier sub place, I will say. It's a little bit greasier, not like oily, but it's like greasier. They have really good fries. So there's that. The 3 people haven't heard of it. Or 8 at it. Yeah, that's true. You guys don't seem to be familiar. I think New York City will be involved with the resurrection. They may go elsewhere as well, as he's like scouting out these other killers across the country, but I think New York's going to be a pretty prominent part still. Harrison's probably not going to leave New York. You want more Blessing? Everybody hated Blessing for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because he was a red herring. He kind of just was a plot convenience to give Dexter a place to live. And I will say his like demeanor as far as like hating Dexter, then forgiving him in like 2 seconds was a bit convenient, but Blessing's amazing. He had some pretty funny lines when he's like, he did the whole thing like multiple times where he's like, can you imagine a killer in front of you? Can you imagine killing somebody? It's like, yes. Yes, you can. Starts with Quinn arriving to get Batista's body. It's possible. I mean, if Quinn reads into any of Batista's like logs, he'll immediately know Dexter's back. Yeah, I did see, I think it was Scott Reynolds that talked about it, that he had known people that were like, oh yeah, come over. That, I think the hard part for me with that one was you immediately pitched Blessing as being like cautious about who he picked up in his your car. But then like 2 seconds later, he's like, here's my address, come hang out. I don't know if he felt very comfortable at that point, but Dexter kind of looked like the bad guy. You want more? Yeah, I mean, he played a similar role to Brother Sam. There's some religious aspects to Blessing. I mean, his name, I guess. I think Penn Station's good here. I know nobody else has had it, but if you want to just trust in me, then we can. Would I take pizza over it? I do debate that, though. Maybe there. Since you guys haven't had it, we'll drop it down a little bit. I would recommend. It's not the healthiest, but true, he does have that. I mean, Batista literally mentions that. He's like, this is what he does. He makes you like feel comfortable and feel crazy afterwards. So you're not wrong. I mean, of the conveniences of the season, that's probably not at the top. So I can look past it. You gave us a good season, so I can look past it. Blessing may die in season 2. Maybe. Hard part is if you do that, then where's Dexter living? Because then, yeah, how does that all work out? He also just had his like relative die, so are these people just gonna be dropping like flies? I don't know. Yeah, we can go hard into Dexter for sure. Yeah, that feels like a good spot. Pizza Hut. The final, we are the Holy Spirit in the of God's chicken of pizza. The third of them. I know we mentioned Papa John's breadsticks. Pizza Hut, probably for me, is their garlic breadsticks. Probably the best part of Pizza Hut. I'm not putting it necessarily. I just kind of have it sitting up here, but their breadsticks were always the best part to me. They also, unlike Papa John's and Domino's, they actually have a restaurant component. You literally see the little house for the hut. Have you guys seen those pictures of like, there's like an abandoned building and it's like, we know what this was before because you clearly see like the Pizza Hut, like the little long hat type of roof. But they had like games and stuff. I didn't do like the whole like food bar thing or anything like that. Like the all or why am I blanking on the name? Why Wow, my mind is going blank. Pretty much just like getting all the food you want. I didn't ever do that with Pizza Hut. But their dessert stuff was okay. Honestly, given these buffet, that's the word. I was like, no, it begins with a B. Thank you. I never did the Pizza Hut buffet, but I feel like the pandemic kind of killed buffets anyway, right? Have people done buffets since then? The taco pizza, yeah, that was definitely your go-to. Stuffed crust B+, C tier. The wings and breadsticks were good. Pizza was nasty. Like Jada said for Dex Resurrection, they could do like 3 or 5 seasons. Yeah, they'll continue that stuff as long as people are subscribing to Paramount Plus. Or as long as Michael wants to do it. So we got a C, a B+. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'm like, I say that, but we have done like Froyo. This sounds weird, but like there's a gas station nearby us that has pretty good Froyo, and the people in there are really nice. And it's kind of like buffet style, so. Although, we don't put the toppings on, so that's kind of the buffet portion. So, I guess we still don't really do the buffet. Pizza Hut. Problem is, even bad pizza Hut's not bad pizza, but even bad pizza is still pizza. And I probably like pizza more than burgers. What'd you say, B+ and C? I may put it like there. I was gonna put it at the bottom of B, but it's pizza. I wonder if Golden Corral. We see the whole. Actually, no, we still have the list. I think it's alphabetical, so I don't think Golden Corral is here, but I don't think I've ever actually eaten there. All right, I will. I'm gonna take a quick 30-second break and leave you guys with Popeyes, and then we'll close out the fast food stuff. All right, be right back. All right. I think we're on Popeyes at this point. Probably B tier. It was good, a bit too greasy. B+. Yeah, so I haven't had Popeyes in the longest time, but like in high school, it was one of my staples. Like the meal basket you would get with like the biscuit, the chicken, the fries, all were incredible. I will say Popeyes, at least last time I went there, which was already a while ago, was kind of overpriced. And I'm imagining it's probably even worse now. So that is a bit of a factor. Fried chicken's also not necessarily my favorite, but of the chicken places, it's the one I went to the most and liked the most. You said B and B plus. I think that's fair. Maybe there. Yeah, that seems fine. When I was younger, I definitely would have had it like in S tier, but it's just not something I really go to these days. Okay, Portillo's. If you asked me this like a year ago or however long, I would have put it here. But they opened up one nearby us. So this is probably my go-to fast food place at this point in time. Never heard of it. It's a Chicago-based hot dog restaurant. But it is super good. Honestly, I don't know if anyone's probably heard of it here or the next one. All right, I'm in my wheelhouse here, so I can thankfully place these ones as far as at least what I think. Portillo's, honestly, the only knock I'll say is when I order something from Portillo's, the success rate of them getting my order correct is like 60%, so it's not the best. But they make a new one and it's fine. But that's my only criticism I would give. Honestly, Portillo's is probably there for me. Like, they have other stuff there too, but if you like hot dogs, they're like pretty solid. Even we get like a vegan option for a hot dog, and it's equally as good. Fries are good. So they are not everywhere, so that's the only problem I will say. You love hot dogs? I think you would love Portillo's. They're probably expanding at this point because, as I said, they're based in Chicago, but they've started to branch out a bit. Never heard of it. If you ever are nearby one, I would recommend it. If you like hot dogs, that is. All right, Potbelly. Sandwich place. Honestly, this is probably neck and neck for Jersey Mike's. But similar to pizza, like subs, it's kind of hard to botch for me. Maybe I'd put you there at this point. Their inside like seating area is super cool. It looks like kind of an old school type of restaurant. Yeah, probably go there. I could see, honestly, this selection of 3 sandwich places and 2 pizza places, I could probably interchange. But of the sub places, it probably is my second favorite. I know we don't have a which on here, but that one has dropped for me. It's probably these 2 for me at this point in time. All right, Qdoba. What kind of bizarre? I guess I'm glad they actually have the picture fully on here, but haven't had Qdoba in a long time, but it was delicious. So I know we have Chipotle in A. D-, you hate Qdoba? I assume Rusty liked it. He mentioned that when he saw Chipotle, but D-. I've not heard that, King Matthew. That's kind of cool. I don't vibe with the live actions a whole lot, but I know they perform well, so people must like them. Why D- for Qdoba? You liked, was it Moe's? No, I don't know who was it that liked Moe's. Never heard of it? I like it, but it appears that Cope does not, so we're going to have to settle this here. I don't think I can go lower than top of C. I mean, it's a burrito. It's hard to botch that, right? I think we'll go with top of C. I would probably put it somewhere up here. have the most random names. Yeah, I mean, they obviously chose them for some kind of marketing reason. Quiznos. I clearly know Quiznos. Don't think I've ever eaten it, though. If I have, once again, it was only once, so I will defer to you guys. I feel like we're very top-heavy in B right now. Yeah, I'm the same way, King Matthew. I don't think I've had it as far as I remember. Kind of debating moving some of these up to A. Is that too much? I don't know. Been too long? Yeah. Yeah, the commercials is definitely what I was thinking of. Like the little puppet guy. Roy Rogers. Never heard of it in my life. So this and Cookout, the only two I have not even heard of so far. Yeah, the weird creature thing. Has anyone heard of Roy Rogers? I don't know what this is. I don't even know. I'm assuming burger place, but yeah, I haven't heard of it. All right, Sbarro's. So Sbarro's is tough for me. Once again, it's pizza, so it's already going to be good. You ever eaten there? The problem is Sbarro's is very much a mall food. But then there was a food court by us that had it. So I had it a lot and I kind of got burnt out on it. I don't think it's a pizza that you can have frequently. I think it works best as like a, hey, once in a while type of thing. Keeping that in mind, it's probably there. You never ate it? It was pretty good, but it's hard for me to put it above Qdoba since we have that at C. You may try it out. Yeah, it's not like groundbreaking by any means, but for like quick slice of pizza, I think that's the other thing too. You don't really get pizzas from Sbarro. You would get a slice because you're in the mall or whatever. All right, Schlotzsky's. I think Rusty called this Schlotzsky's earlier. Same as Quiznos. I haven't had it recently. Maybe I've had it once. Don't know. Yeah, I mean, these days, I don't really go to the mall these days, but these days, Chick-fil-A would be a good one. Panera would be a good one if they had one. Corner Bakery was kind of my go-to for the mall. There's a place that sounds fancier than it actually is called La Madeleine that I went to. It's kind of like same as Corner Bakery, stuff like that. You never heard of Slotsky's? That or Shake Shack? So Shake Shack, I feel tough to do this one because Shake Shack's kind of known to be like the best burgers. Like they're kind of like similar to In-N-Out where their following is pretty crazy. I may have had it once, but I don't feel confident placing it because I feel like I would overrate it because that's a perception of how good it is versus me thinking it actually is good. So I'll probably put it in never had, but I believe I've had it before. It's very much like an upscale burger place. I assume it probably should go in A, but I'm going to leave it and think off. Your mall is dying. I mean, aren't all malls dying at this point? Everything's on Amazon at this point in time. Big Kahuna Burger. Should I know that reference? That feels like something I should. Big Kahuna Burger. That sounds like a Hawaiian type burger. Touche. What is this? I don't even know what this is going at the end because I haven't heard of it. Sheets? What kind of awful name is that? That better be like a, I don't know, like a cookie place? Pulp Fiction. Not one of my favorites, I will say. That may get me canceled also, but This crispy chicken biscuit with cream cheese and bacon on it. You know Sheets? Okay, so it's kind of like a why am I blanking on that little like gopher's name, whatever his name is? Like a Wawa. Yeah, what's the southern dude? I losing all brain cells here. Buc-ee's. I was searching it, I didn't even find it, but it came to mind as I was searching it. And I'm assuming it's kind of like a Buc-ee's where it's like an event to go there as opposed to just like a gas station. You eat it very often. It's only 24/7 places sells food. I mean, that comes in handy. Your night owls. I've never had it. I don't think King Matthew sounds like he's probably had it unless he chimes in. I realize I've put stuff up here if I've had it, so I feel a little bit of a hypocrite. But if you feel super confident, I would place it. But I may keep it in never had. That hurts you though. I assume it's maybe a regional thing because I've never even heard of it. All right, Skyline chili. I have heard of, never had it. That's like an Ohio thing, right? I think. I'm familiar, but I've never had it. I believe it's an Ohio-based product. So I think that's probably one we'll leave down here. Okay, Sonic. Never heard of it. Yeah, it's definitely different. I've heard it's good. I'm not a chili person, so I probably wouldn't like it anyway, but Sonic, I feel like Sonic is kind of like Burger King in that I liked it more as a kid because I would get like a grape slush from there. But I feel like I would get an immediate brain freeze and a like sugar headache if I did that today. I kind of view them on par with like a Jack in the Box or Arby's. I feel like Dairy Queen being above Arby's is... They do have good ice cream, okay. I think it's Sonic like there, maybe? Slushies A+. Watermelon slushie. Yeah, I think people like that one. What's the other one's got like some like tropical name. Like something Breeze or something. They have other stuff that's okay. I don't really do... Don't they have like chili dogs there too? Commercials are also classic with the two guys in the car. Coconut something, maybe. If I went there today, I'd probably just get like a burger and fries, but they do okay at that, in my opinion. All right, Steak and Shake. The dying breed of Steak and Shake. The once prominent, this very much on a smaller scale, had the Subway effect, which is ironically up next, where it was like expanding. And then I don't think there's a Steak and Shake even near me anymore. I think they all closed. Also, I believe Midwestern born. I think similar to In-N-Out, their fries are kind of polarizing because they're like just little like sticks. But the burgers are great. They kind of make you feel gross. They're kind of like Five Guys coated, I think. Miss it so much. A+. I assume the same thing happened to you where they just closed a bunch. It just feels very similar to Five Guys. Maybe less expensive, so we can maybe slide it up since you're saying A+. You know what? I don't mind putting it... Well, we could... Sure. We'll put it in A. Is it better than pizza? The problem with Steak and Shake is I like the idea, but I think I long ago, even if they had them here, I think they're so greasy, I probably would have not bought them. The smash burgers. That's kind of the same impression I get of something like Shake Shack. Also, Milkshake's pretty good. Haven't had them in forever, but... All right, Subway. This pains me because Subway long ago was like my go-to. Like $5 footlongs, we talked about it. If it could pass Chick-fil-A. And not only did the Jared thing happen, which, funny story, I actually had been in a bar that Jared was in previously. It was actually the same time Mark Cuban was there too. I do have a picture of that. I don't have a picture of Jared, which is probably a good thing at this point. But Subway fell from grace so far. The weird part is I would still give Subway another chance. Subway's like the ex that like cheated on you a million times, but you still like keep it in your life. That's kind of how I feel about Subway, where it's like, it's probably F. But I go to Subway more often than probably most of the B category on down. You don't think, I mean, I feel like it's a reasonable analogy. It's like, it's awful now. It tastes so bad. The prices are not worth it. Even their coupons they got stingy on, they used to do like buy one, get one free. Now it's like buy one, get a percentage off. You get the analogy. It's like it's the one you return to, even though it's like, you've let me down so many times. I don't know why I still trust you. It's the reason I went there and we saw the guy that was overwhelmed because we already went there twice and it sucked. And I was like, but it's Subway. It's got to be good still. But it was not. I'll probably go there again. Maybe not that one because it's clearly poorly managed. Chicken teriyaki used to be the bomb. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Subway is kind of F. Not in frequency of getting it, but I kind of feel like putting an F. I assume you understood what I was going for. Yeah. I'll get it more often than a lot of these, but Swenson's. This looks like a coffee place for some reason. It's on the list of the 4 so far that I've never heard of. What does it even say? Drive-in? Okay, so it's like a Sonic-esque place? Maybe? No idea. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Taco Bell. Hot take, I'm not a big Taco Bell fan. I know it's like a go-to for a lot of people, sober or drunk, so I'm assuming most people have it like up here somewhere, but for me, Taco Bell, I'd probably put you like there. To be fair, I feel like when I got older is when I jumped into more like Mexican food, and I feel like the younger age is when you did more fast food. Feel bad for eating. I think that's probably true too. I mean, it has the Chipotle effect where it's like, I regret everything. Bean burgers. I'm also, this is probably weird to say, I realize, but I'm not a big like fan of beans. I'll eat like a bean burger, which is weird, but I feel like the texture I'm not a big fan of. So that makes a lot of I like Mexican food, but I'm not a big fan of that portion of things. All right, Taco Cabana. Talk about drunk food. For me, this is the only time that like I went there. After like some wild night where, similar to Dairy Queen, it's like, how did I wind up here? Although I think I went there because I had a friend who like loved it. He thought it was actually good. And I was like, it's okay. Taco Cabana. I mean, it's very Jack in the Box coded. Maybe, well, Jack in the Box has the curly fries. It's probably where it is for me. I don't know. I think that they're kind of a regional place. Probably keep you there and see. Fitting next to Taco Bell. All right, Torchy's. So I've had Torchy's, I believe, one time. There's a different taco place nearby us that I assume has a very similar taste, so I probably could rank it, but I'm kind of reluctant to. I would probably put it in A, if I'm guessing, or at least high B. But I haven't had enough times to give it a real fair shake. It also probably is overpriced because it's like street tacos, pretty much. So, all right, Waffle House. I think Waffle House is, for me, very clearly, speaking of the Trinity of Pizza, the worst of the Trinity of the breakfast at 3 a.m. crowd. Honestly, where would Waffle House go for me? Waffle House is probably like there. Waffle House guy, yeah, there's some stories with Waffle House for sure. C plus. I mean, it is breakfast, so there's that aspect of it. I feel like when you go to Waffle House, I don't know about these two, but when you go to Waffle House, whoever's working there is probably the only one working there that night, and they completely are miserable. So there's probably going to be a fight. All right, sounds good, King Matthew. Appreciate you hanging out for as long as you did. But have a good time. Hope you have a... Sounds like David Arquette's kind of your go-to there. 2:36 a.m. Let's get this party started. Yeah, we've gone a little bit longer than I thought after not being influenced by coffee. IHOP's better than Waffle House. I think that's right. I'm debating if I take into account like the aesthetic of, like, as I said, you're probably gonna have some kind of altercation. So I'm like, is it actually below Panda Express? I think that's roughly the right order. I mean, these are kind of interchangeable for me. I think Waffle House is clearly like third on the list. All right, Wawa. So I know it's, to your point, gas station experience. I've never been though, so I will deflect to your thoughts if you feel strongly. Otherwise, we'll put it never had because I know what it is, but I've never had it. S plus. All right, well, maybe we'll keep it in never had then, because I feel like weird putting something S plus. I'll probably drop it to A, then you won't be happy about that. Never heard of Wawa. I think they're an East Coast thing, or like at least eastern half of US thing. It's like a glorified gas station experience. All right, cool. We'll keep it there. Wendy's. I haven't had Wendy's in a while. My wife eats it periodically, but back in the day, I liked it more than McDonald's, Burger King. It was kind of like my, if we're talking about Trinities, it was kind of my take on the three of those. They also have a wild social media team. Wendy's for me, chicken sandwiches were my thing there. Obviously, there's Frosties. Wendy's doesn't have the toys though, so I mean, do I care about that now as an adult? TBD. Square Burger is kind of a gimmick. They kind of fit the same category as Burger King, where like, I never really got a burger there. I got chicken and fries, and then dessert. B tier. Could be better. The nuggets are terrible. Their chicken is, like, their chicken sandwiches I thought were good. I don't know if I've ever had their nuggets. I'm assuming it's the same. C plus and B tier. B and C plus. I think based off of price, I would maybe put it above Five Guys. Five Guys definitely tastes better though. Maybe right there. All right, Whataburger. So this is the southern version of In-N-Out. They definitely go head to head. If you're from California, you like In-N-Out. If you're from Texas, you like Whataburger. You haven't had the rest of these. I'm not too far behind you, I will say. A tier. I think it's kind of overrated. Is that blasphemous to say? People like worship Whataburger. It's like almost like a cult following. I kind of want to put in C. You said A. I think I can meet in the middle on B. Although I like all these way more than Whataburger. Yeah, we'll go with B then. White Castle. So I've been to White Castle a ton. I don't think I've ever actually eaten at White Castle. It always didn't like seem satisfying. I had a roommate who would get like a million sliders. It was also kind of a drunk food. I mean, you literally have Harold and Kumar. I think they also make frozen sliders you can buy from like the grocery store. If I've had it, I probably didn't like it, and that's why I didn't really dabble. But it felt like, I mean, I less so feel this way today, but I feel like historically I'm like, all right, is this unhealthy? I'm like, yes. Do I like it? And if the answer is no, I was kind of like, I'll pass. So that's kind of where this fell in. Yeah, there's also Crystals, which is not on here, I guess. Or that's another one that has a second name, doesn't it? We'll keep it down here, I think, because I don't want to place it. Yeah, Crystal. It's kind of the same thing, sliders. Wiener Schnitzel, hot dog place. I think I had this one time in high school when a friend invited me to go see Jerry Seinfeld. That's my only memory of this location. It's just like massive hot dogs, like foot-long hot dogs. You hate it? That does feel like a place that you would probably not. I don't imagine a lot of these like traditional fast food places. I feel like don't overly value their employees. D tier for that one. I mean, I'm a fan of hot dogs. I mean, granted, a lot of times it's like what is in the hot dog is kind of a thing that you don't want to know the answer to, but I think I'd put it like there. Because I may rank it higher than you, and you're saying D. That feels like a reasonable spot. That's probably most of who they expect to be picking up. What is this? Wings Over? Never heard of this. Fifth one I haven't heard of. You hated everything. That teen angst time period. Listening to Hawthorne Heights. Whatever else at the time, Under Oath maybe. Wingstop, I'm pretty sure I have had, but I don't have an opinion on it. I don't think I've had enough to have an opinion. Obviously, it's like chicken wings. From first to last. B tier. I don't mind placing because I probably have had it. I just don't really remember. But problem is if you say B, I'm gonna like put it down in C. So maybe we'll keep it in never had because I don't want to bring down the average with my limited. And Zaxby's, I've heard of it, but I've never eaten there. Get through. I guess where would I put Wingstop if I've had it very limited times. You said B. To me, it's like there, I think works. B tier. I've never had Zaxby, so that one I'll probably leave alone. I've seen the stuff. So the only ones I've never heard of before are Cookout, Roy Rogers, Sheets, Wings, Over, I think that's what it says, and Swenson's. Sonny Moore's a dubstep DJ. Times have changed. All right, so let's recap this. How many should we have? I mean, is it weird to only have 2 in the best? The problem is I want to make changes, but then people that gave their opinion are no longer here, so I feel like I'm like probably overruling what they said. I kind of want to do this. God, chicken being the best, it is so ironic. Yeah, I don't know if Chick-fil-A would be my answer for my favorite fast food. I mean, because you guys liked it and have had it, I'll keep it there. Because part of me is like, of these places, what do I order the most of? It is now probably Portillo's. Part of that's proximity, but it is pretty good. Praise. They did not have McAllister's on here, which is a variation of Panera, kind of. Yeah, I think we did pretty good. Champions, Chick-fil-A, Panera, Portillo's, Jersey Mike's. I kind of subbed in these guys up here. Next up, Chipotle. The only thing bringing down Chipotle for me is like they have had some health problems. Couple pizza chains, Steak and Shake Potbellies, Raising Cane's. I kind of want to put never had, but we'll keep it up here. Penn Station, underrated. Popeyes was good, haven't had in a long time. Same with In-N-Out. Solid breadsticks at Pizza Hut. Burger King, a lot of that's nostalgia. Couple breakfast places. I think from this list, if I was picking breakfast somewhere, it would probably honestly be McDonald's. Once again, pretty consistent. All right, what do we dog on, I guess? The people... I don't think people had strong opinions about the down ones. Subway, people don't really like. KFC, Little Caesars, Carl's Jr. I think only like C on up people would have said maybe differently. Even that, I don't think there was a lot of love for too many of the ones in C. Probably it's from B on up. So, solid list. All right, so what do we do? 3 of these today? I guess we can take off the fast food restaurants. Yeah, we're kind of dwindling. I don't mind doing some guess the movie if you guys want, because that one, even if I'm talking to myself, I can talk to myself. But we can save some of these maybe. I don't know if any of the other ones I mentioned sound interesting, but we can save them maybe for a future stream. Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's save you. And flip back over here. Yeah, let's do a little bit. You know I'm down. Yeah, we started it. It's been like 7 hours almost. All right, let's switch over. We'll probably do movie today. I know I've kind of gone back and forth between movie and game. All right, I'm like skipping over a lot of these ones that we've yet to do, but I'm gonna kind of finish off the front end of these that we've guessed. Okay. I'm assuming similar to the game stuff, the closer we get to 1 as far as the submissions here, they're gonna be more popular movies, but this is not a guarantee. I'm playing some games in Discord probably after you finish. All right, I'm down to kind of that be my decompress and watch your stuff. I haven't really joined any of the Discord stuff. I'm still like kind of fresh on Discord, so part of it's that. All right. Let me actually, fun tangent. You guys want to see probably my best photo I've taken of a scenic environment? I kind of wanted to get the picture of it blown up, but I remember back in the day it was like way too pixelated because it was like 2014, so phone cameras were not as great back then. But here's a I'm just pulling up like random stuff at this point. Picture that I took, which I don't think I did any like changes to it. So it's just straight up kind of a cool boat with the sun coming through with the waves. I've seen some people have like different Discord like pictures, but part of me is like, well, if I do that, then nobody's gonna know like mine is mine. So I still have my logo up there. Yeah, it was I thought a great shot. As you can kind of tell when you make it bigger, it does get pixelated. So it wasn't the best camera. Bendy and I play games and watch stuff in Discord. Yeah, I think we lost Bendy a bit ago. All right. Maybe I'll throw up the first guess the movie and take a probably final break. We'll see how many of these we do. I was going to say like 20, but that may depend on how many we get right. Yeah, it does kind of, I guess like a Wind Waker. I could see that. Also, if you want more fun show and tell, I know people are actually interested. We mentioned American Horror Story on Discord earlier. I have a picture of me and my wife. Even though I haven't watched the show, we went to a like haunted house. Kind of was a haunted house. It was more like a guided like tour almost, but you were getting scared throughout it. But here's a picture of us at that, and that's her looking terrified next to me. Which I think she was cool with me sharing the picture, but it was funny. They made like a video afterwards, and somehow we were like in our group, we were in like the entire video, so I just like screenshotted one of the pictures. Yeah, this one, I don't know if is there a camping, like a Friday the 13th-esque American Horror Story? Because that's what the haunted house was like themed. I don't wear contacts, but yeah, I'm wearing glasses there, right? I don't. I typically am wearing glasses, but close proximity, I don't really need them. It's like mainly distance, so when I stream, I'm like, I don't really need them on. I probably should wear contacts. Yeah. I guess I didn't really think about that, but yeah, I'm wearing glasses here. 9th season is that would make sense. So this was in 2019. So is that the one they were maybe promoting at the time? Follows 5 friends who work as counselors at Camp Redwood. That sounds like pretty much the theme they gave us. There was like a camp counselor that was like setting up the scene, and then he like ran away, and we had to like travel through the thing. Okay, that would probably make sense why it was themed that way. I have other like goofy pictures on there for some reason. I will save that one for another day. All right, guess the. I won't get sidetracked here. We'll do guess the movie here. All right, I'm gonna step away for like a minute, but I'll let you guys kind of get started on. Yeah, it's been a while. Like this was, as I said, 2019, so it's times have changed a bit since then, but it was cool to do that back then, at least. You make a good point. I don't know. I'm going to leave you guys to ponder it. We have guessed the first Cars, so if it's a Cars, it would be not the first one. All right, I'll take my break. I'll probably put the screen up, though. I briefly thought about jump scaring, but chose not to. Actually, I guess we're doing, since it is show and tell, and we're talking movies. Have you guys ever seen Small Soldiers? The what's his name is in that Men in Black dude, Tommy Lee Jones. I should have. I don't want to discourage watching. I don't have all of my stuff from when I was a kid because people throw stuff out, but I did grab I remember this character. this like Frankenstein-esque. Although there was like a guy who was almost like a Frankenstein like built. But this is just like an old school toy. It's like the only one I have. There's like crayon drawn all over his face, so it's a little bit janky, but kind of funny. You've never seen it? It's kind of a fun, what is it, late 90s movie? I feel like the main character, I don't know what else he's in, but it's like the same thing as Brink, where it's like the Sean Hunter looking main lead with like the bangs and stuff that I've never seen ever again. 98. And pretty much the plot is this toy company like puts munition chips, like military chips in toys and gives them life. And there's like two factions. There's the Gorgonites, which is this guy, and then there's like the military people. So Kirsten Dunst, yeah, that's a good one. The dad too, I forgot his name, but he's kind of famous. Yeah. This dude, the little rock hand. I have not the best setup for showing stuff here, but I think he's the one that's like yells like "Sanctuary." I had a bunch of them when I was a kid though, but this is the only one that apparently has survived a bunch of moves. But like Archer was cool. I've seen on YouTube somebody made, oh, I didn't turn the music back on. I've seen on YouTube somebody made like a short of like similar characters, and it was pretty well done. Insaniac, yeah, the spinning dude, he's kind of like a Tasmanian devil. That is good. That's kind of like if I ever made lists of like movies that probably aren't rated super high, but ones that like I really enjoy, that would probably make it somewhere on the list. It was a good movie for like kids, but also it probably still holds up today. Honestly, the Barbie scene is pretty horrific when they're like bringing the Barbies to life, and then they're like body parts are flying everywhere. When the parents get like knocked out with the sleeping pills. That's definitely like, if I was defining like a 90s movie, that may be a good answer. It very much, it feels 90s. All right. Yeah, spiny guy. The Barbies come to life. Yeah, they were freaky. Okay, let's see. You said maybe animated. I can see that too. We've had Monsters University, I believe, already. Because basketball court animated. Yeah, King Matthew, you got it. The Major Chip Hazard is the Tommy Lee Jones character. He is pretty much like G.I. Joe. And they're the bad guys though in this world. I should watch that soon. That may be one that I'll need to watch soon. I assume it's probably streaming somewhere. I think I had that back when VHSs were a thing. I think I owned it on VHS. No longer at this point, but nor do I think I even have a VHS player. Yeah, the bad guys. I don't know. I like the character designs for the Gorgonauts. Like, they were really well done. It's on Paramount. All right, that may be one I'll have to watch. I think, honestly, when I'm speaking of videos, to be frank, I've struggled with some motivation to do some videos. So if it's something that I have fun with, that may be a good spark. So it'd be kind of random, but maybe at some point. You don't think it's animated? It's tough. It's kind of a weird like fisheye angle. I mean, that looks... Is that a person? Actually, I'm using the magnifying glass now. It's giving me kind of Recess vibes. Like we talked about Recess the show earlier. This is very much out at Recess. Small soldiers than heavyweights. I'd be up for that. Honestly, I don't know if the channel is big enough to do watch-alongs, but I think a heavyweights watch-along would be awesome because, I mean, you know it's in my top 10. Like, that is similar to Lord of the Rings, where I would probably want to say so much that it would be so hard to not just speak forever. But we'll see. Maybe I would review it. I mean, you already know I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10, so a little spoiler on the score, but watch-along would be cool. Yeah, I think those work. The problem is, as I said, it may work better for like Discord or something, like how you do typically, because it'd be like me watching it with me on YouTube, which I guess is fine. If anyone watches, I don't know, do people do watch-alongs? Like watch the VOD? I feel like that's probably not as common, but I guess the VOD would be out there in case anyone watched it. I don't know if there's a cactus. This looks like kind of fall in the Midwest, honestly. Like the trees, maybe even East Coast, because it's pretty like diverse colors of trees there. Yeah, I don't think there's... I think these are just like bushes and then fall leaves, trees here. I mean, we've been saying also for a while. I assume you guys don't have a strong guess at this point. I don't mind trying something. Problem is, I don't think this is Monster... I mean, I don't think it is because I think we guessed it before, but this looks like middle school schoolyard. Glad with the chance of meatballs. Never seen it. I know the book, so I don't mind like guessing that. You can share really any movie. Okay, I appreciate that. I guess that would be an option too, is I'd have to make sure not to share it, but have it be a watch along on YouTube, but like in theory be watching it also as a group. So I've never seen this, so I don't really know, so we can try it. Ooh, honestly, I wanted to kind of guess Monster House in the last one. It kind of is giving me that, although this... Is this the house? 50%, 5.4. There's a football that lands here. I might try Monster House. Yeah. It is not. Ooh. That's not... Alright, we sent it. I mean, I think it's the same type of thing though, but this looks like a Halloween costume. You got your little bucket there. Yeah, we were fast on it. Somebody agreed with me and I immediately was like, all right, do it. It is animation, comedy, family. Okay, what is a Halloween themed animated movie? I feel like I should know this. You're out trick-or-treating. This is kind of giving me Over the Garden Wall vibes, but clearly not as good with the 50%, 5.4. I know it's not this, but this is kind of reminding me of the Chucky TV show where they have like the Halloween episode where... Talk about a heel turn of all time. I think Lexi was her name. The blonde girl in Chucky. When she's like making fun of the main character and then she becomes best friends. I will always say that, Over the Garden Wall? It's on Hulu. I'm just saying, if you want to watch it, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Paranorman, I don't know what that is. So I don't mind trying it. No, I think that is her name. I know you realize that. Paranorman? Sure. No. 2021. Oh, is this Peanuts? This looks like Peanuts, right? The Peanuts movie? Oh my god, I sent it on that. I felt confident. I apologize. That looked like a teacher in Peanuts. Notable actors. Cyrus Arnold. This looks like kind of like Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs, doesn't it? Maybe is there a sequel? I don't know what this is. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Oh, yeah, you say that, and I think you're right, but I've never seen that, so I believe you're right. There are 3 of them. Which one came out in 2021? I think it's the first one. I mean, if you went Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Long Haul, or Dog Days, that'd be kind of a deep cut, right? Okay. Good job. I was probably not going to think of that. I'm familiar with the movie, but I have not seen it. I don't know if I will based off the score. Like, to get that score in animation, it means like if your movie is a dumpster fire. Okay. This kind of reminds me of the art style of Captain Underpants. I don't know if anyone read those as a kid. Nope. Yeah, I know the title, but this was like a book, right? I think it was like a kid's book. But never saw the movie because it came out in 2021. They did an animation movie for 2010 live action. You did not read. I think they were more like boys, I would guess. Ooh. This is giving me Fellowship. Like we're hiding from the Nazgul. I think we guessed Lord of the Rings before, but it wasn't. Am I looking at this with rose-colored glasses? This is giving me Fellowship. Was there water nearby? I think there was. I always just think of the scene because it's not in the final cut, but there was a version that had a car driving by in the background. Also, I'm like, do these look like really like old school fantasy trees? I don't know. I think I have rose-colored glasses here. Halloween 2007 because there's woods. That feels like a stretched comparison, doesn't it? I feel like Halloween would be a little bit darker. This is giving me adventure. Honestly, this could be the end of Small Soldiers when they send the Gorgonauts on their boat. Not to spoil it, but I just did. They kind of have a Lord of the Rings ending. Honestly, I'm wondering if that was an influence now I'm thinking about it because they like go off and sail away. Inglourious Bastards. I don't hate that guess. Like out with the was it the bear Jew out in the woods here? I'm debating how fantasy this tree looks. Phantom Menace. Wouldn't that be like sand everywhere? I'm thinking of like Phantom Menace and being like sand dunes. I think we also did we have that one before? Or it may have been episode 4. I think Rusty was like clearly was correct on the first picture. I don't mind Inglourious Basterds. It's kind of a fun guess. Probably of the German mocking movies, not my favorite. Another Brad Pitt one. But I would probably put Jojo Rabbit and probably even Overlord that we talked about the other day. Over it. Ooh, this is older. Oh, I know what this is. This is... Wait. I'm like, is this The Princess Bride? I kind of think it is, but I don't want to be totally wrong. I don't think that was in my top 10, but it probably should have been now that I'm reflecting on it too. Was it in what? Maybe it was. I don't know. The score is not the greatest, but I'm kind of thinking that. Valkyrie. I don't know if I've seen that one. Yeah. Okay, I was wrong entirely. Ooh. Western. That's going to get me in trouble because I don't know a lot of Westerns. It did look fantasy, I thought. Maybe Narnia, yeah. It appears to be some kind of Western. All I really know is like Dirty Harry and like Shane when it comes to Westerns. How is this Western? Like apparently, King Matthew, you were pretty right with the Phantom Menace because this feels like Western means like dirt everywhere. You'll never guess this. Oh, Valkyrie. I think I've heard of it. Valkyrie is Tom Cruise in it. Ooh. This isn't the movie. It would say comedy. I was going to say with Steve Martin. Was it the Three Amigos or whatever? I think I'm just going to send it on Westerns that I know the name of. But Dirty Harry would get a higher score, right? Magnificent Seven. I'm sure. It's about German soldiers working against Hitler. Maybe I'll check that one out if it's your favorite then. You know what? You're saying it. I am sending it because you are here and I have no idea. Okay, that is chalked it up to King Matthew being correct because the title rings a bell. Never seen it. 1960. Yeah, yikes. Oh yes, Yul Brynner. Actually, that name is familiar. Is that you? I assume that's you. I was not expecting that to be right. I mean, you were the closest to giving a guess, so I was fine with sending it. The name is familiar, but I've never watched it. They remade it. Maybe that's why I thought of it. Or like have heard of it. Ooh. Hell here, you say. This looks like a bad Resident Evil. Or this, honestly, this could be like a TMNT. Hell, though, I don't think they would do that. Batman? Ooh, yeah, the text. Which one? Like Batman Returns? Or what was it? Batman 89? I think it looks... I'm thinking Batman. You said Oh Easy, so I'm down to send on Batman. Which one, though? Returns is the one... So just Batman, probably, because Batman 89 apparently doesn't have a name. Returns is the one that has Robin in it. I think I saw Returns in theaters. Is that the one with the... I think I saw both the second and third one in theaters. You have the one with the Riddler and Two-Face, and then you have the one with Mr. Freeze. I mean, that very much looks like a Joker type of, also Riddler type of font. Okay, it is not. It's not. Well, this isn't Guess the Game, so it could be in the same world. Batman Returns. My bad. My bad. You were right. Well, you had it on the first one. I was not paying attention. No, you're good. Honestly, I thought about sending on that, but I'm like, maybe Batman 89. I don't really remember that one. I know the Batmobile is very famous. Action fantasy. Kind of a weird genre description. I guess fantasy makes sense. Michael Keaton, yep. The Penguin. You mentioned this earlier, Tim Burton. Michelle Pfeiffer, Catwoman. Oh, right here. Wait. Yeah, I think here maybe we're talking about. Haven't watched it in a long time. Honestly, I've probably barely watched it since this is not one I saw in theaters. I'm thinking the one that came out like in 95. First pick with the pink letters. Oh, that was her place? You definitely picked up on it right away, so that makes sense that you knew that one. Yeah, I don't know if the one I'm thinking of is the one from 95. Is that Batman like Forever or something like that? Forever. Okay, yeah. That is the one I remember well. What is happening here? This is like some AI computer generated thing going on. It's giving me kind of Annihilation, which I know it's not. We've already gotten that one right. But kind of sci-fi, kind of foreign, like an alien. Could this be Alien? Airplane. Could be a plane. It looks kind of futuristic though, and there's like things coming down. So I think this is, I don't know. Has Jim Carrey's the best? Yeah, as the Riddler. Kind of funny, like, choice for, I guess he's a comedian. You pick somebody who would crack jokes. Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones is Two-Face. He like flips a coin at the end and like falls over. It's probably not a good movie at this point, but it was fun at the time, I will say. That and the Arnold one are like the old school ones I really remember as Mr. Freeze. I don't think we've done Blade Runner, so we can try it. That's kind of similar to Alien. It is not. What do we have going on here? Some kind of post-apocalyptic civilization here. I don't think we've done it previously, so I just kind of sent it on you, even throwing that name out there. But this looks quite different. I mean, they're both future, I guess. There's some kind of big structure there. After we get through all of like the mossy looking dilapidated buildings here. You guys both went zombie. I don't think so, because the score isn't very good. Okay, I definitely just sent it on that one. Maybe you're right. Thriller, science fiction, action, drama. I guess it could be an apes. There's a lot of trash here, so we've stopped. Humans appear to have stopped pretty much existing. I would have thought the apes movies would have scored higher. Also, this is puzzling. Is this a person I'm just now noticing? It looks like they're wearing like a robe of some kind. I kind of wanted to say like The Walking Dead, but it's a movie, obviously. You think 28 Days Later? Would the genre be horror, though, if it was a zombie movie? I feel like they would have horror in there instead of one of these three. Yeah, I don't think zombie anymore, because I think the horror inclusion is something to take note of. I don't mind sending on an apes movie. Question is which one? What about I Am Legend? It's not Will Smith, is it? Natural disaster movie. It definitely feels like we're in the future. Because what is going on with this stuff? Thought that, but the trash doesn't make sense. Yeah, it feels like people just stopped existing, as opposed to like things got swept away. This is actively smoking, right? So this is like that's smoke there. Why is there's like grayed outs? It's like a blur bar right there on the smoke for some reason. Yeah. I think we need probably another picture. Yeah, that's why I went with the first one, because that's the most civilization involved. Although this is already like overthrown, so maybe not. I don't know. Let's try I Am Legend. I don't remember him walking on like train tracks or whatever this is, but 2013. I'm thinking this is apes again, maybe. Ooh, warning saber. No, this feels like too sci-fi for that, I think. Elysium with Matt Damon, our S tier person. I have never seen Elysium, but it is Elysium. Yep. Maybe I would have guessed it when I saw Matt Damon, but I have not seen this movie. Neil Blomkamp. Name's familiar, don't know what else you've done. Probably sci-fi. The year got you, what was it 2013 it said? Seems like average based off the score. All I remember is seeing Matt Damon with like a thing plugged in the back of his head. District 9. I thought that movie was okay. Oh, that's also what Neil did. It is kind of the same genre, so that makes sense. Yeah, eventually I caught on. Yeah, you guys, I think I probably would be like, how many have we done? Like 3 or 4? I would have probably only gotten 1 if you guys weren't here. Okay, this is giving me like Dead Poet Society. School, yeah. I mean, what do you think about that guess? I don't remember these towers super well. Can we send it on that? It kind of feels like we're at like a boys' boarding school. Almost like the game Bully. Oh, I felt so good about that. You were right. Apparently this does look like a storm is coming. I would agree on this picture. 95%, 8.2. This is a top tier. This is an all-timer. Is this like Jaws or something? We're in the water. Social Network. Yes, we're doing Crew. You're right. Fun fact, in high school, I rode Crew. Kind of a sleeper fact, but you're right, it's Social Network. Because it's the Winklevi. The Winklevoss, I guess. But the two Winklevoss. Rowing at Harvard. I liked it, but it's 95%. That's a pretty high score. Aren't they making a sequel without what's his name? Jesse Eisenberg in it? You picked up on this. It looks very Ivy League, East Coast. I mean, we're in the right track here. I guess college instead of high school, but you love it. I remember when I went to go see it, I went to go see it with two friends of mine, and right afterwards, me and my friend, like, for the next week, we're convinced we were going to create like the next like big, like not social network necessarily, but big like internet sensation thing. I feel like we had such like inspiration right after that, and then immediately following, I was like, it's okay movie. The soundtrack? I don't know if I know the songs from this one. Trent Reznor, that's Atticus. The second one had the dude who played in The Picture. Oh, has a dude. So you're saying, you're saying the sequel they're making. David Fincher. He is a well-known name. Trent is 9 Inch Nails, like the lead singer. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that is. Does he have his own independent music? Drama. This is the negotiating. This is him making Facebook. We have Sir Garfield here with Heisenberg in the back. Yep, David Fincher. Here's the Winklevi, and him saying something probably smart alecky to them at this point. Decent movie. 95%. It feels a bit much. If you were more close to this, I would say okay, maybe. Yeah, I got what you're saying, King Math. Eventually got there. Oh, Mikey Madison's supposed to be in it. I don't like what is the sequel gonna be? Like the future of modernizing Facebook? I don't know. Kind of feels like they should leave that one alone, in my opinion. Oh, like the girl with the dragon tattoo. I didn't know that. Cool. Okay, we have Castle, or like, it's very dark. There's a light there. This is kind of giving The Hobbit, although I can't tell if something up top what that is. Maybe Harry Potter film. I think Cope would have jumped through the screen at me if it was a Harry Potter movie. I will say that. The color palette's giving me Azkaban or Goblet of Fire, though. Kind of that blue. Like I'm about to fight Voldemort at the end. Yeah, I've learned enough that if it's Harry Potter, I don't have to like think about it for more than 5 seconds. It seems like we're somewhere in like, I don't know, Ireland or like Australia, some very scenic location with maybe castles. Can't really see what's happening, honestly, in the background here. Nor in the foreground, but there's really mainly the background here. Olden times. It could be misleading, I guess. For some reason, I can only think of Dragonheart when it comes to movies right now. But that's kind of it feels like a bit of a deep cut for Guess the Movie. I don't mind sending it because I don't really have much, though. Did you guys like this one? I can't tell what your thoughts are on it. Transformers? You think it looks sci-fi? Yeah, Dennis Quaid and Sean Connery as the dragon. Are we not a fan of that one? I really liked it as a kid. Mind blown. Okay, maybe you do like it. I don't know. Getting mixed signals. Yeah, I remember this. You love it? This came out around the same time as Twister because I saw them both the same day. We like went to go see it, and it's like the only time I ever did that where I paid for another ticket and saw. I don't know which one we saw first. We probably saw Dragonheart first. I'm getting mixed signals. Could be. I'm just not sure about like this building structure. This doesn't scream. We'll see though. Maybe you're right. I didn't see the new one. I think it was mostly well received. Okay, you know, we weren't far off from what I can see in this picture. We have horses. This is a palm tree in the background. This isn't 300, is it? It looks kind of old, but now these are more like medieval. The background. Also, we have like a wheeled wagon here. Yeah. Is this like a Monty Python maybe? Would be prettier. Gladiator? I think the score for Gladiator would have been higher. Some older fantasy movie. I mean, we can try Gladiator because I don't think I have a better guess, if I'm being real. I'm getting more like knights and stuff than I am like Roman Colosseum. You know what? I think I need another picture. We will learn more. Ooh. I mean, this kind of looks like 300. I mean, it's like the pyramid, so it's not, but is this like a mummy? This is a mummy movie. History and War. Assassin's Creed movie. Maybe. For some reason, this looked kind of older to me, though. Like, 2016 feels like we would have better graphics. What is happening? We have a bunch of, like, camels running. Alexander. Don't know what that is. Kingdom of Heaven. Okay, you threw actually. I was going to send it on that, but you sent a few of them. Alexander Sound. That score sucks. Okay. Don't do it. I caught it finally. 63%. I mean, the 7.6 isn't bad, but it's not like a top tier. What movie has... I mean, I don't know if they're like stampeding. They're kind of just all going in a pack, but it's like camels and horses and people running. The history component, I'm like, does the Mummy count as history? Because it's like, oh, well, you know, they had tombs and stuff, but it's not like based on anything. Mummy 3. Could be like the Mummy Returns. I think we need more details, honestly. Yeah, the history, that's the part that gets me kind of messed up. Is this like UFOs attacking here? Cowboys versus Aliens? Is that a movie? I don't know if I'll know this one, though. I don't think National Treasure. Are they ever... They're always in the United States in that movie, aren't they? Outlaw King? Never heard of it. Unless you say don't do it, I'll try it. It is not. 2005. Is this Troy? Tossing things out. I've never actually seen Troy, but I kind of Get a hint of Brad Pitt here for some reason. Troy was 04. So you don't think this is Troy then, you're saying? It is Kingdom of Heaven. You had it early on. Was that picture 2 or 3? Yeah, I think this one. I almost went back to Insensate on that one once you backed off Alexander. Probably should have. I don't know. What did I guess there? Something. I think I guessed Gladiator there. Orlando Bloom. I've not seen this. I mean, you called it. You just kept going. I should have just sent it without even reading the second one, but I saw Alexander first. It's supposed to be very good. Well, the critics would say otherwise, apparently. Ooh. Polar Express? At first I was like, that Leonardo DiCaprio movie where he's out stranded, but this looks like a train. Is this Harry Potter? Harry Potter 52? Train with Woods. 3 hour, 10-minute movie. Ed Norton's small role. I mean, didn't we guess like Murder on the Orient Express before? I'm like, anything that has a train that I know. No, not Harry Potter. Not a lot of movies with trains in them. Could this be a girl with the dragon tattoo? There's a train in that, right, too? Is that a far-fetched guess? I think it's wintry in that also. Snowpiercer? Sure. I'm fine with that. It is not. Ooh. This looks like those like Percy Jackson movies or something. Like Noah, maybe. Here, this is Harry Potter. You guys are all. Your Harry Potters are revoked. Is this Voldemort? I don't know. Tell me. I have no idea. Isn't that Dumbledore here? I don't. This looks like a later Harry Potter if it is, because it feels darker. But I mean, I know the score. That's a pretty good score. I don't think Harry Potter is much better than that. I think that if I had to guess what Harry Potter would score, that's probably where I would put it. Yeah, I was about to say, you have, not to spoil, but you have Dumbledore alive. Okay, I told you guys, I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I knew this was Harry Potter. And you guys both doubted me. I mean, I couldn't have told you that was Dumbledore, so you got that part, but I just thought of like train, Christmas time, Harry Potter, sure. Yeah, they have a very like dark color palette once we passed like, I was gonna say the 4th movie, but even like the 3rd movie. You guys think that Harry Potter should be scored higher than that? Seriously? The 5th Harry Potter you think should be like a 95 or something? I think that's a pretty impressive score for Harry Potter 5. If I'm being honest. 2009? Is that how late it was? I feel like the franchise ended by that point. 2009 was that early on? Just whatever. I do know what that means. I will not do that. I think we have a fake Harry Potter wand around here somewhere. I think it was tied to the crimes of Grindelwald, though, so... Oh, it's the... where'd we put him? Did we put him in A or B tier actor? Daniel Radcliffe? We got Hagrid. We have Nick Frost, right? He's the new Hagrid. It's the best one. Oh, it's the 6th film. What's the 5th one called? Isn't something like that? It's the best one. I'm probably biased because I feel like I really consumed the first 4 and then you lost me a little bit after that. Order of the Phoenix. That's right. That's where Aragog dies. I don't even know who Aragog is. Is that this person? I don't know. Hagrid, yep. He's the spider. Oh, okay. I feel like the only spider name I know is like the one from Lord of the Rings. Or I guess we were talking Resident Evil the other day when Robert asked that. Hagrid spider. Hagrid has a spider. Shelob, yeah, I know Shelob. And what was the other one? Brown Tiger or something was the one from RE1. I thought Hagrid had like that mystical horse thing. He's just a collector of all animals. You meet him in the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah, I remember meeting the spider. I don't remember it being Hagrid's. It's like in his. I thought they met the spider in like the forest. Hagrid sends him to follow the spiders. Yeah, I remember that. When you said Hagrid spider, I'm imagining him just like hanging out in Hagrid's house. It's his friend, okay. You made it sound like it was like his pet that he like was gonna like carry on a leash. He's in the forest, I thought I remember. That's got spiders and snakes in that one. He was Hagrid's Tom Riddle. He was Hagrid's Tom Riddle. Had Hagrid send Azkaban because of the spider. All right, you guys are getting deep in the Harry Potter lore. Xbox. Or no, this is PlayStation because we have an X and a square. Okay, someone's getting interrogated. This is giving me like 0 Dark 30. I don't remember if we guessed that already, but someone's getting like very much interrogated here. You're in good company, at least in the chat. Ocean's 11. Sure, you seem pretty confident. I would not have guessed that there. I would have guessed that here. This is where you have the guy doing all the somersaults. What is that? Oh, it's exactly an 8 out of 0. That's a pretty high score. That's an unknown number. Yeah, picture 2 would have been where I needed it. Here's where we're going down the elevator. Parking garage? This is not the most helpful picture. I guess you can see faces though. Clooney, yep, we talked about him. Remind me of this dude's name. Andy something. There's Damon. Bernie Mac, R.I.P. That's how the movie starts. Oh, this one? Oh, when he gets out of jail, right? I'm kind of forgetting how the movie kicks off. Andy Garcia, yep. You should watch Ocean's 11. Beyond that, I can't endorse. I only really like the first one. Or, I mean, I guess the 2001, I think it said. 12, 13 was 8. I have not watched, but I don't know if I actually want to. Here's the squad. This probably has a high list of like famous people. Damon, was this Casey Affleck? I don't remember your name. I don't know if I know you either. We have Don Cheadle back here, right? Yeah, getting out of prison. All right, King Matthew, appreciate you hanging out as long as you have. You love Ocean's 8? I never watched it, but that's partially because I think I was kind of out by that point. Like, we didn't need to make more, in my opinion. All right, we will do, let's see, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. We'll stop when we get to, well, we can do 110, so we'll do, what, 11 more of these? I enjoy the fashion of it all. That's fair. What is happening here? This is giving me, like, never-ending story, just because we're in the sky, but it looks more like Shazam or like Thor or something happening. Kind of superhero impressions, like we just came through this portal, like a Miss Marvel or something. Yeah, I don't know either. I think we've done the first Thor already. And maybe Shazam even. I feel like somebody's blasting through here. Is this like the bad Green Lantern movie or something? You think it looks old? It's hard for me to tell because it's like super dark. What about like a Man of Steel? I don't know. Let's see what else we get here. Ooh, this looks animated now. What happened? Walking in the desert. %64%, but an 8.3. Are you like the three wise men coming in here? Bringing gifts? It's also making me think of, what was that book? I realize that's very vague, but there's a book, The Alchemist. Is that what it is? Where they're out in the desert. You said, like you know this one, I think. Two kids and a grandma or something. This is definitely a child. You were right. Oh yeah, 2 kids for sure. And this is kind of throwing me off. Like here, I'm like, I don't know, Prince of Egypt. But what is happening here? I think we need more details. I don't think it's like an Aladdin. Could it be like an Aladdin? This doesn't really look animated to me. That's kind of the weird part. Also, I don't know what this would be. I don't know. I don't think it's any of these things, but sure. Oh my. I don't know how that was right. Also, 8.3, pretty high. Yeah, that was lucky guess. I don't know what is happening here. Okay, I maybe would have gone there again here because we have the 2 characters here. 98. Apparently, I don't remember a lot in this movie because I'm like, what is happening with this? 3 directors, that's kind of wild. And they're not like siblings or anything. Yeah, I think there's a bit of like, so this is a religious movie, obviously, so it's a bit of like plagues and stuff, I'm imagining. I think this is the one where they play like basketball with their like hips. All right, well, got there earlier than probably we should have. What city is this? We got bridges in the background. Yeah, I agree. I'm debating getting some more water than running these last 10 and closing out. I know you mentioned streaming on Discord, so hopefully I'm not keeping you. Hardball? It could. Yeah, I don't hate that guess, honestly. Do it. All right, we'll take a quick final break before wrapping up. Yeah, everyone does seem to be sleeping. It is, I guess, depending on where you live, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, let's. What city is this? I have no idea. Rocky. That would have been amazing. Yikes, 46%, 3.2. That's a rough score. Maybe a horror movie? Yeah, I don't. There was a city. It could have been Philly. Hard for me to tell. Yuck. This is making me think. Ooh, you know what? Just maybe a off the wall guess. I'm kind of thinking. This is giving me Saw. And I'm thinking Saw 2. But I don't know. I feel like it's not green enough. In fairness, though, this is way too like vibrant. So, where is that? Saw? I don't know. I mean, the score was rough, and this looks like a kind of a dingy hotel room or something. Not a good movie, or as I said, probably a horror movie. All right, I think we need more information, probably. I'm going to send it on that regardless. It's probably not remotely right. Drama, romance, thriller. Okay. Romance thriller, huh? I'm assuming 2 main characters here. What's that movie with like the beetle? That's making me think of this. I don't know if I should know this or not. Who are you? Who are you? I think I'm thinking what Herbie Reloaded, whatever that was called. I don't think that was a thriller, but yeah, Herbie Fully Loaded. I never saw that, but I think the car just made me think of that, but thriller, probably not. You look like Emma Stone or something, I feel like, from this angle, but score is pretty bad. Yeah, I agree. It probably would have been like some kid movie. I don't think it's probably romance either. 2015. Okay, you... Huh. Honestly, this looks like fantasy now when we're out in the... We did already guess that Ryan Reynolds movie. I believe that would have been sci-fi anyway. Drama, thriller, romance. This may be a fail for me. 2015. I'm looking at my previous guesses. We have Rocky, Saw 2, and Herbie Fully Loaded. Love that. This is giving me like Hunger Games, but then there's this. Then it's like, nope. Could this be like a Twilight? Is this a bad Twilight movie? $2015, that's pretty late. I don't know if that would be in contention. No. Just thinking drama, romance. That should be a subgenre. Drama, romance, and thriller. It's something in that same realm, I think. Thinking of other things that are similar, like what isn't City of Bones a thing? When did that would have come out? Apparently it's not on here. Well, yeah, this is it. Is that a bad guess? Yeah, I don't know. Dakota Johnson. Is this Madam Web? That's all I really know that she's from. But that's not 2015. What is she in? That makes it sound like you know it. I don't really know her catalog super well. Oh, you know, that popped up when I think I was typing something. Nice. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, we were kind of in the same ballpark with Twilight, right? Aren't they kind of intertwined a little bit? Like there's some influence. Ooh. That last picture, yeah. They got a little bit wild there. This is making me think The Collector. Like the dude who's like doing the air conditioning. I don't know, would they go that deep of a cut on 118? They kind of have, though, on these last few that we've had. Like, they haven't been, like, hits, per se. Try it. We tried it. 81%, 6.1. What is happening here? They're holding like Olympic torches or something, almost. Then we have a ship coming in. And we're on some like ice statue. Oh, was this no. 81%. I was gonna say Step Brothers. Like this was making me think like Boats and O's. I don't think this would be that. It could be though. I don't. This would be something they would do. 81% is wildly high though. If that's what this was. done like Wolf of Wall Street before, I believe. Right? I think we had. Or did we just guess Wolf of Wall Street before? This is like some kind of ice luge looking thing. With a pretty nice house. I think we've done Wolf of Wall Street. And I think the user score would be pretty high. I don't know. Comedy, crime, mystery. Well, that's interesting. I don't know. Clue? The year would probably be a little bit. This picture looks older than like these first couple. This is like an art museum, maybe? Or somebody's house that is an art museum. I don't know. I'm just gonna send it on something, I think. Ooh, apparently it is not old. 2022. Who are you? With tiny vehicle. Yeah, 2022. This is pretty new. Glass Onion. Oh, Knives Out. Or is it? I'm assuming you mean, yeah. Nice. That makes. I mean, Clue. We weren't far off. It did say crime mystery, so that's why I guessed it. But this is the one where the maid, right, that he like gives his money to. Or am I thinking the first one? You hated that one so much. Well, they're making another one, I think. I saw that. The first one's the one with the maid. Is this one the one? Isn't there one that has what's your name? I'm gonna say Laurie Strode. Is that Dave Bautista? All right. It is, yes, okay. This looks older too. Got a pizza box back there. We got pizza, we got drinks. We have legs. I don't know what that is. No idea. I mean, this is giving like a Wizard of Oz almost. But pizza feels weird. Or like a Goonies. One of those a bit older. Yeah, very vibrant for sure. I get a feeling this is like a 70s movie for some reason. I'm trying to think of like famous, like Sound of Music. Something like that. I mean, this looks like a kid's party is the problem. We have like pizza and drinks, which obviously anybody could have, but this feels like we're at Pizza Hut. You know, hey, which one? Sound of Music? I think that'd be kind of a... the store... Yeah, they're kind of like the bendy ones at the top. I think the flowers were making me think like something like that. But I've no idea. Let's send it. 88.1 though. Pretty good. This is making me think scary. I don't know why they chose this option. Yeah, pretty solid. So if it would be like a horror, it has to be like a well-received one. Yeah, it kind of shifted here. I mean, could this be like a Willy Wonka's type of thing? I don't know what this would be. This is making me think like the upstairs of Hereditary, honestly. But I don't know what this would be. Like this is like the kids' room, I feel like, in Hereditary. No idea. Maybe send it on something silly like that because this is one stuff. Those damn cubs. Whoa, we got animated all of a sudden. Animation Family Fantasy. Is this a Despicable Me? Coraline? You could be right. No idea. This like nose profile. Never saw that. I mean, they've like a million of them. Minions. Problem is, it doesn't tell us if we're in the right franchise. So I don't know if. Oh yeah, these are those characters. I mean, 2 popped up right away. Do I just assume maybe they were trying to guide me to the light? (2009). Well, should this have been 2009? I thought the first one came out around then, though, being honest. This isn't like the Lorax, is it? I think we've had that already. This character looks like straight out of Despicable Me. I don't know. Ooh. Were you right? Is this Coraline? I think you were right. I apologize. You had that way. You had that here. Yeah, I agreed that the years didn't seem to work. Yeah, you had this one right. I thought there was a chance here, but for some reason this character model made me not think it. Then this is like the kid that comes to the door, right? Yeah. Oh, it's the mom. That's who we saw here, right? Oh yeah, you called it. It's the mom. Yep. Whoa. Is this the number 23? We talked about that earlier. It's very noir. Or like an Into the Spider-Verse with Spider-Man Noir. Sin City. Sure. It is that color palette. Nice. Is that the full name of the first one? Nice. I've actually never seen Sin City. I remember when it came out. This is, wait, 2014. This isn't the first one, is it? That was like way after. It definitely gave me credit for that. Mickey Rourke. It's the second one. Yeah, I don't know how we We stumbled on the right answer. Robert Rodriguez, huh? Nice. I've not seen any of them, but they seemed kind of fun. Okay. We have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We got 6 more. Yeah, I'm glad you got that one. Ooh. This is kind of giving a bit Rush Hour. Maybe. I don't know. It does look a little bit more like cyberpunky though. Could be like a Fast and Furious. Yeah, I think we're on the same page where like it's obviously in Asia and I believe Japan. That's true. Yeah, what's happening up here? Is it Ready Player One? It's one of the friends. Future sci-fi in Asia. That name doesn't ring a bell, so that doesn't really help me. It does look futuristic, but I think based off of limited info, I'm going to send a Rush Hour and probably be wrong. Okay, 43%, 5.7. Definitely seeing a bit more sci-fi here. Oh, you know what this could be? Maybe I'm off base here, but I'm seeing Pacific Rim here. That would fit the sci-fi element and the Asian element. I was so confident. So confident there. It is sci-fi thriller. You are main character, maybe overlooking. I mean, this looks kind of like Ready Player One in some ways, like the slums area. And this could be like, I don't know. This could be like the headquarters. It could be Blade Runner. That's the same kind of. I've never seen Blade Runner, like the franchise, so I don't mind that. Could be like a. I thought I was seeing like a mohawk here, but it's clearly not. The score. I'm gonna send a Ready Player One just because the score is low. I don't know who this would be though. That's not like a character that I would think of. Okay, no. 2012 though. Oh, this feels like I should know this. Is it like a Blade Runner? Sci-fi action thriller. It feels like you're communicating with your hand by touching this thing. Don't know any of these people. Only see this person and I barely see them. Early 2010s sci-fi thriller. This isn't like a District 9, right? I mean, the score would have been higher, and also, I don't know. Could it be Death Race? No, that came out earlier. Cloud Atlas. Sure. No, it is Colin Farrell. Ooh, that's what's her face? She is familiar. What was Colin Farrell in sci-fi wise? I don't know if I know a 2012 Colin Farrell. Total Recall. Is that a remake of it? Len Wiseman. Who is I feel like I should know who this is. They look very familiar. Kind of looks like Liv Tyler, I think. I mean, you got it. I probably wasn't going to get it at all, so it's better than that. Okay. 5 more. Oh, that is Jessica Biel. You're right. Yeah, as soon as you say that. This is not the same person. But yeah. Okay. We are in Asia again. Honestly, I wanted to say like Shin Godzilla or something here. I mean, it looks like traffic. Also could be rush hour. I got nothing. I don't know if they would really make that choice. Rush Hour feels like the safer pick, but... Ooh. Sci-fi. Is this District 9? I'm gonna guess that every time now. Could be. Let's try it. Score kind of matches. I feel like it's pretty well received. I didn't really like it though. Hey. Kind of funny we just were talking about it. Sci-fi, that's the only genre. Is that the name of the main character? Sharlto Copley? I feel like he's just okay as an actor to me. You love it? Love the main actor? He's just okay to me. it's fair. I don't know. All right, 4 more. Okay, we are riding our unicycle in the background on this road in a field. Honestly, I wanted to say like Forrest Gump here, but I don't know why we're on a unicycle. So. Sure. Better guess than I have. Okay. I'm now thinking like Legally Blonde, but it is not. Some graduation. What is happening here? Like some college graduation. 43%. I'm like accepted. I guess this could be high school graduation. But the building in the background. Also, school colors, red and black. Mighty Ducks 3. I don't know. I actually don't hate that guess, except I don't know what in the world's happening here. This is... We have like Pee Wee Herman back here riding his unicycle. Which, maybe that's actually the answer. Could be. We talked about it the other day. I don't think it's a super highly reviewed movie. If the game will let me send it on just that. Maybe it's not available, so I guess it's probably not that. I know this is not the answer, but I kind of hope it is. I've just typed answer. Mighty Ducks 3. Comedy, drama, family, romance. Okay, we are riding some bizarre buffalo-looking creature in our garden. This is like Narnia type of setup here. I'm assuming you don't know it after that. The OMG made me think you did, and then Yikes came out. This isn't like Billy Madison, is it? Romance doesn't apply. Actually, it kind of does. No? Okay, well. I was going to send it on it. I don't think I have a better guess, though, so we don't have anything. May send it on something. What is happening here? We are riding this thing. It's making me think fantasy. Maybe it's just a horse and it just has like a ton of stuff on it. ...2004... I don't know. Princess Diaries. I've never seen those, so I'm just kind of guessing something. That would fit the description, probably. Royal Engagement. I don't think they would go that deep, I would hope, but it does look quite royal here. No idea. No. Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I don't have much either. I don't really know a lot of stuff that Anne Hathaway does either. She's good in what I've seen, but 04. Is it really? Oh, she's the main character. Honestly, I almost sent it on that, but I'm like, movie 113, you're gonna go that deep? We kind of got on this one. This looked quite royal, but I didn't expect them to pull that. Yep. The one you haven't seen. I've seen like bits of the first one, but I haven't seen it. I still don't really get this scene. All right, 3 more. What do we have out here? Just some buildings, some trees, not a whole lot. Tremors. Ooh, could be the gas station. Sure. It does not, unless it's like Tremors 5 somehow. 47%, 6.7. I don't know, backdraft or like a firefighter here. This is all like torn up. No. Thriller, action, adventure, comedy, crime. Every genre imaginable. I assume like comedic spy movie. Like the one with Steve Carell almost. What was the score? 47.67. My brain kind of thought Gone 60 Seconds for a second, but I'm down for the A team, honestly. I'm going to rely on just the random guesses. So, well done. 2010. Yeah, I kind of wondered if Like this looked like a Taken situation, like something Liam would have been involved in. Is that your boy, Patrick Wilson? Joe Carnahan. Your dude from District 9. I thought, yeah, he's kind of like the comedic relief here, right? Is that also the guy that's in Suicide Squad? Bradley Cooper. Yeah, they got some good actors in it for sure. Oh yeah, right there. All right, 2 more. Well, no, it's not. Okay. I'm trying to think who I'm thinking of not the A-Team, but there was that other. I forgot the name of that movie. I don't think I saw it, where it's like being an A-Team type of character, but it's an independent person. Animation, yeah. All right, some Peace Van. I think I'm gonna need more. I'm just gonna send it on a good animated movie. Uh-oh, we've hit the not great animated movie scores. Never a good sign. Could it be one of the Cars? I mean, all I've seen so far is Cars. Cars. It's not the first one I know, so Cars 3, obviously. This feels like something I should know. This is giving Dr. Seuss. Like the nose to me. Agent. Are you like a secret agent or just like a... Also, are you in front of a typewriter? I think this was actually not a present time. Might be Cars 2. I don't think there's humans in it though. That's the only thing. Oh, I should know you. You are bad guy. Bad guy in what though? Honestly, this makes me think Despicable Me again. 56%. That's not very good. (2015). The first one came out in like 2010-ish. What's the audience look like here? This isn't Megamind, is it? I feel like that's a really bad score. I thought the movie was pretty good. But I don't know. We'll try that. That's fair. We definitely passed that by 10 years. Oh, it's Minions. I mean, I was on the right track with Despicable Me. I just don't know if it's just Minions or... Yeah, Sandra Bullock. She's this character. We Heart You, Bob. That's a Minion name. So, The Rise of Gru. I don't know. Okay. The problem is there's like 5 movies in that franchise at least. So, the score is pretty low. Dang. I think this made like $1 billion, but that doesn't mean everything. All right, last one. This makes me think I know what you did last summer. like we're on this turn here. Yeah, I would agree. They had like a nicer or like a more compact car. It's kind of giving them on like family vacation car. You know what this could be? Could be one of like the Jurassic Parks, like the kind of a Jeep. No, I don't think so. This wouldn't be Tokyo Drift, is it? Like the mountain at the end that they go down? This car's kind of throwing me off. Like it makes me think of the final race in Tokyo Drift. But you're not showing me a drifting car. Horror vibes? Could be. I mean, originally I did think I Know What You Did Last Summer. Like, I'm kind of getting almost like a monster thing is about to come, like, destroy this car. I don't think we're getting this one on the first one. I'm just going to send down Tokyo to get another picture. Snow on the ground? You are right. You are correct. Could it be like a spy movie? Like a Mission Impossible? I think a lot of that stuff's like, or like James Bond stuff is over in like Russia, kind of. Can't really tell the side of the road. This car's on left, but are they pulled over or are they driving on the left side? I assume they're driving on the left side. The brakes are on though. I don't know if I have a good guess even, honestly. I want to throw something out to get another picture, but I mean, what movie just in general takes place in the winter? Speak no evil. I shall. Well, this is a different vibe. We had a car, and now we're like, this looks like The Hobbit, like we're crossing into some of the caves almost. 36%, 6.9. Yeah, I mean, it could be like an Uncharted type of thing. Do we jump timelines? I'm thinking we like traveled, now we're in the caves. So like an Indiana Jones, Tomb Raider, National Treasure, any of those, like we're kind of going into the still getting horror. You think so? I don't know if any of those took place during winter, honestly. 36%, that's a pretty low score. Let's say Uncharted. The 6.9 is probably too high, but... Ooh, fantasy action thriller. You look like a vampire. Is this like a Kate Beckinsale? Whatchamacall? Underworld. Yeah. The color palette kind of works for that too. Okay, it's not the first one if it's anything. Oh, Van Helsing? 2006. I think Van Helsing, the car, it's got me a little bit mixed up though. 2006. I think Van Helsing came out before that. Is there an Underworld that came out like later? Who are you? I think we get an actor. It's going to help a lot. Sure. All right, we pretty much had that here. Yeah, okay, there we go. I don't know if I thought I saw this one, but I don't remember these like knights. Nice. All right, well, we got them all today. I think the only like one or two that we got on the first pick, but solid job overall. All right, we will close things out. I know we've been going for 8.5 hours. Yeah. All right. Well, appreciate everyone who hopped in throughout the stream. Cope, obviously, appreciate you still being here at this point. You mega trooper for hanging out that long. So, Rusty, thank you so much for the super chat and just everyone hanging out. Appreciate it. I kind of had debated if I wanted to stream or not, so I think it was a good time. Glad I chose to. And I talked about this earlier. Probably will do more lives than videos in the near future. I don't have like a lot of like planned live topics, so there's that. I have debated since it is October. I know I've kind of put some of that stuff on the back burner. Maybe I will do some like RE8 stuff at some point. But I'll see maybe if something else makes sense. I don't know. I feel like sometimes if I stream, I have to have like a reason or something to really cover. But I can probably just kind of hop on and do whatever. RE8, yes, please. I probably need to. I mean, I bought it and have not finished it, so whether it's next stream or sometime in the future, I plan to do it sometime soon. But we'll see. Maybe stream Saturday. It depends. Depends what else is going on. Honestly, you can backseat because I think where I left off, I know you wanted me to start over, but we'll see. Maybe I'll play the game multiple times if I wind up really liking it, but I am currently in the castle and I think defeated the third sister. So still pretty early. And I think my next thing is I think I'm being chased around by Lady D, and I have to put something in those 4 pillars, but I kind of neglected to find out whatever I needed to grab there. Okay, that's fair then. I don't know if I would do the whole trophy hunting thing. I didn't wind up doing that for 7, but if I like the game, I would play it again. But we'll see how I feel about it. Better guns, even if you just like beat it normally. I think I'm playing on normal. 4 masks. Yeah, I don't think I really searched. I think I beat the third sister and I'm like, let me go save. So I need to find those next. So honestly, if you want to backseat all you want, it'll save me the hassle of the puzzles. RE7 puzzles were pretty easy, so I don't know how hard 8s are, but if you know the locations, I don't mind you being like, hey, go upstairs. So we'll see. That's probably on the agenda at some point. So, all right, I will let you guys go. Thank you for hanging out once again, and probably be streaming sometime in the near future. So, you know everything. It seems like that's kind of your bread and butter. So I will, similar to Harry Potter, I will trust you on that. So, but yeah, once again, thank you everyone for hanging out, and I will catch you next time. Take care.